technology for enhanced movements. Transportation. Lagos State set to host Maiden National Transport Technology Conference. Lagos Blue Line Rail, Shomolu says project will be electrified once vendors to stay away. Any city without a fully functional infrastructural system will suffer a setback. As such, engineers must be well trained in order to bring to bear their professional attributes to the growth of the nation. From an infrastructural perspective, the Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Transport Authority, LAMATA, Engineer Abimbola Akinaju, stated this during her presentation at the 2022 Alumni Luncheon of the University of Lagos Faculty of Engineering Alumni Association in Lagos. It was a reunion, a veritable networking opportunity for the alumni of the Faculty of Engineering, University of Lagos. It was also an avenue to give back to their alma mater through the launching of a 500 million naira fundraising project for the faculty. Away from that, Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu and his team cashed in on the opportunity provided by the reunion to tell the impact of the alumni on the state's infrastructural development in less than 3 years.
And so the blue line you can see is a massive feat of engineering, and I'm sure all of you need to be proud of it. From 4 lanes, we changed the design to 10 lanes. So we took a massive right of way to do 10 lanes, and we were very smart to keep a rail corridor in the middle of it. So the alignment actually is about 16 lanes, because when you've done 10 lanes and you still have enough alignment to keep a rail, corridor, was the main feat. And that's why we're able to, preserve, and which was the most difficult option to take. But because we were committed at that time to say, you know what, let's have the audacity to want to do it, and that's why, we started it.
The 4 stations, Mile 2, Alaba, Igomo, and National Theatre, they're completed. You will notice that Mile 2 and Alaba, they have 2 concourses. Obviously, that's based on studies that had been done to determine sort of ridership that we would get, and we realized that, and I mean, it's obvious. Mile 2 is a market area, so there's a lot of people there. So that's why we have 2 concourses that allows us to take on more passengers. It's the same thing in Igomo. Same thing in Alaba. Igomo and National Theatre are also completed. We have pedestrian bridges at each of those stations that allows us to bring passengers from one side of the expressway.
The Managing Director of Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, spoke with journalists on the sideline of the event.
Infrastructure is owned by all. So it means that as an individual, you have a responsibility. Something has been built, not to destroy it, not to vandalize it. And so therefore, people also need to be aware and also take ownership. And that's what I always say. If something belongs to you, you are not likely to go and destroy it.
She also told the forum that over 5,000 people affected by the construction of the rail have been compensated by the Lagos State government. The Lagos Blue Line Rail on completion will be running on electric tracks with electric motor vehicle EMV, and as such, citizens have been warned to keep off the train lines. Handing down this warning shortly after inspecting the Blue Line Rail, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu assured Lagosians that the completion date of the 2 rail projects remains. The train took off from the National Theatre Igomu to Orile. through Alaba, Mile 2, and back to the Marina axis of the state, having Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu, some members of his cabinet, officials of the Lagos Metropolitan Area Transport Authority, LAMATA, and contractors handling the project on board. The governor inspected the ongoing works on the Blue Line Rail project and stations and a new 4-coach train, which according to him is a typical train that will be used on the Blue Line. He expressed satisfaction at the pace of work, maintaining that the project will be delivered on schedule. Sanwo-Olu was unhappy at the level of vandalism along the rail corridors and warned perpetrators to desist from such acts.
There are electric trucks. They are going to be running on electricity, and you will know that citizens or passengers or anybody whatsoever cannot walk on those things. Right, so gentlemen of the press, you have that responsibility. From now, we'll begin to mention that. For the next 6 months, 8 months, we begin to mention that this track is not like the red line. The red line is DMU, but the blue line is EMU. So these are some of the communications that we need to begin to pass out, and they are electric train lines.
The governor also assured that adequate security would be put in place at every station and platform with the use of CCTV. He disclosed that the state was set to bring in from China additional 2 sets of 4 train coaches by September and October.
The additional trains that were procured for the Blue Line, we're going to be going to China when they open up, maybe in May or June, when it's completely completed, just to have a look and send it on shipment to probably get to the country before September, October. So based on the promises we gave you at the beginning of the year, we are still on track at both the red line and the blue line.
Recently, the Lagos State Governor Babajide Sanwo-Olu unveiled the first batch of 1,000 brand new GAC branded vehicles, otherwise known as Lagride. This for sure is another step forward in the state government's drive to develop an efficient transportation model in tune with modernity and comfort. According to Sanwo-Olu, there's no plan to run existing hailing ride operators out of business, but to offer safer alternatives and clear the roads of rickety cars used for taxi business. Joining me in this episode is the National President, E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for more insight into this scheme. Thank you so much, Comrade Idris Shonuga, for joining us today on the Greater Lagos Vision.
Thank you.
Right, you are the president of the National President, Professional E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association of Nigeria. Tell us, in Lagos State, the Lagos State government just introduced recently the Lagos Ride. Tell us exactly, how has it been? How have your members been faring since the introduction?
Thank you. Our members are very happy. They are very happy in the sense that the business of a Lagos Ride is going to add value to their collective existence, in the sense that they are going to be using the brand new vehicles to run their transport service on that Lagos Ride. Unlike before, that they use old vehicles, popularly known Tokumbo, even Nigerian old used car, to run taxi business, which in different cases develop faults at the middle of roads. It's almost impossible to maintain those vehicles, But the added advantage with Lagos Ride introduction is maintaining of those vehicles for the drivers who are beneficiaries. You see, running a transport business has been very difficult in terms of maintenance of the vehicles because you are always on the road on a daily basis. And we don't have a good mechanic system in Nigeria. So majority of drivers patronized the road mechanics, dealing with all manners of spare part dealers, getting wrong spare parts to fix their car. At times, they spend double amount to repair the cars, and it's eating hard on them. But with the introduction of Lagride, that comes with mechanical insurance, where the vehicle will be maintained for them for the period of 4 years, where the contract is between them and the Ibile Holdings, who is going to manage the operation of that business. It's a welcome development. So when we heard about this scheme that is being launched, and it concerns our industry, because the vehicle will be operated with algorithm, is online approach, unlike conventional way of transportation before, where you have to flag down. This is online, and we are e-hailers. So we approach the Ministry of Transportation that the Lagos State government cannot launch such a laudable scheme without giving the practitioner the sense of belonging, because we are e-hailers. We have thousands of trip history on Uber and Bolt, and we are professionals, so we need to get involved. So we apply, and the ministry directs us to the appropriate body that is going to pilot the Lagride, which is the Ibile Holdings. So we met the MD, and we had to ask to write a proposal. We did not lobby. First of all, as a body, they deal with body, they deal with individuals. From the conversation, we approach them as a body. Then I think when I met the MD of Ibile Holdings, he made us to understand that the associations, the individuals, Lagosians who are interested in the scheme can apply. We apply as an association. You understand? Then the procedure is like every other person. The requirement to be a beneficiary of Lagride is uniform. 20% equity contribution of the asset of 7.5 million. The interest of 10% for the period of 4 years. You have the equity, you have the down payment of 1.8 million, which we see it will be very impossible for our member, ordinary e-hailing drivers, to benefit from this scheme with such amount, because it is so huge for e-hailing drivers to sum up 1.8 million as a deposit. It means the ordinary person cannot be partaker of this scheme. So we appeal that is there any other way, and they gave us 2 banks, FCMB and Polaris Bank, precisely to give us loan, and they came up with corporate guarantee on behalf of the association for our member to be a beneficiary. The Polaris Bank will borrow our members. They said 1.8 million. You understand? Why are we standing for them? You understand? So, and our member has been applying. But besides, we, the individual members, also need to have some certain contribution from that 1.8 million, 20% equity contribution of 1.8 million, which is around 300,000. And we have employed our drivers, advised them to key into this, because it's going to make life better for them. Then The most interesting part of it that make us to subscribe to Lagos Ride is that what the union stand for is workers' right, the workers' welfare. Because we notice that the government has been less concerned on the informal sector, because our interest is in the informal sector. The e-hailing drivers fall in informal sectors, and informal sector has been neglected for a long time. Some certain benefit workers' right has been denied, such as HMO, pension scheme plan, opportunity to have cooperatives, then perhaps mortgage plan. These are set of workers that solve problem of transportation in the state, moving passenger from one point to another point with expected professional service. They need to be taken care of. But to my dismay, all these things has been embedded in Lagos Ride business scheme, because our own concerns is that what are the provisions for the drivers that are going to drive this business? And we're made to understand that 1.5% commission has been set aside for the driver and their family of 4, which is what we HMO, health management scheme, under the plan. You see, when they charge 25% commission of each transaction consummated under the platform, 4% out of it goes into comprehensive insurance and mechanic insurance to maintain that vehicles, which I see as a welcome development. It wasn't anywhere included in their current module of operandi with other hub companies. And if Lagos State government put this in their business plan, I think, they are coupling international standard practice, which is why we are very happy with Lagos State government, particularly Shomolu, for making sure that all these things are embedded in Lagos Ride. With the notion of Lagos Ride, when we had meeting with them, if they follow all the process to the letter, I think it will reduce traffic congestion in Lagos State, because they are the first app companies that will introduce what we call carpooling. Carpooling means classification of rider, where 2, 3, 4 different customers can join one vehicle going towards the same destination. And with the introduction of brand new comfortable vehicles, I think a lot of Lagosians will keep their road. And judging from the fact that we have less road and we have many people in the city, we are moving at the same time. But if we have a safe transport system, comfortable safe transport system, a lot of people will keep their vehicle at home and make use of Lagos Ride. What am I saying? With the introduction of this classification of rider, they will even pay less. They will pay less than the conventional taxi, where you used to pay 2,000 naira, you can pay less than 1,500, even 1,000, because you are sharing your ride with other customers, other users, meaning that the driver will end up earning more. In the sense that the driver is supposed to have earned 2,005, when he collects 1,300 or 1,200 into 4 places, is getting 5,000 instead of 2,500. And the same distance cover when you pick only one person. That will reduce a lot of traffic congestion if we can actually accept this concept introduced by Lagos Ride. The traffic will be entirely reduced. But if Lagos Ride deploy enough vehicle, the 1,000 vehicle is not enough. I must be sincere with you. If we have more than this vehicle, handing over to those who needed job opportunity to pilot it, a lot of Lagosians will keep their vehicle at home and will make use of Lagos Ride. Lagos Ride can enter anywhere in the street of Lagos State, because majority of these vehicles are SUV. They can enter some bad area, and we have sampled it. You understand? It is not low vehicle, it's high on the ground. They can maneuver some bad spot. I see it as a solution if it's being piloted appropriately. Online transport system is already a smart system way of transportation, coupled with a lot of mechanism being embedded in it to make transportation easy, using a stone to kill 2 to 3 birds. Number one, the Lagride is not going to be conventional taxi. You take request, the driver take request randomly, you know, and it solves the problem of moving within the city. 2, 3 people can enjoy a ride. And this ride we are talking about is a global standard. Even a lot of people since the launch of this vehicle have been getting a lot of reports from our members that they are asking them, is it real? You know, because this is the first time we are seeing that government make promise and they are fulfilling it. I thought when me saw it, I thought I'm dreaming, but today is reality. You see, if it's being piloted properly, it will fit in what we call Smart City Lagos, because that is no different from what is being practiced in Dubai and what is being practiced in Lagos. The e-lane service in Lagos State is already a smart way of transportation. Unlike those who promise us smart transport system, and we are still seeing car of 15, 17, 18 years, 20 years running a taxi. But we are talking about a recent car, 2 years old car, to run a taxi business with a fast system and with a lot of security gadgets, you know, to contain any security threat, and making the movement in the city of Lagos very easy with the introduction of several mechanisms that will make life easy for Lagosian, for them to imbibe with this scheme. And I think, I don't know how they came about this, but I expect more of these things to come in later future. I want to really appreciate the office of Governor Shomolu for this laudable project. Is indeed a welcome development. And we, at Professional E-Hailing Drivers and Private Owners Association, are solidly behind him. We trust him again, and he's a man of his words. I was with him in 2020 when he said he's going to introduce a safe transport system. I didn't believe it will come to reality, but I'm seeing it in reality. May God bless him. Second time we are with you fully, in spirit, in physical.
That's all we have in this episode of the Greater Lagos Vision on Plus TV Africa. I'm Lovey Kuku Oyedoku. Bye for now.
IC Designs is a fashion accessory label that specializes in the design and creation of handcrafted bags and footwear. I knew I was going to do something in fashion. I didn't know what exactly it was going to be, but I knew I would be in fashion. If it is to be the cleaner in fashion, whatever, but I have to be in fashion. When we started off with just strictly bag making. But then you get people say, oh, can I get a matching shoe? And then over time, people say, oh, I would like to give my boyfriend a wallet, but I want it with Ankara or something. So over time, we had to listen to our customers and infuse their ideas into our brand. Okay, we wanted something with the African touch, with the Nigerian feel. We make leather bags. But if I'm making a leather bag and I put it in a store, if you don't know Hesse Designs is Nigerian, you probably think it's a foreign bag. So what's the point of promoting something that is not, if you look at, you can't link it to Africa, you can't link it to Nigeria. Wanted something to promote Africa, wanted something to promote Nigeria. We also want to empower our artisans here. So that's why we keep our content local, raw materials local, production local. We still get a lot of people from around the world ordering from our website. So I believe it's because of what we've built, the brand we've built over time that still speaks for us. In the last 3 years, we've done over 10,000 items. We've sold over 10,000 items to both corporate clients, retail clients, and wholesale clients.
Hello, you're welcome to Plus Reports. It's where we bring you some of the stories and events that have made the news recently. In case you missed out on some of these stories, we've got you covered in this edition. I am Adebanke Ojinui. Thank you for joining us. To start out today's edition, Senate President Ahmed Lawan is confident that he can govern Nigeria if he becomes the country's president. He was speaking in Kano State during his national consultation visit ahead of the All Progressives Congress APC presidential primary election. Plus TV News correspondent Stephen Enoch completes this report.
In furtherance of his presidential ambition, Senate President and All Progressives Congress presidential hopeful Ahmed Lawan is in Kano to woo delegates of the APC ahead of the party's primaries. The Senate President says he has gathered the necessary experience he needs to govern the country as he is working closely with President Buhari.
And I've worked very closely with Mr. President, our amiable President, President Muhammadu Buhari, for the last 3 years, working with him very closely on governance, on how to deliver services to our country. Therefore, I know what governance is at the national level, the federal government. Having served for 23 years, and by the grace of God, to serve for 24 years by June next year, I would have known sufficiently how the legislature works and how the legislature and the executive can deliver services to our citizens. So I have experiences on both sides.
He is certain that the pendulum will swing to his side during the primaries, promising delegates.
My brothers and sisters, distinguished delegates, I promise you that when eventually we discuss and find common ground with His Excellency and vote for me, you will forever be pleased with the way and manner I will lead this country.
Mr. Lawan also discredits reports that the APC in Kano is in disarray.
No amount of propaganda will convince or confuse anyone that Kano is shaking at all. APC in Kano is steady, solid, like a rock. Come 2023, by the grace of God, we'll have an APC governor and his deputy All our 3 senators will be APC. All the 24 members of the House of Representatives will be APC.
On his part, Kano State Governor Abdullahi Ganduje assures the Senate President of Kano's support ahead of the primaries.
Your Excellency, we assure you of our full cooperation. Kano State is a swing state in the presidential primaries, even in the presidential election. And Kano State will swing when it is time to swing. Thank you and God bless.
Stephen Enoch, Plus TV News, Kano.
Insecurity and terrorism have been a major challenge to the Nigerian government in recent times. The activities of Boko Haram have led to loss of lives and properties in the country, especially in the northern parts of Nigeria. Some of these activities include bombing, shooting of unarmed citizens, burning of police stations and churches, kidnapping of school students, and more. Authority figures have continued to challenge the political class to rise to the occasion. The reports.
The African Bar Association at a press conference expressed their worries about the increasing levels of abuses by the government forces in the various theaters of conflict across the continent. They acknowledged the legitimacy of state actors and institutions to protect and keep the national boundaries and territories secure from terrorists and other criminals. They also pointed out the underlying conditions that are responsible for violence and conflict. The president of the African Bar Association, Hannibal Egbe Uwafo, said there was a need for change in the insecurity architecture of Nigeria. But unfortunately, the political class with the National Assembly has failed in their responsibility to the Nigerian system. He also stated that the media has a big role to play in shaping the minds of the people.
For us, as a body, we have tried our best to advocate for a change in the security architecture of Nigeria. Unfortunately, with politics bedeviling everywhere, with a docile and most unfortunate National Assembly that we are unable to move forward. Let me make it clear that the National Assembly has the responsibility to the Nigerian people, not to their political parties. They have a responsibility, so when they keep playing politics, instead of looking after the lives of Nigerians and making laws that will benefit and solve the country's problems, they run to Aso Rock to go and meet the president, to go and hear his views, instead of making laws that will benefit Nigeria.
The chairman, Human and Constitutional Rights Committee, African Bar Association, Sonny Ekowosi, said the insecurity in Nigeria has gone beyond the government, that we can't continue to wait for the government to improve the security issues in the country. That is why they have come together to make sure that Nigeria is free from violence.
Security in Nigeria transcends government in the sense that government, we have been expecting government to improve the situation. It has not improved. So this is what we are doing today. The African Bar Association is intervening to ensure that the whole continent is free from violence, especially Nigeria. So all stakeholders ought to come in. All hands should be on deck.
The conference focused on the legal boundaries of counter-terrorism operations, implications for human rights and humanitarian law, as well as conducting safe and legal security operations. Uyime Afia, Plus TV News.
Members of the APC on Shomolu constituency 2 in the early hours of Wednesday staged a peaceful rally over alleged plans to impose Honorable Rotimi Olowo on them for the 5th time. Plus TV correspondent Love Ikuku Oyedokun was there and now reports.
Carrying placards bearing different descriptions, members of the APC on the Shomolu Constituency 1 marched from Bajulai Junction through Market Road, Akpata Street, down to APC local government secretariat at Osinbajo in Lagos, with leaders of the party taking the lead. Rotimi Olewo is the APC candidate representing Shomolu Constituency 1 in the Lagos State House of Assembly. The grouse of these party men and women against Olewo is not far-fetched. They believe that after 16 years in the House of Assembly, he should pave the way for others.
Party bigwigs had gone to talk to him. He said no, that he must go and contest. He served under 3 governors. He served under Fashola for 2 times. He served with Ambode. He's now serving with Shomolu. And we feel it is time for him to go so that other fresh beings can come in.
If my people say they still want him to go, fair enough. If they say they don't want him, if they say enough is enough, then enough is enough. I am standing by the people of Shomolu.
They called on the party leadership to refrain from imposition of candidates on the people if they are out to win the 2023 elections.
The problem was caused by the state chairman of the party, Ojelabi. Ojelabi is the main problem. He's the one that is trying to impose a candidate on the others. There are about 11 candidates in Shomolu local government. And what I'm saying is that we must give all the candidates a level playing ground to be able to exercise their democratic rights. But he has always been partial. He has always been one-sided. He will call a meeting and tell people that people should allow the party to allow somebody to run. You don't need to.
2019, our House of Representatives pulled 25,000 votes in Shomolu. Olowo managed to pull only 16,000 votes with the begging of people. The last election we have of chairmanship, because Olowo followed somebody and imposed a chairman on us, the chairman pulled 9,000 out of 49,000 members. The people didn't vote for us. So if Olowo should be imposed on people, nobody will come out.
I'm using this opportunity to tell our party at the state, at the national, they should stop Honorable Olowo for the 5th time to go to the House of Assembly.
We say no to imposition. No to imposition. No to imposition. They should stop imposing Honorable Olowo, Rotimi on us. He has said what is enough. Let him go and rest.
It remains to be seen if the hues and cries of these party faithful will hold sway. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
In Nigeria, reporting child abuse cases is often stigmatized, with victims unsure of getting justice. A World Health Organization report in 2020 reveals that 1 in every 5 women and 1 in every 13 men have been sexually abused as a child from 0 to 17 years. To this end, stakeholders in Lagos held a consultative workshop with the Nigerian police, lawyers, child advocates, and NGOs in the administration of the criminal justice system in child abuse cases to see how victims can get justice. Plus TV Fumi Unuajefi files in this report.
In Nigeria, sexual abuse in children is an offense punishable under several sections of Chapter 21 of the Criminal Code. In spite of this, a large number of children sexually abused daily is staggering and shocking, to say the least. Handling sexual abuse cases is delicate, and working across board with all stakeholders is pivotal to get justice for victims. Chachayara Foundation, in partnership with the Rule of Law Anti-Corruption Program, organized a consultative workshop with the police and stakeholders in the criminal justice system. The Ministry of Justice emphasized the need to report cases on time so that due process to conviction can begin quickly.
The perspective of the Ministry of Justice is to ensure that cases of sexual offenses and domestic violence are quickly and proactively brought to court and prosecuted. The longer it takes for a case to get to court, the higher the chances of the person becoming disinclined to come to court.
The police, on the other hand, promised to look into poorly investigated cases and plan more training for its officers.
One of the legal counsel said that some of our cases, or some cases, are not well investigated. You only see the statement of one or two statements in the case file. I think that is a different ballgame when it comes to the state CID. But I understand that at going to the divisional level, may have issues like this, and I want to assure you that we will take care of that. We've been organizing training, like I said, with the Ministry of Justice and ROLAC, going down to the divisional level. We've been inviting divisional crime officers, DPOs, area commanders. So once we have this continuous training, I think we'll be able to improve on these aspects you are pointed at.
The focus of the workshop, the organizers say, is not only to bring to the fore the ills of society, but to go further to try and nip this scourge in the bud. They insist with fierce determination that the work has only just begun.
The Congress is over, but the work has just begun, because we were opportune to have a meeting with the Attorney General. A steering committee has been set up to develop and implement a child sexual abuse investigative and interview protocol. And the committee will consist of stakeholders in the administration of criminal justice sector, so as to navigate the way to ensure the best practices of investigating and prosecuting child sexual abuse cases.
The use of forensic interviews is helpful, not only in the prosecution of perpetrators, but also for helping the victims not to relive their trauma over and again. Fumi Unajefi for Plus TV News.
And it's time for a short break now. We will be back with more stories. Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Vice President Yemi Osinbajo met with Lagos APC delegates, apparently to woo them and solicit their support ahead of the party's presidential primary election. The delegates in their thousands thronged the Yard 158 premises along Kudirat Abiola Way in Oregun to welcome Vice President Osinbajo. The report.
It was another long wait, but that did not deter these APC faithful and delegates from enduring the wait to receive their candidate, Professor Yemi Osinbajo. For over 12 hours, the delegates waited, and finally he arrived, thrilling the people to some Thanksgiving songs and a message of hope.
I'm home in Lagos to celebrate. I'm home to thank God for all that He has done and that what He will yet do. I'm not here for a campaign. I'm not here for a consultation. I'm just home to celebrate with my and sisters of Lagos State. But I want to say to you that we have just ahead of us a new Nigeria. And I'm completely certain that God helping us, we will get to that new Nigeria.
One mission: to seek their support ahead of the forthcoming primary elections of the party.
We'll begin on Sunday with the primaries. And I know that we will have massive support from all of our delegates. I'm completely convinced about that because everybody wants a new Nigeria. We want a Nigeria that is secure. We want a Nigeria where there will be enough employment for our young people. We want a Nigeria that has a secure economy. We want a Nigeria where young men and women will have ambitions and fulfill their ambitions here in this country. And I'm sure that we can achieve that.
He told the delegates to choose someone with experience. In high spirits, VP Osinbajo assured the delegates that victory was already knocking at his door.
God does not make a mistake. The reason why God must have given me those experiences, why he has allowed me to serve for 7 years so far, and I will still serve for another year by the grace of God, is because a time will come when our country will need new leadership. That is the reason why God gave me all that experience and all that knowledge. And that time has come. It is time now. The time has come.
He enjoined the delegates to demonstrate their support on Sunday by turning up en masse for the primaries. From Lagos, Love Ikuku Oyedoku, Plus TV News.
Senator Seriake Dixon has called on the national leadership of the PDP to begin a process of reconciliation in order to assuage the feelings of those hurt by the outcome of the party's primaries nationwide. Dixon, a former governor of the state who was declared winner of the party's primary election for Bayelsa West, spoke to journalists afterwards. Our correspondent Jesse Esse has details.
Dixon was the sole candidate for the Bayelsa West PDP primary election. The exercise was merely a ritual to fulfill all electoral requirements, as his only contender, Donald Danmoa, announced his withdrawal a day to the election. For him, it goes beyond emerging the winner of the primary. Dixon showed concern about those who vied for other positions but lost.
This is a call I'm making to the national leadership of our party. We are all stakeholders, and they should take note of this very extreme and rare development and ensure that party leaders in all our states are directed and enjoined to unfold a program of reconciliation to assuage the feelings of those who have been hurt by the decisions that ordinary members of our party from the grassroots have to make about their fate. 6 people now have to elect a flag bearer of a constituency. 9 people, 12 people, 10 people. So I know the feelings, and as a major stakeholder, I want to use this opportunity to call for understanding. If I don't, who will?
Dixon appreciated those he said were instrumental to his emergence as the flag bearer of the party for Bayelsa West Senatorial District.
I want to thank the leaders of our party in our state, beginning with the governor, who traditionally is leader of party. And I thank and appreciate the abiding support and solidarity that I've enjoyed all these years from the good people of this senatorial district and the elders of our party who have always been solidly behind us. Today I thank the organizing team that came, the party leaders. I thank INEC, the security people, for providing this very conducive atmosphere. And I thank the almighty delegates. Yes. The almighty delegates. They are our bosses in this process.
He called on all stakeholders of the PDP to ensure that the party is victorious in the national and state assembly elections. Jesse Esse, Plus TV News, Sagbama, Bayelsa.
And in business, for Nigeria to go far with the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement, there is a need for a central registration in order to have an exit point for products coming from the country. This was the position of the former Director General of the Nigerian Association of Chambers of Commerce, Industry, Mines and Agriculture, Nasima John Isse Mede, on the sidelines of a town hall meeting for beauty products and manufacturers. Justin Akadonye has more.
The global market size of cosmetics industry is projected to reach $463.5 billion by 2027, resulting in a compound annual growth rate of 5.3% from 2021 to 2027. With so much potentials in the sector, how far is Nigeria playing in it? At this town hall meeting, the essence is to break the barriers of micro, small and medium-scale enterprises in the industry for enhanced production capacity, sales and export in the Africa Continental Free Trade Agreement and beyond. UNIDO consultant and former NASIMA DG, John Isemede, speaks of lack of communication and coordination as players are operating in silos. In his presentation, business promoter Kolawe says, with the current economic situation, MSMEs contribute over 50% of employment generation in the country. He speaks on the essence of the workshop and how players can penetrate not just within the local market, but internationally.
The situation we have found ourselves, for us to fly, looking at the Africa Continental Free Trade, there must be a central registration so that we have an exit point. This is product coming from Nigeria.
Actual implementation of AFCT with them to ensure that cosmetics products are mainstream into those markets through the export trade houses. So we're not working as an individual, we're working in collaboration with a lot of government agencies. The missing link is that structure process that encapsulates from the beginning to the end.
Some of the local cosmetic manufacturers believe that players have what it takes to compete internationally, while urging that Nigerians make the most of the natural resources abound. They also talk of ways government can support in terms of incentives.
We have what it takes. We have the natural resources in abundance. And there's so many other countries around us taking advantage of that. We are not. We should be the home for cosmetics.
Nigeria has over 50 million MSMEs, and less than 2% constitutes the medium and large industry. Above all, the need to leverage on this booming sector cannot be overemphasized. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
The Chartered Institute of Bankers of Nigeria, CIBN, says it will continue playing its role as a bridge to engender positive collaborations between all players in fintech for the good of the industry. Ken Okpara said this during his investiture as the 22nd President and Chairman in Council of the CIBN, which held in Lagos. Justin Akadoye reports.
Having said that,
gathered at this hall are banking professionals who have converged to celebrate the men who will control the helms of affairs of the Bankers Institute for the next 2 years. Though they are in a celebratory mood, musings about the industry, which has witnessed relative stability in recent times amid economic headwinds, resound.
I shall abide by.
After his investiture, the new CIBN boss, Ken Okpara, says the future of banking, which revolves around the Generation Z, is a focal strategic goal for his administration, hence the need to encourage fintech. His predecessor, Bayo Olugbemi, shares similar thoughts.
The future is here. It means that we need to begin to build up inclusion, have the Gen Z, the younger people who definitely will take over from us, to be inspired to do the business of banking.
We have seen that there are a lot of channels of delivery and services, and technology is the main thing now. If you don't embrace technology in banking, you fail. So that's why I encourage banks. We're doing a lot of financial technologies, but we should do much more than what we are doing now.
The competition for traditional banks has shifted in the past 7 years from fellow banks and peers to small but mighty adventure-seeking entities called fintechs. As the conversation shifts towards payment system and the CBN's e-Naira, the bank executives share their thoughts on the future and viability. Meanwhile, in an address, the Lagos state government promises to continue to make the state conducive for business to thrive.
In terms of payment system, you discover that the banks have done so much in accelerating the payment system. It's one of the countries in this, in this world where you can do online service and get instant payment. It does even in US. If you do payment, it doesn't happen instantly. And that's essentially is a credit to the banking system.
I think our people Nigeria in particular, we prefer cash, and cash. But little by little, I think the tenets or the policy of Inara we go down.
Show you all that we are working tirelessly to further strengthen the economy and the financial sector in Lagos to make life better for all Lagosians.
In line with re-engineering the sector, the CIBN promises to develop a digital roadmap for the banking and finance industry and offer certifications on digital skills. Justin Akadonye, Plus TV News, Lagos.
And that's all on this edition of Plus Reports. But before we go, let's remind you to please follow us at Plus TV Africa on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Also, do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Adebanke Odunui. Thank you for watching.
Good afternoon. I am Mercy Boko. This is the news brief. Gas explosion at a liquefied petroleum gas refilling shop has spun down shops and injured 20 people at a busy area of Shikai Quarters, Kashin Kwalta in Kano. The public relations officer of Kano State Fire Service, Saminu Yusuf, who confirmed the incident, said that 20 people were involved but had been rescued alive and now receiving treatment in hospital. Yusuf said the incident was allegedly caused by fire from a man frying and selling fish near the gas shop. The Lagos State Task Force is today set to crush another set of 2,228 impounded commercial motorcycles, popularly called Okada. The chairman of the task force, CSP Shola Jeje Loye, in a statement signed by the Director of Press and Public Affairs, Abdurrahim stated that the agency will intensify its effort in ensuring that all impounded motorcycles are cross-shafted following the due process. Jaja Loyal noted that although the compliance rate of the Okada operators is high and encouraging, the operators are still not to be trusted. Meanwhile, the trustees of Motorcycle Transport Union of Nigeria has dragged the Lagos State government before a federal high court in Lagos, and others are praying for a declaration that the ban on commercial motorcycles is illegal, unlawful, and unconstitutional. In the suits, the applicants are praying the court for a declaration that the purported proposed ban of commercial motorcycle transportation in Lagos State by the governor without the hearing from operators whose rights are affected or likely to be affected is a violation of the constitutional right of the applicants to fair hearing, provided for and encapsulated in Section 36 of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, 1999, as amended. President Muhammadu Buhari has lamented the surge in insecurity on African waterways, specifically within the Gulf of Guinea, and has called for collaborative efforts among stakeholders to tackle the menace. The president spoke at the International Maritime Conference in Onne, Rivers State, as part of the 66th anniversary of the Nigerian Navy.
President Muhammadu Buhari started by commending the Nigerian Navy for its commitment to ensuring the safety of the country's waterways. Represented by the Minister of Defense, retired Major General Bashir Magashi, the president noted that the efforts of the Nigerian Navy have led to a reduction in sea piracy and the delisting of Nigeria from the International Maritime Bureau of Piracy's list since March. The president said that the conference will fashion out ways for collaboration among security agencies and also curb maritime crime in the collective waterways.
You will agree that these threats have become transnational and evolved beyond the scope and capability of one nation to deal with. The situation therefore calls for greater international collaboration, and this conference therefore symbolizes strategic collaborative initiative between Nigerian Navy and other international maritime stakeholders.
Earlier in his remarks, the Chief of Naval Staff, Vice Admiral Awal Gambo, noted that this year's conference with the theme Optimizing Collaboration for Maritime Security and Socio-Economic Development in Africa is apt and timely. Admiral Gambo noted the rising need for effective collaboration in maritime policing, stressing that the current security threat in the Gulf of Guinea is of serious concern to Africa and the global community.
It is envisaged that this conference will provide a veritable platform to collectively perfect way forward in addressing the myriad of challenges in the maritime environment. It is therefore hoped that this forum will facilitate the much needed distance towards identifying viable concepts and constructive collaborative action plans that will support this strategic level initiative. The objective of the conference, therefore, is to elicit proper understanding and develop strategies that will enhance collective preparedness to meet present and emerging maritime challenges in an ever-changing strategic environment in the Gulf of Guinea and beyond.
He revealed that the Nigerian Navy has grown from an offshoot of the Nigerian Marines to a formidable component of the country's security architecture and a major player in the Gulf of Guinea security.
President Muhammadu Buhari has departed Madrid on a return journey to Abuja at the end of a 3-day state visit. President Buhari met with President Pedro Sanchez, as well as the Spanish monarch, His Majesty King Felipe V, in a meeting during which the three countries signed a 9 agreement and memorandum of understanding covering a treaty on mutual legal assistance in criminal matters and transfer of sentenced persons and extradition. Others were on economic and commercial cooperation, tourism, sports, health, the fight against COVID-19, science and innovation. Contrary to media reports that Abdul Hamid Olorufumi Mustafa has not withdrawn his petition challenging the conduct of May 26 of the All Progressive Congress governorship primaries in Lagos, the governorship aspirant has equally disclosed that the appeal panel of the party sought his cooperation to drop the challenge he mounted against the exercise to avoid a repeat of the Zamfara and Rivers State scenario of 2019 when the party ended without lawful governorship candidate in the two states. Speaking through his counsel, the legal practitioner Oluyide, the governorship aspirant requested the party's leadership to make public the outcome of screening exercise conducted for all aspirants in the state, which necessitated his alleged disqualification. The People's Democratic Party, PDP in Ogun, has reaffirmed that Ladi Adebute remains its candidate for the 2023 governorship elections in the state. The PDP chairman, Honorable Sakurula, stated this at a briefing in Abeokuta. He noted that the primary election that produced Adebute and other candidates were conducted in line with the electoral law and party guidelines. The PDP chairman therefore urged members of the party and the public to discountenance contrary report. He advised the aspirant who were not satisfied with the conduct and the outcome of the primary elections to seek legal redress.
This primary undoubtedly produced only one candidate for our party, and that is in person of Honorable Dr. Oladepopo Olatunde Adebutu, who emerged from the primary with 714 votes in his favor. On the strength of the above, I dare say that all party primary elections took place at the party's approved locations and venues as communicated to INEC, and same was duly monitored and observed by officers of Independent National Electoral Commission, officers of Nigerian police, and of course other security agencies. Anybody or group of persons hiding anywhere claiming to have emerged as PDP candidate at any level of the party primaries is merely living in fool's paradise.
The former Lagos State Governor and national leader of the All Progressive Congress APC, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, has revealed that over the last 25 years he had to forego his personal interest in selecting those who were in power across Nigeria. The presidential hopeful, who shared his political prowess while addressing members of the party at the presidential lodge in Abeokuta, Ogun State, noted that his political strength should be considered by delegates in their choice during the forthcoming APC primary election. In his remark, Ogun State Governor Dapo Abiodun, who had earlier declared his support for Osinbajo's candidature, refused to endorse Tinubu, hence told Tinubu that delegates from the state would do the right thing at the convention.
Tí ó bá sí àwa èmi tí ń dúró wájú yìí tí ń lérí ogun tí ní òkè Buhari nìṣó ká máa bá lọ. Kò lè di president. Ó ṣe kìíní olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kejì olùlẹ̀. Ó ṣe kẹta olùlẹ̀. Ó tiẹ̀ sunkún lórí tẹlifíṣàn pé láyé òun ò tún rán mọ́. Mo dẹ̀ lọ bá Kaduna wa rán ọ̀rọ̀ ẹkún kọ́ lélẹ̀. Àdúró tiẹ̀ wà á dẹ̀ wọlé. Nǹkan kan ní pé o ò ní fọ̀rọ̀ orílẹ̀-èdè Yorùbá ṣeré. Ó dẹ̀ gbà. Àtijọ́ tó rẹ̀ ti débẹ̀, mi ò gba mínísítà, mi ò gba contract, mi ì tọrọ ọbẹ̀, mi ì tọrọ gàrí, mi ì tọrọ fúra lọ́wọ́ ẹ̀, mi ì dẹ̀ ìyàwó ń bẹ̀. Mo wá ní lọ́tẹ̀ yìí o, Yorùbá ló kàn. Tá a bá dẹ̀ sa Yorùbá náà, èmi ló kàn. eléyìí tí mo protect àwọn ọmọ tí mo gbé dání tó èmi náà fẹ́ ṣe president. Mi ò fẹ́ kán pa mí mọ́tàn.
I do not have a doubt in my mind, and I'm sure there's no doubt in your mind as to why our leader has come. Our leader, our people have listened to you very well. I'm sure they've digested everything you've said. Rest assured that we will do the right thing. We shall do the right thing. You have justified and stated clearly why power must come to not just the South, but the Southwest.
As the ruling All Progressive Congress APC prepares for a special convention for presidential primary, the chairman of the Southern Nigeria's Governors Forum and Ondo State Governor Rotimi Akeredolu has charged the party to work hard to retain power by rotating the presidency to the south. Governor Akeredolu re-echoed the position of his colleagues in the Southern Nigeria's Governors Forum that power should be rotated to the south. A leader of the All Progressive Congress APC in Delta State, Barrister Wesley Tosin, looks confident that the APC and the governorship candidate, Ovie Omoagege, will clinch power from the ruling PDP in the state. In an interview with our correspondent Friday Akpejuro in Asaba, the state capital, Tosin noted that Omoagege has a sound character and was elected through the will of the people and not money bags.
You need to see what is happening here. You go to the grassroots. Some of them who are not here today, you know that Omoagege is a name, is a household name for everything he has done. Even the zone he does not represent, he has been able to bring development strides to those zones. And I think the acceptance is very, very high, very, very high. Character, and not just character, very, very impeccable character. We're not talking about maybe a system or a charade that has brought somebody into power or as a flag bearer. You can see what is happening. No money here spreading around. This is the will of the people to bring to vote for somebody who they believe in their hearts that will deliver Delta State from this present charade that we're presently experiencing. Delta State should please watch out. They shouldn't lose faith, because what everybody is saying in the social media now is the way money was being paraded from the other side. But this is what we have here. It is not a bazaar like I call it. It is a process that has been aggregarized.
As the race to the 2023 general elections gather momentum, Nigerian youth have been urged to get their permanent voters' cards and vote in young candidates who can push their interests forward. This formed part of the communique reached by the National Youth Coalition at the end of their two-day youth interactive session on the 2023 general election. The Southwest coordinator of the group, Sheyi Ogunride, maintained that the prohibitive cost of nomination form and the current practice of making older people presidential candidates of political parties is a direct assault on the youth. The group condemned the failure of some political parties to follow the demands of Nigerian youth for a generational shift in leadership for the next presidential election.
The Nigerian youth will ignore, avoid, and not vote political parties that field candidates that are above 55 years of age as their presidential candidates. The Nigerian youth shall mobilize for support and vote parties that field only young candidates, especially presidential candidates. That we have decided to say no to old candidates and to support young candidates. Therefore, today we launch our hashtag No to Ancestors Presidents, and we demand young president political movement towards the 2023 election.
We demand from APC and PDP and any other political party to give us a
young, vibrant candidate, less than 50 years. It happened in France, it can happen in Nigeria. So there's nothing stopping us in Nigeria to also field a candidate who is below 50. And in every political rally and political party activities, our youth is their machinery. They use some of our youth to hijack ballot boxes instead of them to encourage them to participate in contesting election.
We know and we have seen that these people keep recycling themselves. And they have never given us any special way forward. We remain in the same situation. The dreams of our forefathers were not like this. They worked very hard when they were very young, when they were in our age. How old was Awolowo at that time? 20-something.
And to other parts of Africa, Chad has declared a food emergency in the country, even as a meeting between the AU chairperson and the chairman of the AU Commission and the Russian president is scheduled for today. A decree signed by the chief of the military transition, Harmat Idris Dabi, stated that the government has called on all national and international partners to help the population, citing a constant deterioration of food and multi-nutritional situation and growth risks of food scarcity if no assistance was given to the Sahelian nation. And outside Africa, declaring enough, U.S. President Joe Biden has urged Congress to ban assault weapons, expand background checks, and implement other sensible gun control measures to address a string of mass shootings, that have struck the United States. Speaking from the White House in a speech broadcast live in primetime, Biden asked the country stunned by the recent shootings of school children in Texas and the medical building in Oklahoma and at the Buffalo, New York grocery store how much it would take.
The gun industry special protections are outrageous. It must end. And let there be no mistake about the psychological trauma that gun violence leaves behind. Imagine being that little girl, that brave little girl in Uvalde, who smeared blood off her murdered friend's body onto her own face to lie still among the corpses in her classroom and pretend she was dead in order to stay alive. Imagine what it'd be like for her to walk down the hallway of any school again. Imagine. This time, we have to take the time to do something. And this time, it's time for the Senate to do something. But as we know, in order to get anything done in the Senate, we need a minimum of 10 Republican senators. I support the bipartisan efforts that include a small group of Democrats and Republican senators trying to find a way. But my God, the fact that the majority of the Senate Republicans don't want any of these proposals even to be debated or come up for a vote, I find unconscionable. We can't fail the American people again.
Prosecutors investigating war crimes cases in Ukraine are examining allegation of forcible deportation of children to Russia since the invasion as they seek to build a genocide indictment. International humanitarian law classifies the forced mass deportation of people during a conflict as a war crime. Forcibly transferring children in particular qualifies as genocide, the most serious of war crimes under the 1948 Genocide Convention that outlaw intent to destroy in a whole or in parts a national, ethnic, racial, or religious group. The Prosecutor General Irina Vindictor, who is overseeing multiple war crimes inquirers in Ukraine, said there have been more than 20 cases of forcible transfer of people to Russia from various regions across Eastern European countries since the invasion began. And in business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria, CBN, has issued the final draft of guidelines for setting up bank-neutral cash hubs, as contained in a recently released circular by the Apex Bank. The bank-neutral cash hubs seeks to reduce cost and improve operational efficiency in Nigeria's cash management value chain. The Nigerian cash management system was created by the Central Bank of Nigeria in collaboration with the Bankers Committee, and it leads to the creation of bank-neutral cash hubs to cut costs and increase operational efficiency in the Nigerian cash management value chain. And in entertainment, talented Nollywood star Lateef Adedimeji has revealed that he has always prayed to appear as a cameo actor in any of Tunde Kalani's movie, but got himself a lead role in Anyela. According to the 36-year-old actor, working with Kalani has been a long-term desire, reminiscing on how he got the role and working with the producer and director. Adedimeji said it was a very tough and challenging experience. And in sports news, after kicking the African champions, the Tigers, out of the 2022 FIBA Women's Basketball World Cup, the Federation of International Basketball Association has threatened further sanction against Nigeria. The decision to have a Nigerian banned from the World Cup in Sydney, Australia, came after the federal government withdrew from the international basketball competition. A week after the withdrawal, FIBA, in a letter addressed to the factional Nigerian Basketball Federation President Mustafa Mohamed Kida, signed by Jimmy Lamboy, head of the legal FIBA, dated May 18, 2022, warned Nigerian possible sanction. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Many thanks for watching. I am Messi Bopo.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days
the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station, Plus TV Africa, and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Osinbajo and we have a full house. Hello, ladies. Who are we starting with? Rich Auntie vibes. Yeah, see Godwin.
I'm just here to bring color to the conversation. Nothing else.
There?
Nothing else. Because Uwa is doing what she knows how to do best.
What did I do now?
Bringing topic that is vain.
Very vain.
According to you.
No more than no vex.
Totally vain.
You know, once in a while we have to touch on these vain topics. Why? Because it also affects the youth that we are trying to appeal to, right? So more than no vex for me.
No problem. You're fine.
Oti Elu, I've not seen you this week.
Yes, ma'am.
Present. Who is our spokesperson for today's show?
Look.
Namaste.
Like, I second that.
I really don't understand why.
In the middle of both of us.
I really don't understand why I'm the spokesperson.
Because we don't know zilch about this topic.
Really?
We know you're very knowledgeable.
Okay.
You are exposed. In fact, you know the headquarters of the BBS.
Okay.
So you put us through, right?
Apparently, folks, I know so.
Lucy, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you.
You will not kiss someone. Allow me to be vain. Just one topic. You are complaining since morning. Let us be vain. It's all right. But honestly speaking, I thought it was worth discussing, right? Because again, it's something that is not going anywhere.
I agree.
We think this thing was foreign before.
Yes.
But all of a sudden, it's everywhere in your faces. You go everywhere in Lekki.
Totally.
It's almost like everybody's doing it.
It's the trend.
Yeah, you hardly find people that, haven't gone under the knife.
Or are not interested in it.
Worrisome for me now are young girls. They've never had kids. They've not done anything, like they're just, everything that they're thinking about is how they want to look. I know a 17-year-old girl. Because I remember going to the hospital, one of these hospitals, with one of my friends.
Yeah.
When we saw a young girl, she was just 17 and her boyfriend.
And they're going to do...
I'm telling you, she had done her arms, she had done her waist.
17?
She was 17.
Key
But
question,
if
is she on the
17.
is she on the big side?
She's on the big side,
Oh.
right? She's on the big side. So
She should have gone to the gym.
So that's why we're having the conversation.
I mean, it's a sign of the times. Let's be honest. We live in a very visual world now.
Yeah.
Social media has upped the game.
Yeah.
People want to be seen for as much as 5 seconds of fame doesn't even mean 5 seconds anymore. You're lucky if you get a whole full second. But people are really trying to be in the spotlight.
Thank
you.
So it's not going anywhere. I like when you say it's everywhere. I love Nigerians, we're consistent. Whatever we enter,
we entered
fully and we die. So we take over. I mean, a couple of weeks ago, we talked about weddings, where we started and where we are now. And this is the same thing. So the fact is, right across the world, culturally it has changed. So Caucasians at one point, they were known by their signature flat bomb. And then Kim Kardashian came along and
you see why you are spokesperson? Hold that thought.
You're doing a good job.
You've already started the precedent.
Please drink water.
All right, so as you already know what we're discussing BBL. That for those that don't understand what BBL, even me, I had to Google it. I didn't know. But Brazilian butt lift. You want to have big bum perky. That's what we're discussing today, right? And here's what we found as today's quote. I don't have a problem with someone having plastic surgery, but I think it's crazy for everyone to have the same body. This was from Eva Green. Now, a young woman named Christabel allegedly died as a result of complications developed after an unsuccessful Brazilian butt lift carried out in Lagos. Now, her friend went on to Twitter to call out the plastic surgery clinic, claimed that Christabel complained of bleeding after her surgery and was advised the bleeding was normal, only for it to eventually take her life. Now, so it's our ladies' night out. So you already know Uti, Isi, Elsie, and I will be discussing, and we're asking this question: why is Brazilian butt lift so lucrative in Nigeria? That's the question. And when we open our phone lines, we really love to hear, because I want to hear from the men. They say they are doing this bomb because of you people. I want to know if it is true. You know, what is really the rave about a big butt, right? But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news. You are still watching Ways. Now, a day to honor the oldest profession across the world is June 2nd and is observed as International Sex Workers Day. What a great way to match the topic. Marked to raise awareness against the rampant exploitation of sex workers and the terrible condition they live in, the day highlights the abuse and victimization of the workers. Now, on June 2nd, 1975, hundreds of sex workers had gathered in Saint Nizier Church in Lyon, France, expressing their frustration and fury over their criminalized and exploitative living conditions. Now, their demand included freedom from police harassment, a fair investigation into murders of sex workers, reopening of hotels for their work, and so on. Now, going on a strike for 8 days, the workers had launched a media campaign which became one of the first right movements for sex workers across Europe. Now, inspired by the occasion in Lyon, other sex workers occupied churches in Paris, Marseille, Grenoble, Saint Etienne, Montpellier, and after gaining momentum and support from political leaders and feminists and human rights groups, and the day was first commemorated in 1995. The focus is to develop concrete policy recommendations to be implemented at local, national, international levels for sex workers. So, happy International Sex Workers Day. Let me jot something down that I will bring back much later. All right, so you see that even sex workers are complaining that this BBL is spoiling market for them.
How is
but
it spoiling market
I'll
for
come
them?
back to that. I'll come back to that.
All
right, so
I believe that it is time for, I wouldn't say that it's a bad profession. I would say that they have their challenges, which you've already highlighted.
Yeah.
And I would also state that we should also be we should express some sort of empathy towards them and their plight, because nobody knows why they went into that profession in the first place. So nobody should judge them over it, and they should appreciate them, because believe it or not, these women or these men, they are doing a lot of work.
It's a profitable profession.
Yes.
Very profitable, and they are helping save a lot of homes.
That's why I said they're doing a lot of work.
Moving on.
Today, not today. Oh God. Who's taking the first time?
You see, what's your story?
Like I said, I keep walking away from Nigerian news, and however, this is not a pleasant one, because it's all about xenophobia, and we know that xenophobia has been in South Africa for God knows when. And this is the headline that got my attention, says South Africans take law into their own hands to drive out foreigners. And this caused the South African president to say that he is deeply disturbed that the citizens of South Africa are actually abusing or causing the immigrants in South Africa problems. And they're making life kind of difficult for them to actually live in South Africa. They steal from them, they threaten them, they harass them in different ways. And currently, the name, according to the story, the name wasn't given as the actual name, but this person is actually from Mozambique, and he said that he's just living by God's grace, because these individuals come to the shop and steal his things, but still he keeps going, that he's not even sure that, he has another day. So I don't know why the South Africans are all doing this. And I have to call back memory to when we had the 2019 xenophobia attack, when they actually attacked Nigerians there, and it was like a tit for tat, which led to a lot of ruckus and civil unrest in South Africa. Yes.
Even in Nigeria.
Even in Nigeria.
A lot of malls were vandalized in the name of solidarity.
But they didn't attack the South Africans. But they went, But however, I just wanted to call the South Africans to have some level of humanity in them. We have our challenges. We all know that that blacks have their problems. We all know that what is causing the problem currently, according to the article, is the fact that 1 out of every 3 South African, or 2 out of every 3 South African is out of a job. And these individuals say that their jobs are taken by immigrants.
Guess what? The other people are not your problem. And I think until Africans begin to understand that you cannot win this standing alone. We can only win it when we unite together.
That's
nobody's taking your job. I can't complain that somebody's taking my job when I'm not competent to handle that job.
Exactly. Why don't they ask these individuals, what are you doing right, so that we too can do the same thing?
We'll move on.
It's as simple as that. I think that's the black man mentality still playing out there.
Okay, Uti.
So, just to say, jungle justice.
Yeah.
It's not a Nigerian problem.
It's a global issue.
But I don't know if I'm going to depress you or give you some context, because, again, we're not unique. When you're talking about this, I always think about what the cause is.
Yeah.
So if there's xenophobia, we didn't just wake up today and we hate people. There's a reason.
Yeah.
Either we've identified these people as taking away opportunities that we think we have.
Yeah.
And dare I say that's the case. And I remember, I think it was the late 1400s or early 1500s, so that you will know that this problem is going to be around for a good long while, because it's been around for a while.
Yeah. Totally, I agree.
I think it's late 1400s.
But that's actually escalated during the 2000s, actually.
No, I want to give you some context of how far back this problem.
Okay.
Late 1400s or early 1500s. So this is around the time of
slave trade.
King Henry VII, so the one that came before Henry VIII, that had 6 wives.
Okay.
There was riots back then when the foreigners just started to come into London, bringing in their cheaper meats and cheaper, so people coming from France across
Europe,
the channel. It caused riots. That was like 600, my math is not so good now, 600 years plus years ago, or 500 plus. So, we're coming.
It's not today.
So my story is just a quick follow-up on the current situation happening with the Okada ban. So, of course, we all know that as it took effect yesterday. So yesterday was June 1st. So the 6 local governments have now had Okadas banned. I didn't go out yesterday, so I didn't see the effect. But today, so just coming out between my house and trying to get to the Lekki Express, all I saw was just droves of people walking. And in fact, it took me a few minutes. Like, I'd gone past and I was like, why are there so many people
walking?
And I realized that people were walking. So this story just says that Lekki residents urge sustainability. So of course we know this is not the first time Okada has been banned in the state, but the Lekki Estates Residents Stakeholders Association has asked the Lagos State government to sustain the ban on Okada activities, and they're basically calling, this was the president of the association calling on the government to say that this is a commendable act, and that we should ensure that it's sustained, of course, to maintain the peace and sanitize the motorways. Why I picked this story was just because, like I said, I saw a drove of people walking today, and I know we've talked about this on the show before, how the concept of the last mile, so, you know, now we're so used to Okadas taking you to your door, and I mean, that's not necessarily the best case scenario. So when we look at other countries outside of Nigeria, you don't usually have transportation right up to your door. There's a bus stop and then you walk to your house, or a train station and then you walk to your house. But the challenge for me is we don't have a robust enough transportation system. So the distances that people are required to walk to get to bus stops, it's a lot. If you just take, for instance, anybody that is, let me think of somewhere, Lekki has been banned now, but yeah, even just take Lekki, but Lekki even has buses. Let me say Chevron Drive, for example. If you live at the end of Chevron Drive, it's a long walk to actually get to Chevron bus stop on the express. So I just think that, yes, this was a reaction based on the lynching of the man that was killed. But like we said, jungle justice is not new. And we can't keep using what I like to call unimaginative solutions. If people knew that there were consequences for their actions and people were held responsible, in the old days, they used to chop off people's heads and stick them on a spike and leave the head there so we are deterred. So we need proper systems to manage problems rather than creating more problems.
You know, when you talked about Chevron Drive, all I kept thinking in my head is, Lagos is where you see people waking up at 4:30 in the morning.
Security.
So imagine having to walk that distance. At that time. I mean, I've heard of people being robbed, stabbed, and all of that.
They were being robbed when there was bikes. Now the bike men have no food and nothing to eat. And
so they really need to find something that will, you know, I know in Magodo Estate, for instance, at some point they had to ban all the Okadas. But what they then did was created Magodo shuttle buses.
Exactly.
So imagine if we then have shuttle buses. But again, you must, because again, see, let me tell you something. The menace that these Okada people have is too much.
It's real.
So it's real, right? So there has to be a very sane solution.
Exactly. So they're a response to a problem, and that problem hasn't been solved.
Absolutely.
I guess it's opportunities for people.
For people to
business
think about
opportunities to start.
I just say maybe the government
shuttles.
Do shuttle businesses and let the government give them easy, what's it called, licensing and all of those things, so that it makes it easy for them to start quickly, so that they don't have to wait and, you know, there's no downtime. But Elsie, your story.
Okay, so my story is history related, and I guess a life well lived as well. Custodian of Olumorok deity dies at 137.
Oh wow!
No way!
Oh wow!
So the custodian of the deity, popularly known as Olumorok in Abeokuta, Ogun State, Sinotu Sani, known as Iya Olumo, is dead. Iya Olumo, that's the mother goddess of the rock, died on Wednesday. She was 137.
Oh, wow.
Her son confirmed her passing to Premium Times on Thursday. He said his mother died at her Itoko residence in Abeokuta after a brief illness. In the history of the Abeokuta settlers, Egba people revered the mountain for the natural refuge it created for them during the 19th century intertribal warfare. It is widely believed that the rock, which is being worshipped by traditionalists in Abeokuta, is inhabited by spirits. The rock has also become a site attraction to tourists both within and outside Abeokuta. His son said Mama lived in one of the enclaves under the rock for more than 40 years, where she served the god of the rocks. She would have been 135 in August.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
So she was the mother of the deity. We're going to miss her a lot.
We'll miss her. And I wish, okay, so the time I visited Olumorok, I wish I had, climbed all the way. Because I hear that there's a point where you get that you meet.
I have a feeling I met her when I was very small.
Right,
like,
because
I went on an excursion.
There was one lungu that people were entering, but I didn't have the energy to climb. So I did, and again, I think, what I was wearing was not
acceptable.
Yeah, it wasn't suitable to climb. I wasn't wearing a pant trousers. I was wearing a skirt, and it was a bit pencil. So I just said, it's not me. You guys should go ahead.
Yeah.
All right, so my story is actually somehow linked to what we're talking about today. But I just felt it's two ways though. Okay, so this I don't know who have been following all this drama. These days I don't know. I started following Gossip Matter. Cubana chief priest. There's one guy, I can't remember his name, has been yabbing him about summer body and all of that. He's quite on the big side, right? Yeah. So I thought it would be important to talk about it since we're talking body today. So he was saying that he moved as an Adidas boy to a Balenciaga boss. He said fat for me is a definition of rich. You can only whatever if you're broke and all of that. And he says that if he wanted to go back to the old body that you're seeing there, that he would need to start fasting and prayer. I just want to give a little counsel to Chief Priest. It's my 2 cents. I just want to beg your guy. So this is the mindset that a lot of Africans have, especially Nigerians. They believe pot belly is a sign of big manism. It shows that you are doing well, but it's actually sickness that you have piled up in your body, right? So first of all, I do not subscribe to this saying that being slim means that you are broke. No, I mean healthy lifestyle. We've seen so many people that passed on just because of their weight. When when the doctors see you and they tell you that you need to shed some pounds, it means that if you do not do it, you're going to die. So there's no two ways about it. But on the other flip side,
your counsel is too long. Just tell him to go and read up on recross.
As
simple as ABC.
Yeah.
I mean, the recross that was, he felt, bigness is his trademark and his style.
He's actually lost a lot of weight.
He has lost his walking.
It's only recross. Adele, there are so many. Everybody's losing weight.
Why are you talking too much on this matter? Don't worry, his doctors will inform you.
His doctors will inform you, right?
I don't know why you are paying attention to Cubana.
His doctors will inform me, but because we are discussing body matter today, that you people don't want to discuss. But we're going to discuss it after the break. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating. And successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
All right, so Brazilian butt lift is a surgery that will let you restore a full and shapy backside. It will let you achieve the desired hourglass shape by delivering you a slimmer waist and rounder buttocks. Now, previously, buttocks implants were popular, especially in the Western world, where most women had really, really flat bum. Now, silicone implants were used to attain bigger butts. However, Brazilian butt lift started taking center stage, and it is gaining a lot of popularity globally because it is believed, right, in quotes, to have more advantages over the Botox implant, as one's body fat is being used instead of silicones that were used in the past. Now, but is this really better, and why is it so lucrative in Nigeria? Now, some of those Nigerian celebrities like the ex-Big Brother housemate, Chloe, Alex, the actress Halima Abubakar, I think Anita Joseph as well, a few people that have come out, right, to share their opinions and advice, ladies, on the BBL. So now, because of this BBL transaction that is becoming a pandemic, the ways ladies also want to lend our voice on this matter, whether they like it or not. And we want to really hear from you as well, right? Let's hear what your thoughts are on this. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-8663. You can also tweet at us at WaysHowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow. So I always believe in, instead of saying, don't do this, you know, and this is my principle. If you understand the why as to why things are like this, maybe you can then walk it back to how you can then probably put a stop or minimize, or, do you understand? If somebody's addicted to something, you don't just go, stop being addicted to this. You must ask why. How does it make you feel? What is the high that you get from this and all of that? Then maybe you can then walk that person gradually out of that addiction. And talking about addiction, I've seen that body enhancement surgeries, right, have become almost an addiction. So I was wondering, and I just sat down and I'm asking myself, why is this so? Because, I mean, I've heard stories like I wasn't getting any role, I wasn't getting any attention. The people now in the music industry and the movie industries, no attention was given to me. I wasn't getting the big roles and all of that. So as soon as I did this, I started getting the numbers, I started getting calls and all of that. And you see this play out. I mean, case in point, there are so many celebrities I can't even begin to name. But let me even start with the one that everybody knows very well about, and they're always yabbing her about her body, Toke Makinwa. When she did, when she was flat-chested, flat-bum, you know, she was making waves, but not as much as, you know. Yes, and go and check on Instagram, because people are complaining and shouting, this is that. If people are not doing it, why are they like, it almost seems like there was a no success story, then immediately you do it, there's a success story. So I wanted to find out from you ladies, what are your thoughts? Why do you think this is actually so lucrative in Nigeria, and why is it everywhere? It seems like everybody just wants to have that perfect hourglass shape. What are we going to start with?
So before we start, there was something you said you were going to talk about relating International Sex Day to our conversation.
Oh yeah, I was going to say that a lot of sex workers are also complaining that people that have done the body enhancement surgery, they're taking businesses away from them, because now they have moved prostitution online. So it's now an online business. You just go after you finish your surgery.
Everything is moving with technology.
Sex workers are complaining that, you know, because they stand on the streets, they are waiting for customers. This one, you just go, you swipe, send a DM.
It's a profession, like you said, and all profession is
innovation. Yeah, it's innovation.
Okay, I would of course allow our spokesperson to speak, because honestly I don't have a lot to say. But I just want to correct something, because I mean, I'm not Toke Makinwa's friend or anything, but I know her journey, and it has been consistent for a long time and hardworking. So yes, maybe this BBL adds to people talking about her and doing some things, but I'm not going to sort of reduce her success to just being about her butt lifts, because I've known that babe for a long time. That's all I have to say. Over to you.
Before she takes over, you know, when she takes over, it is that. In fact, that's the end of the whole show. Okay. So let me just quickly put in my sneak peek, my snippet. Basically, what I think is not about insecurity, because people say, oh, these individuals that go into it, they are insecure, that's why they actually do it. However, I think that, like Uti said in her introduction, she said that social media has taken everything. You get a lot of attention, and you stated it, you get a lot of attention when you show that body, and your body is, you know, almost impeccable, and of course, the male folk, the female folk would envy you or would want to be with you. I think these are the key reasons that, you know, actually push these individuals to do it, or these ladies to actually go into it. And another thing is this, that, you know, when they feel that for some reason their body is not perfect, they would want to also go into something like that. It's not a crime for somebody to, you know, do something to enhance their look. However, you know, if it's to the detriment of the health of that individual, that is where there is a clause, there is a problem for me.
Okay. So let me reply Elsie first before I come back to Uti. Because you see, when I mentioned someone like Toke Makinwa, I've not dismissed her work and her journey in terms of the input that she's had with her work, the craft that she has as an on-air personality. She started from radio. She has a lot of accolades accredited to her. I'm saying that if you check her journey, before and after the body enhancement is a tremendous leap. It is completely wide. The gap is wide. And you can't, so take all these big brother people that, you know, go into the big brother house, nobody, next thing, they go and do the surgery. You see, it's like, it's an automatic flip. Everybody just wants to follow them. Everybody wants, do you understand? So the fame, guess what? The fame, you know, maybe it was here before. It just goes overnight. It's an exponential fame that they experience. And that is, for me, that's why I feel that a lot of people, even people that are not even like your TV face personality, are trying to do that. They use it to do their business. But let me come to Uti. So it's not, I'm not dismissing her craft. I'm not dismissing her career. I'm saying to you that if you check the growth, and this is not just her, go and check across every one of them. Nancy Sime has done her own. You will see that there is a tremendous, and they pay attention. You understand? So you can't dismiss that. Let us be factual. If you want to break down this conversation, nobody is saying that you are not doing your job well. You will do your job well.
No, maybe if you use somebody else that is not Toke Makinwa, maybe I won't be bothered, because I know that for every action there's a reaction. And when it comes to how the media works, when you do things that make people talk about you, I mean, you have the larger group of people on social media shouting, why are you going to do your body? Self-esteem, blah, blah, blah. And in doing that conversation, you are giving them the talking value that you need to actually survive in the showbiz. So actually, yes, it works for them, because when you do that and you bring eyeballs to yourself, especially when we feel like the body is not proportionate, or we are talking and we're like, there's this change, this person is looking different. There is a difference it will bring. But I mean, you mentioned someone who went to Big Brother. What's her name now?
Nengi.
No, not Nengi. Mercy.
Okay.
A lot has been said that if she didn't have that body, of course, she was open about it from the very beginning, that I did this body to get to that point, right? If she didn't get it that way, she probably won't be the winner, being able to do the whole twerking and whatnot on the show, right? That is, I understand. But all I'm saying is, or all I was trying to say was that this is somebody that we have seen her journey over 10 years, right? Yes, there are people who do it, and that is their turning point. And I can tell you that there are people that have done it, they still never see money to service the way that they do. So let's not even have that narrative that once you do it, your life changed, because it's sort of also going to defeat the purpose of why you even want us to have this conversation, which is to also help people understand that, yes, it helps you get your self-esteem, but that's not the all and be all of success at the end of the day.
Well, let me hear Uti's thoughts.
We all want to hear it.
I don't know what you people think I'm going to say, but okay. So, like I said, Nigerians have a wonderful, we're consistent, right? We take it to the hilt, then we continue till we fall off. BBL is predicated on liposuction. So we take fat out of one part of your body and we put it in one part of your body. So namely, we suck up the tummy and we put it in the backside. Liposuction, first of all, is not new. We have lost a first lady to it, by the way. So, just for context, that we know that this is not new. And this is not a unique to Nigeria problem. I always like to give context. Globally, 2015 to date, BBL as a procedure has grown 77.6%.
That's it.
It is one of the most dangerous surgeries you can do. Because I know that when we talk about it, and that for me is probably where I want to start, because we need people to understand that this thing is no joke. We're talking about somebody that died. You know, because it's become so popular, it's so easy to think it's run of the mill, like you're brushing your teeth or whatever. Let's be clear that this is real life-threatening surgery.
Even the recovery process is crazy.
Yes. So there is a journey. People understand. If you even look at the genesis of plastic surgery, there's a reason why it's called Brazilian for a reason, because the genesis of surgery itself was to eradicate the signs of race. So, you know, in Brazil, they have the whites, they have the blacks. The whole thing was predicated on eugenics, trying to cleanse. And this is where this thing has come from. And this was a doctor who then started this process and has taught it around the world. But I like to look at turning points in culture, right? I keep saying, for me, Kim Kardashian was the first person.
Oh yes, the entire keeping up with the Kardashian show.
Caucasians and white people became obsessed with, because if you think about the supermodels of the early 80s
Kate
and
Moss, they were skinny.
The ideal aesthetic of a white woman then was stick with big boobs. So breast implants and boob jobs were the most popular surgery back then. But what happened was we started to see a shift, right? Where people like the Kardashians came on the scene. Hip-hop culture.
Absolutely.
What they call those girls? Video vixens. Started to change the narrative. So then it became interesting, like it was interesting to be thick. So before we all wanted to be stick thin, that was all the magazines were selling, and then big boobs. And then that changed. So the narrative, the Nicki Minaj's of the world, they changed that narrative. And of course, the minute media is powerful. Industries are powerful. The fashion industry, the beauty industry. So the narrative changed. So of course, we were coming off models, the controversy around models being super skinny and models being, people eating cotton wool to stay thin, all of that. And then here came a more profitable narrative. The influencer was born. Kim K and her family. At one point, I think she did x-rays.
Yes, to prove that there was no implant in her butt. Yes.
But because you've moved fat, who can prove whether they actually had? Because, they're half Armenian. Armenia is a European country, so it's not like yes, it has some Middle Eastern, but it's not like they are known for...
The way the bomb is.
Yes. But what happened was the influencer was born, the digital space came, and then it was cheap. In Nigeria, it's 3 million circa. Abroad, $3,500, $5,000, $5,500, depending on where you go.
And you can take
for the surgery.
For it.
Right? You can take a loan for it. I remember when they started that in the UK too. So the fact is, we have created an enabling environment for the output, and we've created an enabling environment for the input because it's cheap. So when we want to talk Naira and Kobo, dollar and cents, what's the return on investment? Whether people are arguing token, no token, it's made high, no made high. We have a whole host of celebrities.
Yes.
Before I knew we were going to talk about this topic, we're talking about a very popular actress. A few days ago, and I was saying that, my friend was like, but she always had a big bum. I said, no, come with me, come closer, come to Instagram. I can tell you exactly when she did it and when it happened. So the silhouette, when we used to watch cartoons, if you remember that silhouette of Betty Boop or Jessica Rabbit, the figure 8 curves, big boobs, hips, hourglass, and everything. Now, the narrative has come to the fact where that is now the desirable. You talked about Obi Kubana, right?
Yes.
Obi Kubana now is going back to the old narrative. Nigeria, when you have money, fat was the sign of you having money. Then what did that transition happen? Darigo won Miss, Agbani won Miss, and we all realized, whoa, skinny is lush, healthy is everything. I remember coming back to Nigeria, and right at the airport, I saw somebody stretching leg. I was like, what's going on here? They say we fit farming. That's the first time I heard it. But so this transition now is that globally they've gone the other way. We've gone from you now hear descriptions of thick. Somewhere between slim and fat, there is thick. But thick is a reference to the lower regions, the hips, the thighs, and all of that. So we've had a shift. So first of all, the shift is not a Nigerian shift. No,
it's that's global,
clear. It's a global shift. And it is now a shift that is our influencers digitally, which is why your sex workers, you need to scale up. You need to keep with the times if you want to stay in business. That's how businesses thrive. They go with the times.
Issue for them.
But the fact is, these people have changed, and the media followed. The beauty industries followed because they realized how lucrative these influencers were. People were paying. I remember, what's that club in Las Vegas? Is it Club Tao? For how many years in a row they paid Kim Kardashian an obscene amount of money to come and celebrate her birthday there. She didn't pay them. They paid her to come and sit in the VIP on the balcony, drink very expensive champagne, hold a mic for a few minutes and say, hello everybody, thank you for coming to party with me on my birthday. Oh my God. And when we were back to the show, so was she the one that came to Nigeria? The plane was still on. So people were upset when she came. I was like, what did you expect her to do? Did you ever watch her show? This is exactly what she did, an appearance. I'm so happy you came out to party with me and my family. Oh my God. That's it. She don't do nothing else. She's not famous for anything else. She's an influencer. But because these industries realized that the influencers had become, in fact, the fashion models now needed to learn how to become influencers to stay relevant.
Absolutely.
Totally.
So the influencers came in and they changed the narrative. So, excuse me, when you influence, you are influencing the masses. You go sell it. So people now, it's in your faces every day.
Absolutely.
It's like I was saying, you know, we don't respect our celebrities. We just take Nasi, Sime, Toke. We're just calling their names anyhow. Like you recall, what's her name? Give me one popular actress, Julia Roberts. Or you, I mean, those are Hollywood. I mean, you people should reference your Nollywood.
Let me reference our celebrities. We want to open our phone line. Stay with us. We'll be right back. All right, thanks for staying with us. Now, if you just tuned into our Ladies' Night Out, and we are asking, why is Brazilian butt lift so lucrative right now in Nigeria? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at WaysHowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaysShow. Our phone line is now open. Remember, the number to call is 07025007749, and turn off the volume of your television set when you're calling. Uti, I'd like you to conclude, but I want to ask this question. The why. We've not answered the why. You know, so there's a global thing, right? I know it's a global trend, and I know all this thickness and all of that started with Kardashian, because I remember that time we used to watch. My sister loves Kardashian before, so I would always watch it, and I know that I saw those episodes where they would go and sit on a scanner just to scan the butt, just to prove that they didn't have implants on. Then they were not letting out their secrets.
It's just Kim K, though.
No, I think Chloe did it, and
not Chloe.
Courtney.
No, Courtney has the kids. Chloe did it.
And two of them, they were always sitting on the scanner to scan the bum to prove to the world that they bought. You know, then they were still keeping it under low key until, of course, they now saw that this might be a business. I'm sure a lot of doctors paid them to make it a big deal for people. So I want to ask the why in Nigeria. Okay. So youngest old man from Lagos.
Oh wow!
Thank you for calling. Let's hear what you have to say.
Good evening.
Good evening. Volume.
You see, this is your topic. The thing I kind of felt for the lady that lost her life in trying to make her nature look more better than the way heavens created it. It's okay. Now it's in the rain. But for me, I kind of advise people, because one funny thing about Nigerians is that we don't really go after consequences. We only go after the results. So it's natural about us. We are stubborn to that extent. So honestly, when people are talking now, I think we should be just for example now, doing the other thing in the other room for the younger ones. I think instead of telling them not to do it, you tell them the safest way to do it. Because even if you say they should not do it, they will still do it. True. So I have to use that terms to advise the younger ones coming up. I think the organizations or anybody involved should see how we can imply insurance into this system. Where you want to go and do such thing, the insurance company will come in and give you a life insurance. It's going to help them to checkmate the safety of what we are going into. Because when you have a life insurance, that is already helping you to be safe on one ground. Then on the other hand, even if you buy, the people who suffer from morning till night, the woman will carry you for 9 months for belly, and other people who are around, you go get small thing where they go tell you belly, because maybe not be the breadwinner or the pancake winner or the pure water winner in the family. So that you pay not too much. But if you choose to follow the hard way, which is not the only way, and you buy on that, then the insurance company will just pay. And somebody will get something to when you are crying, the tears will not be wavy.
Thank you.
Because this is pure wasting of life. That is my understanding.
Thank you. So what I understand he was saying is that, whether we like it or not, people will still do it. So let's not tell them that don't do it. Let us just tell them safe ways to do it. Yeah. And that's the truth. That's what you talked about Turkey.
Yeah. So, I mean, first of all, it's a risk you're assuming yourself. So, no insurance going to cover you, by the way. So to come back to the why, right? We understand now that if you follow the trend, Nigerians, we follow the trends and we are quite dedicated to following trends. So it has hit our shores. Now, why is it now taking hold rapid fire? First, there's access. We talk about how to do it safely. A few years ago, there was one plastic surgeon on social media in Lagos. Now, this was the one on in VI, the man. I won't call the name of the brand, but he started it. And I think he returned from either the UK or the US, and he opened his clinic. And then all of a sudden, more and more started popping up. Who was the lady who
that people died?
The lady, right. So we started to see this clinic where somebody died now is in Mende in Maryland. I mean, just the name alone concerns me. But they have 35 or almost 40,000 followers on social media. Wow. So it became accessible. And even though 3 million is a lot of money, it is also not a lot of money in context. So like we said, this surgery is not a particularly expensive one. So there's access. There is motive. Social media is remember I said influencers. You see the people whose lives you want to have on social media. Yeah. Living these lives, and you want it. One of the key areas that I think we talked about it when we had Obina on the show. Some fashion designers have used their bodies, done their bodies, and used their bodies to sell their outfits. Yeah. That is a strategy to market. Yeah. Just so this is for you to understand the whys of different people. You already talked about the actresses and the celebrities. It adds to the value. There is now a certain aesthetic that we want to see. Yeah. So producers, directors, all of these people, they want to see it. So if you're serious about the industry at some point, like Youngest Old Man said, it's the trend. You will either give in.
In fact, sorry, my darling. There's a particular movie, I will tell you people after the show, that what I heard at the end of the day was because of that role, they were going to give her the lead role. She was not particularly qualified for that movie. And that movie didn't do so well. But because she had gone to do her body, right, they gave her that role. Because you're supposed to look a specific...
A certain type of way.
So it's all about the visual.
Exactly. And that's what I'm trying to say, that we're a very visual culture. Look at the AMVCAs now. Picture, it's like, you have a choice. Either you see one that was marginally well done, or a lot of them are botched, by the way. When you see it, you know that. Because it's a very unnatural aesthetic. Your waist is thin. And then it's like somebody just, as you were going, someone just threw a ball at you and it's stuck. That's what it looks like. And I mean, to each their own. If that's the aesthetic that you like, it's great. This is not a body shaming situation. But there are very viable reasons today why people are doing it. And let's not kid people, it's profitable. The people who have done it, whether they be celebrities, whether they be Big Brother housemates, whether they be digital influencers, regular people, they see it's an investment, and there's a real ROI.
Where is the ROI? But let me take Tony from Lagos. I want to know what the ROI is, because it's like say even myself now. I'm thinking something. Tony, you're live. Tommy, go ahead. You're live.
All right. Yeah. Good evening.
Hi.
Good evening.
How are you doing?
Very well.
Yeah, I must appreciate what you're doing there. So let me give, my own little contribution. I will go a bit biblical. We are told in the Bible that God created us in His own image. Anybody, either a woman or man, and all trained in body structure, is saying indirectly that God has not done well. That God has not created us. So He or she is adding our own to what we've done. Then two, in my language, there's a proverb that says, if a young person can live in the bush Nobody tell him or her that don't can get the post. So if you go ahead and do whatever they want to do with their body, the side effects, they will pay for it. As simple as that.
Sorry, Tommy, I can't.
Can you hear me well?
Go ahead, yeah. Thank you, Tommy.
So I think what I was able to grasp from what he said was basically that they should, if they want to do it, they can go ahead and do it. It's their body. But however, there are
you should know that there are consequences.
There are consequences afterwards.
I was going to say, what's this ROI, right? Because a lot of people have argued that people do these things because of insecurity, but I think it has gone beyond insecurities. It's gone beyond insecurity because, I mean, they said that, you see the Brazilian bots particularly, taking out fat and injecting into your butt, that the bomb, I read a medical doctor explaining the tiny veins that are in your buttocks, right? That if they inject that fat and it mistakenly enters any of those veins, it is death straight. So you know how extremely risky this is, and you're doing it. So it has to be beyond just, what's it called, insecurities and maybe people trying to accept your body. There has to be a financial, profit that comes with it. Because if I'm investing 3 million naira, please, what's the ROI? That somebody will just like my picture on Instagram and I'll have more followers.
The motivations are different. I know somebody who had paid. This was somebody who, no jokes, was probably earning 2M a month. Slim, beautiful, gorgeous person. She paid. The only reason why she didn't do it was in the course of her test, she found out she was pregnant. Oops. Right? But the reality was, it wasn't a ROI thing. She just wanted, she liked the look and she wanted it. So the motivations are different for everybody. Some people, it's about self-esteem. They've never liked their body. They want to change. Yeah. Some people, there is, I want to attract more people. I want to attract more men. Like I said, some people, they use it to sell their business. They have fashion to sell, and this is the way to garner attention. It is profitable wherever. So what profitable means is just like when you say what does success mean to you. It's relative to the different situations. But is there value to it today? Yes, there is. But the fact is, it is also trending. And we know how we are as Nigerians with trends. If I can afford it, and I mean, you've seen the pictures. It looks, when you see it, you're like, okay, everybody's going to notice me, and everybody wants to walk in the room and be noticed.
I actually like how you reiterate Nigerians and doing trends are taking it overboard. Because this whole entertainment industry we're talking about, I mean, we still watch Hollywood, movies of 2020. They are still looking like normal human beings. Not everybody is like bottle, right? So it feels like we are the ones.
They've passed bottle at this point.
Because it feels like we are the ones that are now crazy. Look, just go to maybe anywhere you watch your movie on, go and watch 2020 movies. Don't even go to 2022. Don't even go to 2021. They are still looking normal. You know, so I get that it's a trend, and I like how she's always reiterating it that when we latch on something, we do it to define now until maybe the whole world will have to come together to beg us, I beg, don't do it again. But this trend is now picking its roots more in Africa. And I think it still goes back to that self-esteem.
I want to ask a question, because there are some celebrities that I already knew that they had really cute butts, right? I have one particular one in my mind.
The lady that died, look at the picture of her. She really did it.
But I hear that once you start it, you need to go for refills and all of that.
So you think she has done it before, yeah?
Good. Okay, so you need to go for refills. But I was going to say that, you know, because there were celebrities that I know, they already had cute butts. So when they eventually did, I'm wondering, why did you go and spoil that really nice? See, if I want to do, I've said it, anybody that cares to know, it's just that me, I cannot bear pain, right? But you see this, my belly, if I have the opportunity to go and make it tiny and flat and everything, so I can wear my bikini, I cannot bear the pain, okay. You understand? So that's why I'm suffering doing my sit-ups at home. You know, I can't bear the pain. But if I had the opportunity to do it, I will. You know, my tummy, I would do but not feeling bum anywhere. No, I don't need that. But I'm just saying to you that, so can insecurity get you to that point where you actually look at yourself in the mirror and, you know, put your life at risk? Is it that bad?
Yes.
I think it can. Wow. Just very case in point, you see people who meet a man today, and the man says, I like somebody who is chubby. They begin to eat. Tomorrow they meet another one. I like somebody who is slim. they begin to work out because they want to look. So they don't even have
an identity.
It's based on what the market is. Let me call it market now. What the market is. Like, who am I trying to attract? What do they want? How do they want me to look like? There is no self-realization.
Prince is beholding. I'm sorry. Prince, you're live. ROI. Prince, you're live. Is he there? Hello? I think we lost the call.
So you are talking about insecurity.
I just want to
quickly say before you say, people are drug mules. They swallow drugs for the same ROI, for the same insecurity. People rob today. They do smash and grab on the road. Totally. So I don't understand this question when she said
no, nah.
However, there are other reasons aside from insecurities. I was going to take it from the perspective of, some ladies or some individuals who meet somebody who would want to pay for it. And they would say, oh, this opportunity will not pass me by. I would rather take the pain. I would rather go through everything, the consequences, so long as I'm not the one paying for it.
Absolutely. Austin for Benin, please. We have 1 minute left, though. Go ahead. Austin, you're live.
Yes, I'll be free. Good evening.
Good evening.
Yeah. Actually, okay, I want to say that in this your program now, let's be having discussions like this, not politics. This will help to rejuvenate us. Okay, so what I really want to say here is that for Nigerian men who really know what they want, what we look out for is your character and your brain. Your character and your brain, and not whether you have big boots or not. No, that's just the truth. Your character and your brain. Thank you.
Thank you. I think there's a comment on YouTube to that regard.
That says, speaking to what he just says, the bomb is temporary attraction. The brain sustains the relationship. Ladies, enlarge your thinking faculty. And that's from God's power. And it's also interesting that we've not even been able to relate this whole thing to relationship yet, right?
Because,
So what if you have the brain and you now have the bum? That's double blessing for the man. Abi?
But why would a man come
but look at how that music went viral.
To change yourself. Like, if what you're seeing is not what you like, why not go to someone who has what you want? Why do you want to change the entirety of somebody, risk their life, make them feel less of themselves because you want to have them? They are.
So I like how all of you are showing your age. Please, culture changes.
Yes. Okay,
what men like over time has changed. This is why I said that the power of the beauty industry, it is what the industry tells you is beautiful. So these men who are saying now is because you grew up in a time when, yes, brains were appreciated. Have you met today's young girls? Do you see what happens on Twitter? They don't care what you have upstairs.
Nothing.
They just like what they see. You see people, there was a day I was just scrolling on Twitter and I saw some, I'm sorry, I can't describe him as anything other than raggedy Andy young man. With, in fact, I couldn't understand it. I thought that this thread was going to be, one of those ones you just post and nothing happens. And he said, I'm looking for my next girlfriend. You want to see the post?
And the like.
Girls started popping their pictures. I'm like,
they were posting their pictures.
I'm telling you to be picked. Do you see the man?
Let's take comments. We have run out of time.
This says, hi ladies. Uti, BBL procedures by relatively healthy, normal women are induced by inferiority complex and need for male attention. Sorry, I'm not using my glasses. Male attention. Speaking as someone who has held natural and cosmetic parts, I testify the natural feels better by far and looks natural in an aging body. For the Toke example, her bum is a poorly done job.
Jesus.
And an eyesore. Ufoma.
That's for Ufoma or not us. Go ahead quickly.
Okay. Hi guys, while I respect people's opinions, this conversation has left me so confused. People, they try, Sha. Could you please confirm when you have the waste program so I can set my YouTube right? So that's Chisom.
Chisom is 8 p.m. Monday to Friday. Go ahead.
Awesome. Austin from Delta says that people are following the trend doesn't mean one should follow blindly. Let me take you back to yesterday's discussion where one of you said, one should understand what he or she wants in a marriage. Yes. I'm over 60 and I know it's different strokes for different folks. Totally. While some men prefer the so-called trim shape, some men love the plus, even over plus ladies. Yeah. It's choice. Okay, it's choice. Plastic surgery is dangerous. Remember, a former First Lady lost her life some years ago abroad over plastic surgery. Please remain natural. Some ladies bleach, and when you see some of them, they look like monsters with patches. Eyesore to behold. It works for some, though. Remember, we all do not have the same skin chemistry. Be wise.
Okay, so good evening, my dear beautiful sisters of What Are You Saying Wiz. Why is Brazilian butt lift so lucrative in Nigeria? That is the question for now. There is no too much talk about it. Whether people gain or not, they will still be involved in BBL. Like what youngest old man said, people are interested in what they gain from this and not the consequences. The consequence should be first put into consideration, and they should not be stubborn about it. Absolutely. Sister Uti said something very vital. We lost a one-time first lady due to such process. Then where is the gain there? People should first think before changing the shape of their bodies. It's very important. My dear beautiful ladies, Uti, where have you been? I really missed you. Daniel,
we are begging you, stop sending us long comments. Thank you so much, ladies. I think we had fun after all. Yeah, trust me. All right, so remember, you can follow us on Instagram, Twitter. You know, let's continue the conversation online. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. Okay, where's my quote? I don't have a problem with someone having plastic surgery, but I think it's crazy for everyone to have the same body. All right, we'll see you guys live tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen.
Despite protests in the streets of Glasgow, Scotland, the 26th UN Climate Change Conference of the Parties, or COP26, has ended with major pledges from world leaders that include slicing emissions, tackling deforestation, phasing out coal, and pushing clean technology. As a breakthrough, South Africa announced an $8.5 billion partnership with Global North to transition from coal to clean energy. Now, although key players, including Brazil, the European Union, India, Russia, and the United States, revealed fresh targets in the journey toward zero emissions, the question remains on where this leaves African nations, where the impact of global warming is highest. I'm Dimiake Mwakadielye, and this is Our Voices. On today's program, we'll revisit the COP26. We'll also examine some of the takeaways from the conference on combating global warming, as well as highlight some victories by African countries in their quest to create a better planet. United States President Joe Biden announced ambitious commitments at the COP26 in Glasgow. He also slammed Chinese and Russian leaders for not doing their part. VOA's White House Bureau Chief, Patsy Widakuswara, reports from Glasgow.
Stopping deforestation and restoring 200 million hectares of forest and other ecosystems by the year 2030, backed by close to $20 billion in public and private funding. That's the pledge made by more than 100 world leaders at COP26, the UN climate conference in Glasgow, Scotland. Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro spoke via video link.
We are committed to eliminating illegal deforestation by 2030. I call on every country to help defend all forests, including with adequate resources for the benefit of all.
Methane emissions coming mainly from industries such as oil, gas, and coal will also be slashed. Leaders committed to cut levels 30% by 2030 under the Global Methane Pledge, an initiative pushed by the US and European Union.
So cutting back on methane emissions is one of the most effective things we can do to reduce near-term global warming and keep 1.5 degrees Celsius. It is the lowest hanging fruit.
With prospects for his climate legislation uncertain in Congress, U.S. President Joe Biden unveiled a series of domestic initiatives to support the deforestation and methane pledge. He slammed China and Russia for not doing their part.
But the fact that China, trying to assert, understandably, a new role in the world as a world leader, not showing up, come on. The single most important thing that's gotten the attention of the world is climate. Everywhere. From Iceland to Australia, it just is a gigantic issue. And they've walked away. How do you do that and claim to be able to have any leadership mantle? The same with Putin and Russia.
China and Russia reject the accusation and say Western industrialized nations are the ones who need to do more, since they are responsible for most of the greenhouse gases in the atmosphere today. Both countries have aimed to cut emissions by net zero by 2060, a decade after the global target. But they did commit to end deforestation.
We take the strongest and most vigorous measures to conserve it. We improve forest management and fight illegal logging and forest fires. We are expanding reforestation areas. We have been consistently increasing funding for these purposes.
Climate activists welcome the commitments but are still skeptical.
This is the problem with a lot of these commitments. There is an accountability gap. Governments made similar pledges in 2014 with the New York Declaration on Forests, but they didn't lead to anywhere near the progress that was expected.
COP26 negotiations will continue until November 12th, but one major proposal, ending coal dependency, was dead on arrival. At the G20 summit in Rome, leaders of the 20 largest economies could not agree on when to phase out this dirty source of energy that accounts for more than 70% of greenhouse emissions. Patsy Kuswara, VOA News, Glasgow, Scotland.
For more on the Biden administration's new aggressive climate change agenda and reaction, I spoke to VOA White House correspondent Anita Powell, who says without the support of the U.S. Congress, Biden's agenda could be derailed. She also shared key challenges mentioned by the presidents of the Democratic Republic of Congo and Nigeria to fighting climate change on the continent.
It is an important signal that the U.S. is dedicated to multilateralism and to bringing about global change, much like fighting climate change, which is a high priority of the Biden administration. But this is not going to happen overnight, and I think even the Biden administration knows that and has signaled that. So the fact that President Biden was at this very important global climate summit was not lost on leaders from around the world, including the 5 African heads of state that were able to attend. But it's kind of going to come down to the commitments, and it's going to come down to money and how much money rich nations can provide for poorer nations, especially those in Africa, that are trying to adapt and mitigate climate change.
Speaking about money, so President Biden did make a $3 billion commitment as part of the president's emergency plan for adaptation and resilience. What do you know about the breakdown of that amount as far as it relates to Africa?
Here's one thing I do know that's more important than anything about the breakdown. The president does not have the authority to spend money. Congress does.
Right.
The President of the United States has to ask Congress and work that out. We haven't seen any details of that at all. So once we see that, then we can maybe talk about how this affects Africa and who this affects, and whether that amount is even going to be $3 billion.
You mentioned the 5 African heads of state who attended COP. What was their message, and how strongly do you think they were able to articulate the concerns that they have around the impact of climate change on many African countries?
So 2 African leaders here stick out for me. They are Nigeria's Muhammadu Buhari and also the Democratic Republic of Congo's Felix Tshisekedi. And they did 2 different things. One thing that I think is really important that President Buhari stressed was that, as we know, Nigeria is a major oil producer, the major oil producer in Africa. And right now the trend is to go away from this traditional polluting sort of energy production towards greener energy. And he made the point in an article, I think in Newsweek, it was an editorial in Newsweek, he said, I can't do that unless I have help building that infrastructure. We can't just switch to solar when we have all of the infrastructure built for oil extraction, for petrol extraction. And this is a very important point because these are developing nations that still need to provide basic services to so many of their people. Why they haven't over the last 50 years is a matter for another day, but they still need to provide these services, and these are the means that they have. This is the infrastructure that they have that will enable them to do it. So the point that he made was it's not enough to just say Nigeria go green. The world has to assist Nigeria in going green, build that climate-friendly infrastructure, and allow Nigeria to then build its own clean energy sector. As for Congo, this was some interestingly, I guess we could only say it's positive news. There was a large global deforestation pledge, and Congo, which is a heavily forested nation with amazing wildlife, amazing biodiversity, signed on to this pledge. So I think insofar as African countries are participating in this climate summit, they're saying, we're here, we're playing ball, but you have to help us do this in terms that make sense for our development and our people.
It's time for a short break, but first, do you believe the US, Brazil, India, Russia, and the European Union will commit to cutting greenhouse gas emissions and other contributors to climate change by 2030? Please share your views on our social media platforms, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter. Our handle is at VOA Our Voices. We are also on WhatsApp. Our number is on your screen. Still to come, although African leaders at the Climate Summit called for wealthy nations to meet the $100 billion pledge, other nations on the continent are taking matters into their own hands with major victories in the fight against global warming. We'll have this and more after the break. You're watching Our Voices. Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. African nations at the COP26 summit criticized rich countries for failing to meet their promise of giving billions of dollars to help them cope with climate change. But agreements to protect rainforests and slash methane emissions were welcomed, as Henry Ridgewell reports from Glasgow.
The world's wealthiest nations, the G20, account for 80% of greenhouse gas emissions. But scientists say poorer countries, particularly in Africa, are suffering the worst impacts of climate change. Rich nations pledged in 2009 to give developing countries $100 billion a year to help them deal with climate change. But the target date has been put back to 2023. At the COP26 summit, African leaders voiced their anger.
Those same nations are, however, insisting that we abandon the opportunity for rapid development of our economies. That would be tantamount to enshrining in the global community inequality of the highest order.
Their appeals failed to shift the timetable, but the frustration was tempered by progress on other vital climate emergencies. Over 100 nations agreed to end deforestation by 2030, backed by close to $20 billion in public and private funding. The signatories included Brazil. Deforestation has increased in the Amazon under Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro to its highest level in a decade, and some are skeptical of his pledge.
Mas isso não vai resolver o problema.
It won't solve social problems in our community where there is no water, where there is deforestation, where there is a river contamination. These are investments that will only give free rein to companies to keep their polluting.
Investimentos que dá liberdade para que as empresas continuem fazendo suas poluições.
Over 100 countries also signed a global methane pledge to cut emissions by 30% by 2030. Methane is 80 times more potent than carbon dioxide in driving global warming.
It's an incredibly important progress in addressing the climate crisis.
because we can now think about methane emissions separately from CO2 and recognizing that reduction of methane represents an enormous lever for making progress in reducing the rate of warming.
China and Russia, two of the world's biggest methane emitters, did not sign. There may be no big breakthrough at this summit, but organisers say the smaller, targeted agreements on protecting rainforests, cutting methane, or helping vulnerable island states all add up to significant progress. The absence of the Chinese, Russian and Brazilian presidents has led to questions over how effective the summit will be in curbing global warming. Host British Prime Minister Boris Johnson said he was cautiously optimistic. World leaders have now returned home. Their teams of negotiators will now decide the fate of the summit and, many scientists say, the future of planet Earth. Henry Ridgwell for VOA News at the COP26 summit, Glasgow.
One breakthrough drew the world's attention to South Africa. President Cyril Ramaphosa even called it a watershed moment as the country reached an $8.5 billion partnership with the US, Britain, France, Germany, and the EU to shift the reliance on fossil fuel. For more on how African countries can benefit from the UN Climate Summit, our Voices producer, Abby Sun, spoke with Katambi Kaari, a sustainability consultant with 15 years of experience advising governments, business, and nonprofit organizations in over 25 countries.
It speaks to the willingness of the global north to meet climate finance commitments under the Paris Agreement. Decarbonizing South Africa, which is a very carbon-intensive electricity producer, is also a step in the right direction. It appears to provide for a just transition, which would hopefully translate into green jobs and support for workers and communities. It also includes grants, concessional loans, and other risk-sharing instruments, which are crucial to de-risk investments, but also to encourage much-needed private sector participation in climate finance. What is not clear, however, is what that disaggregation looks like. What we have seen in the past in terms of climate finance that's directed to developing nations is a huge chunk of it comes in the form of loans, about a little over 80%. And the problem with that kind of split is, of course, it doesn't do a good job of accounting for climate justice in the context of historical responsibilities, but it also, burdens countries with additional debt. With that being said, the outcomes for Africa really just come down to a couple of things: sufficient climate finance, emission reduction, particularly by the global north. We need to see more ambitious targets, tighter timelines, considering that Africa contributes about 2 to 3% of global emissions.
I think it's great you mentioned that African countries contribute the least to climate change, but bear the hardest hit. The British broadcaster Dave Attenborough said at COP26, this is a story of inequality as well as instability. So how would African countries balance economic growth and reaching climate change goals?
So the question of how Africa can balance economic growth and climate change really calls for a very compassionate understanding of Africa's unique circumstances. It bears the most impact, but it is also now required to pursue low carbon pathways for sustainable development. And that's very expensive, right? In a nutshell, Africa's capacity to achieve these goals is largely, almost entirely dependent on the actions of the global north, who bear the historical responsibility for greenhouse gas emissions. An aggressive phasing out of fossil fuels and climate and science-based emissions, because invariably the continent will emit a certain amount of emissions to build out infrastructure, to guarantee energy access, including using natural gas as a transition fuel. And lastly, of course, is the need for an ecosystem that can guarantee meaningful outcomes for climate change and human progress.
I think one important topic is the gender role in this movement. So how could African countries get more women and young generation involved in sustainability and climate change?
From a policy perspective, and in terms of tapping into the potential of women and youth, it means, gender and social policy, including for youth, that supports the inclusion and active participation of youth, of women in policymaking, in politics, in leadership, in business, in professional development.
Thank you, Abby. Now let's turn to some tangible solutions in the fight against climate change in Africa. Burning coal is the single biggest contributor to climate change. More than 40 countries made pledges at COP26 to phase out coal entirely by 2030 for rich countries and 2040 for poorer countries. One of the countries working toward this goal is South Africa, where coal currently provides more than 75% of its energy supply. But public and corporate pressure is mounting for that to change. Protests were seen countrywide in September, and now a proposed Chinese-backed coal power plant may be scrapped. Linda Givtash has this report from Johannesburg.
It's what keeps lights on and industries running. But South Africa's coal energy sector is facing mounting pressure at home and abroad to end coal use for good. Frustrated with regular blackouts and the effects of pollution, citizens of the mineral-rich country rallied last week demanding cleaner, more reliable and affordable alternatives.
Electricity has always been a problem in our community. So our community members went forward and they fought for electricity. But when the electricity came, it came at a very high price, because we know that solar power is a better solution and it will be cheaper.
South Africa is among the world's top 15 largest emitters of carbon dioxide. Its reliance on coal stems from having vast quantities of the resource underground. South Africa's government told the United Nations it is setting more ambitious climate targets. While environmentalists welcomed the commitment, they say the change to the energy sector is not happening fast enough.
We have to drastically reduce our emissions and reduce our reliance on coal by about 80% within the next 10 years, less than 10 years. We aren't seeing those changes happening fast enough. We also know that we need to essentially double our renewable energy build-out plans. That also is not happening.
As the rest of the world races to tackle climate change, analysts say pressure from businesses and foreign governments can force a faster green transition in South Africa.
If we do not reduce our overdependence on coal, we will be punished by our trading partners who will set up cross-border tariffs, adjustment tariffs to ensure that their own industries in the home countries of Europe and the United States and the East are on level playing fields with South African industry.
China announced it would no longer fund foreign coal projects. That means a Chinese-backed coal project slated to power a new industrial complex in South Africa's northern province of Limpopo could now be on the brink. The Center of Environmental Rights that has fought new coal projects says the cancellation will be good news for the climate and for residents.
The people living in the areas where these coal-fired power stations are based are suffering daily devastating health impacts as a result of South Africa's electricity choices. And we certainly hope that means that is the end for the coal-fired power station as proposed.
Analysts say China's decision will also have longer-term ramifications for coal development in South Africa and across the continent.
China was seen to be perhaps the last outpost of finance that could be available for new coal, and there's nobody else to pick up this ball to finance this new coal-fired power. So I think the days of new coal in South Africa are over.
The prospect of cancelling coal is a major victory for protesters who want to see South Africa embrace renewables on a larger scale. Linda Givtash for VOA News, Johannesburg.
It's time for another break. When we come back, we will introduce you to a climate change activist from Madagascar who has taken a stand to protect her island country against climate change. That's coming up in our Women to Watch segment. Stay with us.
We're bringing women's voices to the conversation, and more than that, we're building a community of inclusion and empowerment.
Here in Kinshasa, campaigns to raise awareness against the spread of coronavirus are common, but getting that information to people who have no access to water, electricity, or money can be a challenge.
We are here at Kalerwe Market in Uganda, Kampala, where in this whole market, women are crying out for their situations to change.
For women, it will be better for us.
I think a big thing for me is just being able to say that when these protests are happening, does it turn around into policy?
Our kids are raped every single day.
This movement got the governments to listen. It really was powerful because it showed what is possible when men and women band together and say enough is enough.
It's not necessary anymore to climb on a car. I can be in any place to cheer with the people.
Welcome back. You're watching Our Voices. It is time now for our Women to Watch segment. In this week's Women to Watch segment, we introduce you to Marie Christina Kolo, a climate change activist from Madagascar and founder of Green and Cool. Kolo, one of 25 honorees of a Doha Debates special #SolvingIt26 project, which highlights young people around the world making a positive impact on climate change, explains her experience at COP26, how climate change is affecting her country, and what she is doing to stop it.
Climate change is not taking the attention, and also these two aspects on gender, because women today, they are the most vulnerable, and they are the most vulnerable
group
people affected by climate change. The effects of climate change are really different regarding gender. We know that in many developing countries like Madagascar, women are in the front line too. They are the one collecting water. They are the one, walking for kilometers in order to find some food, some water. And then when they come back exhausted back at home, they are not even allowed to rest and to take this water or to have some food, because we still live in a very patriarchal society. So, when we are talking about climate change, we are also talking about human rights. And this human rights aspect is not enough valorized here at COP26. Everyone keep on, we are focusing on statistics, on percentage, and we are forgetting all these stories, all the people behind, all the people back home, those who were not able to attend COP, those who were not able to raise their voices, those who are dying, who are suffering from floods, from cyclones, from drought, etc., who are losing everything, who are becoming climate refugees. We are not hearing them here at COP.
So tell me about you and what you think you can do to bring more attention to the impact of climate change in Madagascar specifically, and how it affects women also.
So as I said before, I'm a gender advocate. Today, I'm not working alone at COP, because working alone at COP, you won't bring some change. So I'm part of the Women and Gender constituency. That is one of the 9 constituencies recognized by UNFCCC in the negotiations. And thanks to this constituency, my voice is heard, because I'm sharing the same problems as a woman. I'm sharing the same problems as other women in developing countries, and also women from the global north. They are supporting us. They are amplifying our voices.
When everybody goes home, what next? Yeah. What do you plan to do then?
At a personal level, I will still continue my advocacy. I will still continue to be an activist. And regarding the situation in Madagascar, in the Deep South, currently we are launching a platform that will support and empower women's organizations from the Deep South, and let them share their own solutions, because most of the solutions today are non-sustainable solutions. There are food, we have food emergency support, that is good, but we need to think long-term solutions.
Do you see the impact of climate change in your community, especially among women? If so, let us know. We would like to feature other women who are fighting against global warming, deforestation, and more. Please share your comments using the hashtag VOA Our Voices. And that's where we'll end our show this week. Thank you to my colleagues here on Our Voices, and on behalf of everyone at the Voice of America, thank you for watching. I'm Dimiake Mokaliele. Stay safe.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Good afternoon. This is the news update. I am Messi Bopo. Gas explosion at a liquefied petroleum gas refilling shop has burned down shops and injured 20 people at a busy area of Shikar quarters of Kashin Quarter in Kano. The public relations officer of Kano State Fire Service, Samiu Yusuf, who confirmed the incident, said that 20 people were involved but had been rescued alive and now receiving treatment in hospitals. Yusuf said the incident was alleged caused by fire from a man frying and selling fish near a gas shop. We're now being joined by Enoch, our Kano correspondent. Thank you for joining us, Enoch.
Good afternoon.
What's the latest on the gas explosion?
Okay, so yesterday between 8 o'clock to 8:30 p.m. last night, a gas explosion rocked the community called Sheka in Kano Municipal Local Government area of Kano. So this morning, when I went to the scene of the incident, I realized that, 2 shops were burnt and a house attached to the building was also burnt. And when I spoke with a resident, a person who lives in the house that was burnt, Sani Ibrahim, he said that it happened last night when the person who was filling the gas lost grip of the gas cylinder and it rolled towards the area where the fish seller was, selling fish, and then it caught fire and then the explosion happened. Latest updates now is that 2 people have died as regards, the incident. A 17-year-old boy died this morning before I reached the scene of the incident, and then an 11-year-old died, in the hospital this morning. So when I went to the hospital this morning, I confirmed it. There's so many children who were there, and the number of people who were affected, there are 27 people. And the permanent secretary of the Ministry of Humanitarian Affairs, Nasir Ogozo, this morning said the ministry is committed to, supporting the families of the victims of the gas explosion this morning.
All right, so what is the number of casualties as we speak right now?
27 people are injured, while 2 people are confirmed dead.
So, General,
currently I'm at the...
Go ahead, I can hear you.
Currently, I'm at the headquarters of the Nigerian Police Force here in Kano State, and I'm about, I'm going for an interview with the PPRO, Abdullahi Haruna. We're just waiting for him to join us.
So what's the mood of the environment? I mean, where you are right now, what's the mood like?
Well, the environment is calm, and although I've left the scene of the incident, it's very far from town. The environment was calm. People were not happy about the explosion, and they were, just very, very sad, very sad about the happening, and they were accusing the gas seller for selling, gas close to the shop of the fish seller.
All right. Enoch, thank you so much for being part of the news. We appreciate your time.
Thank you.
Away from the gas explosion, Justice Inyang Ekwo of the Federal High Court Abuja has fixed August the 29th for judgment in a suit seeking to extradite a suspended Deputy Commissioner of Police, DCP Abba Kyari, to the United States of America for trial for alleged fraud, internet fraud. The judge fixed the date after taking and talking argument for and against the suit by parties involved. Kyari, whose arguments were presented by Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Nurini Jimo, asked the court to refuse the extradition request on the ground that they committed no offense to warrant the federal government taking him to the United States of America. The Federal High Court, the Federal Capital Territory High Court in Wuse area of Abuja has remanded Peter Nwachukwu, husband of the late gospel singer Osinachi, in the Kuje Correctional Facility. Nwachukwu will be in prison pending the hearing and determination of homicide-related suit instituted against him by the Attorney General of the Federation. The presiding judge, Justice Njideka Nwosu, gave the order after he pleaded not guilty to the 23 charges bordering on domestic violence and homicide, among others, and adjourned the trial to 16th and 17th of June. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has launched the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of the general elections in the country. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmood Yakubu announced this during a meeting of the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja. According to INEC chief, the electoral umpire has virtually concluded the planning process for the 2023 polls 9 months ahead of the elections, with the release of the regulations and guidelines and earlier publication of strategic plan SP 2022 to 2026 and election projection plan 2023. Contrary to media reports that Abdul Hamid Mustafa has not withdrawn his petition challenging the conduct of May 26 All Progressive Congress governorship primaries in the state, the governorship aspirant has equally disclosed that the appeal panel of the party sought his cooperation to drop the challenge he mounted against the exercise to avoid a repeat of the Zamfara and River State scenarios of 2019, when the party ended up without a lawful governorship candidate in 2 states. Speaking through his counsel, the governorship aspirant requested the party's leadership to make public the outcome of screening exercise conducted for all aspirants in the state, which necessitated his alleged disqualification. As the 2023 general elections draw close, Nigerians have been speaking on the role of a justice system before, during, and after the polls. And that's on our Street Views. Take a listen.
The electoral act once passed becomes the law. And the duty of the court is to interpret the law the way it is, irrespective of who the interpretation will go against or not. Now, coming to 2023 election, before any election, the judiciary has a duty to put in election petition in place based on the Electoral Act. And when that is in place, the judiciary will be ready to take any case, because the election petition will have been in place because it's special courts.
The judiciary really doesn't have any preparation to make with respect to election. The judiciary is supposed to be a continuous process, and the only role of the judiciary is to interpret laws. So whatever laws become current or becomes extant, that is what the judiciary will do. The judiciary doesn't have to have a new preparation. They're supposed to be constant at every time. So the judiciary is good to go with respect to the 2023 elections.
The judiciary this time around should look beyond the technical justice and do substantial justice. Because it's on record that there was a time when a matter was called at the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, left number 1 and went for number 4. It would be against common sense to leave the person that scored second highest vote, the third highest vote, to go and pick the 4th highest vote. So it's what we call technical justice. So we're hoping and trusting that the judiciary this time around would look at substantial justice to ensure that politicians don't use the courtroom and the instruments of the law to achieve a selfish gain.
The only thing judiciary ought to do at this stage is to be very, very careful, because the politicians are at their game now. This is the time for frivolous application. This is the time for expert application. They'll come through the back to get any relief to stop the election or to stop the process. So the judiciary should be watchful to shun all expert applications. What the judiciary can do, they can, what they call accelerated hearing. They can accelerate hearing, but let the other party be aware.
And to other parts of Africa, 4 Kenyans have been killed after police opened fire on a crowd of protesters in Kajiado County, the east part of the country. Police Commander Charles Chipkong said 7 others were injured and admitted to a local hospital following the fracas in the area. Chip Kong said the group was protesting against the persistent invasion by wildlife animal in the area, as elephant had apparently killed a teacher in the area, and locals were angered by the lack of action from authorities. Russia has launched its Progress cargo ship to the International Space Station dedicated to self-proclaimed Donetsk and Luhansk People's Republic on the 100th day of Russian called its military operation in Ukraine. The rocket blasted off from the Bianakor Cosmodrome in the area at 0932 GMT and was expected to dock with the ISS at 1302 GMT. The Progress MS-20 cargo ship is delivering 1,458 kilograms of scientific equipment to the ISS, as well as fuel, water, and other supplies. And in business news, the Central Bank of Nigeria has issued the final draft of guidelines for setting up bank-neutral cash hubs, as contained in a recently released circular by the Apex Bank. The bank-neutral cash hubs seeks to reduce costs and improve operational efficiency in Nigeria's cash management value chain. The Nigerian cash management system was created by the Central Bank of Nigeria in collaboration with the Bankers Committee, and it leads to the creation of bank-neutral cash hubs to cut costs and increase operational efficiency in the Nigerian cash management value chain. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. Do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa, Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Messi Boko. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Nigeria is Africa's wealthiest and most populous nation, with the fastest growing economy. Agriculture contributes 25.2% of the gross domestic product. The Nigerian agricultural sector holds the key to the country's drive for economic diversification. This is because of its role in ensuring food security, promoting industrialization, providing jobs, and fostering shared prosperity. Nigeria was part of the 2003 Maputo Declaration that mandated all African Union member countries to allocate at least 10% of their total annual budgets to agriculture. This was done as one of the ways to increase food sufficiency in the continent. However, data shows that in the last 2 decades, Nigeria has consistently defaulted on this commitment. An average of 1.6% was dedicated to agriculture over the 5 years, and capital releases averaged 56.18%. But even with the allocated funds, how much got to the farmers? Plus TV Africa spoke to 5 members of the Smallholder Women Farmers, SWOFUN, to find out if they got access to training, funds, and equipment.
I've not benefited from the Anchor Prize program. There was a time that they came for this. Some people organize. I think they are agents of. They organize it. They came here to our place here to do the training for us. But after that, nothing. We have not benefited at all from Anchor's brand. We heard about it, but nothing from there. Like the CBN NASA, no. I went for the interview, did everything, but nothing for now. They will tell us that we should hold on since 2019. And maybe because of last year's pandemic and everything, but since that time, nothing from there.
I have collected loan from Bank of Agric. I've not collected from Nigeria. I was part of those that were supposed to collect after around April. But because of this pandemic, I told them they should hold back to their loans first. Let me see what the economy will look like before I can go and collect loan. Or Bank of Agric, I've collected loan from Bank of Agric. It's one of the loans I collected was what I used in constructing my smoking claim, the smoking claim behind. So it was part of the loan. I collected about 300,000 from Bank of Agric. The smoking claim was to cost about 750,000. So they gave me 300,000. Then I now added the balance to do my smoking claim. That was in 2015.
I have not received any form of loan from either state government or federal government. I actually applied for the CBN loan. I've gone to CBN for an interview. I have even received an offer letter. But that offer letter came just at the time of the lockdown. You understand? So when they kept calling just before the complete lockdown, come and take the loan. I didn't want to take the loan. In fact, the CBN Abuja called me. Don't you want the loan? I said, I want the loan, but I can't take a loan that that has a period of payment. You understand? You have given me some 3-4 months. We don't know what's happening when it's going to end, when business will pick up. And I'm going to pay back that loan with interest. So I declined the loan. I said until the corona period is over, and that was just the first month of the corona lockdown. Until it took a whole 11-12 months before it came down. Business is just trying to pick up.
I was opportunity to benefit from a CBN loan through NAXA Microfinance. So with the cost of things, materials, feed, in fact, the loan is even ineffective.
How much did you get from
3.5, which it didn't go anywhere. With the cost of things, even if not that I have my own capital, it will not go anywhere. Can't even buy most of the things I needed, like a generator now. Generator is 3 point something, which I'm even trying to get. That was one of the things I even processing. So even though DOC, when we were applying for it, DOC that time was 180, 200. That's a that's a day old for umbrellas. But now it's 450. That time it was from 180. I even applied. I said 180 or so, or 200. By the time the loan came out, it was 420, 380. So I could not really. The loan was almost ineffective. It didn't go anywhere.
Ó ṣòro púpọ̀ láti rí owó yẹn gbà, gbogbo ọ̀nà láti gbowó yẹn ó ṣòro. Ṣùgbọ́n torí pé tèmi ò pọ̀, kò ṣòro. Àwọn tí owó wọn pọ̀ bíi mílíọ̀nù 10, gbogbo nǹkan tó ní kó mú wá, ó fi ṣòro. Àwọn tó máa ní kó ṣe gàrántọ̀ fún wọn, kó fi ilé ṣe gàrántọ̀, kó fi gbá ṣe gàrántọ̀. Tó bá tún wá ṣe gbogbo ẹ̀ tán, wọn ò tún tètè gbé ilé wọn lọ́wọ́. Ìgbà tó fún mi ní tó gé owó yẹn kù, ó dùn láti fẹnu sọ. Ẹni tí ò ní tó dẹ̀ fẹ́ ṣiṣẹ́, tó mọ iṣẹ́, kò jẹ́ náà wọn ò gbà. Àti pé tí ò bá ń ṣe pé COVID pandemic tó jáde ni, dandan ni kí kó ti bí nǹkan re. Ṣùgbọ́n pẹ̀lú pandemic yẹn gbogbo ẹ̀ lọ. Lẹ́yìn náà ni EndSARS, lẹ́yìn náà ni gbogbo àwọn nǹkan tí ó ń ṣẹlẹ̀ tá a fojú kò.
We have not gotten anything from federal government, nothing at all. I don't even think they know that we are really existing. I think it's Lagos, state government are really close to the farmers. For federal government, nothing. Anchor Boy is supposed to be from federal government, but it has not really We have not gotten anything at all.
All the loans that we have applied for, even with the NISRA, they've not been giving out loans. They say, I don't know what is happening. They said that they still told them to hold on to the loans, that they want those that have collected to pay back. So we have not accessed loan between last year and this year.
There is no bank to assist us to because they are really afraid. This is a high risk business. That's what they always tell you. That when it comes, because it is a living their life, so anything can happen anytime. So they are not ready to really assist us. Some banks will tell you that they have a Greek desk. When you get there, they will tell you, sorry, madam. Especially when it comes to women, they will tell you, sorry, madam. That's where the victimization comes in. They say, sorry, madam, who is going to guarantee you? Blah, 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 blah. You're a woman, we can't do much with you. If anything happens, that's just it.
For many who haven't accessed the loans, they rely on their local cooperatives.
Thanks to my Obonge cooperative. So we do something, it's more something like what the Yoruba we can say ajo. Every month we drop something. So when you need a loan, you can go and take a loan. No matter how small, it's still better than nothing. And at a very low 1-digit interest rate. You understand? It's we do the contribution. This month, many people you use it for your business, turn it over 2-3 months, you return, another person takes. That's how we have been helping ourselves.
Thank God for Bonge, because it's a cooperative. So most times what you do is that you borrow from there, you feed your fish, you return after selling the fish. But most times our major challenge is the cost of feeding. It is really, really challenging.
I've not received any equipment, not even feed. I've not received. As for training, no, I've not received any training from either state government or federal government. I've not received any training. Apart from my cooperative meetings, agricultural, Obonge Women Cooperative, they give us training once in a while. Training. Yes. So that's just like personal, not government.
The Lagos State trained us on capacity building, that is proper recording, how you keep records on your farm. And also, I think that's the training that we have had so far between last year and this year. Then the ones we have been having outside Lagos State is the one we have been having in Abuja, that some of our donors, that is IBP, also train us on the way and manner we're supposed to run our business, and what the way we're supposed to run the business, and also how to also move to government on how to get things from the government. So they also taught us on how to do that.
On the 29th of July 2021, the Lagos State government empowered farmers in the state.
After this pandemic, we had to look for what is the next line of action, what do we do? We have lost almost everything on the farm. Even up till tomorrow, I cannot access my rice farm because of the insecurity. And we have looked at what is the next line of action, and that was why we decided to go and visit our Honorable Commissioner, that said that she already understands our challenges and that she's looking into what she's going to do. During the pandemic, that was immediately after the pandemic, there was palliatives that was shared to farmers. The palliatives, they gave us some of the palliatives, but you can count how many people that was given the palliatives. But after our visit with our commissioner, the commissioner promised us that she was going to see to what she's going to do to farmers. So what they now did was that they took data of all the farmers that have been affected by the pandemic, and also those that were not affected. And July 29th, that was last week, they empowered the farmers. We were empowered with 400 bags of fish feeds, 100 bags of poultry feeds, smoking cleans, collapsible tanks. So those were things that we empowered as a group. So Lagos State is trying as much as possible to fulfill their promise in empowering farmers and trying to at least give them a space where they can still continue their farm. But in the line of the federal government, we are still looking at, the federal government has not done much, because if they can do 1/3 of what Lagos State has been doing for the farmers all over the state, we will know that yes, that we have something to fall back on. We are still advocating that this 10% of the budget will be set aside for agri. That is the Malabo Maputo Declaration, that the 10% of the budget will be set aside for agri. We are still talking about that because that has not been met. So if they can meet up to that, we will know that yes, farmer has a lot to do, and we'll also be happy that we'll have enough food to provide for government. So we are seeking and we are begging the government that they should still do more. I know that what the minister has done has tried to give us something, but you can imagine giving 2 threshers, 1 orange decorticator and all that to more than 30,000 farmers from one state. How do you think we are going to share that? We are not political farmers, we are the real farmers. There are a lot of political farmers that they are working with, but we are the real farmers. I want to tell them that as far as we are the real farmers, things should come to us. And we should have a space, a place where when they are making policies, women farmers should also be involved, because we are the ones that are going through these problems. So they cannot be there and be dictating for us, that we have to tell them what we want. And that is what we are trying to advocate for. That we want the government to include us in decision-making, implementation, and also formulation, that those things will help us and we'll tell them what we want. But if they stay there and dictate to us, that it will not get to us.
Nigerians depend on produce from local farmers for their daily meals, as more than 80% buy their food from local markets. Now, to ensure a sustainable economy post-COVID, the government on federal and state level must ensure that the policies are not just on paper, but the farmers benefit generously from every allocation and promise made.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Hello and welcome to One on One. My name is Fumi Unwajefe, and on today's episode, we'll be talking about embedded finance as a solution for non-financial businesses and the growing tech space in Nigeria. My guest today is referred to as a chief plumber. His name is Okwe Adeoye, and he has spent over 17 years in the technology and payment ecosystem in various capacities, including engineering, leading high-performance product teams. Okwe spent 11 years at InterSwitch Nigeria. In the process, created and led the creation of the Quick Teller product line and ran it as a business unit before handing it over, from strategy to product design and management to architecture, the entire works. Now he started his own Nigerian API Fintech startup, OnePipe, and it recently raised $950,000 in pre-seed investment. He believes the world needs a new type of financial service ecosystem, one where everyone has a role to play and everyone has some value to capture. Thank you, Okwe, for joining us today.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah. So tell us, what was growing up like? Were you, so I always like to ask this question, especially to the tech guys. Were you like a nerd growing up? What were you as a child?
Is there any nerd that will tell you that I was a nerd? So I think I wasn't one of those cool children. I wasn't cool in any way. I think I was a nerd.
Okay.
I think I was pretty reserved. Typically always at home.
You're still reserved now. It took a lot of talking to get you out.
Yeah, so always reading a comic, always buried in fiction, usually. But I wouldn't say I was a tech child per se.
So now that you're in the financial space, is that something you know, when we're all younger, we always had this thing, I want to be this and this. So you're reading comics and all of that. What did you want to be when you were younger, and then how you found yourself?
Spider-Man. I wanted to be Nigerian Spider-Man.
Okay.
Yeah, I wanted to be Nigerian Spider-Man. Like every child, you want to be this, then you want to be that, then you want to be that. But there was one thing that, after a while, I was like, I think I would like to be an inventor. The picture I had in my head is a mad inventor in his basement, always creating something new. And then there's a world out there with the thing he creates, he can be watching them play with the thing from outside so that they don't. So that's sort of the picture I had in my head for what I want to be when I grow up. As things evolved, I thought the solution to that was, I'm going to become an electronics expert. I'm going to move to Japan. Then growing up was like Sharp and Sanyo. I'm going to move to Japan and become an electronics expert. Then because of that, I went to study electrical engineering. Then in the course of studying electrical engineering, I'm like, this thing is hard. I don't think this thing is going to work. Somewhere in the course of that, I picked up coding. And that's how I entered tech. But I wanted to be an inventor. I hope somehow I'm halfway in the course of that journey now. Maybe somehow I could be an inventor.
Interesting. So, you know the thing with tech, especially when you hear that people raise so much money, many people don't hear about the not so successful stories. So I want you to tell us about Twi Labs. What was it about? What happened and all?
Okay, so I was like, I'm going to start a company. It's time. So I've always planned to start a company, like as far back as I know. Even growing up, I told my parents when I was leaving school that I don't want to work for anybody. My mom convinced me that no, you need to start from somewhere. This thing, you don't just jump into it. So the start from somewhere ended up becoming like 13 years of paid employment. But I'd always thought I would start something someday that would invent something. And my thought was, after spending quite some time in the corporate world, to start a lab that can produce products on the fly and turn those products into companies. Like that was the idea behind Twi Labs. Luckily for me, I had like a group of friends who understood that concept, who backed us with a little bit amount of capital to get started. But before we knew it, the money was finished. None of the product had taken roots. It didn't know they work, if I can put it like that. All the money had gone. My savings had gone with it. I'd moved from the house I was living to another one, taking my daughter from the school she was in to another one. My second daughter could not start school yet because, are you sure we can afford this thing now? So there was all of that going on. I put my wife's car on Uber. So there was quite a bit of that. And then, but all of this happened in the space of 1 year. Like this entire, from employed guy that thought it was all that, to this guy is just struggling and doesn't know what he's doing. All of it happened in like 1 year. Then was at the end of that 1 year, we're like, let's do something different. Which of the things in these Twi Labs look like it is making sense? It was the thing then called PayPipe, like payment aggregation. Like, okay, can we reorganize it a little bit and call it one pipe instead and turn it to a company, and let's just face it. It was a painful process. Like Twi Labs were 24 people at some point. We had to let go of almost everybody.
Oh, wow.
And it was just 6 of us that crossed to continue the one pipe journey out of that. So yes, it was a painful personal experience for me. I won't lie. It really was painful. I'm like, who sent you to do this thing? But
what are the lessons that you've learned from the failure of Twi Labs and you are using very effectively in one pipe now?
To be honest, I would say the biggest lesson is that there are no failures, that there's only learning. And whatever you think is a failure, it's really just if your staying power can get past that phase. The thing you went through in that period is a contribution for you. Like one of the things I took away from the Twi Labs experience was that I find that younger, hungry, driven people are an asset for you. Like we are all trying to make this thing work. We don't know this thing, so we're trying to do it. So people with such a mindset are a significant asset versus people with a chip on their shoulder, at least depending on the stage that you are in. I took that lesson, and it's even part of the things that drive our hiring process at One Pipe now. Like we need to check, like in every interview, we make sure that we ask the people, what do you really want from your life in 5 years? You have to articulate it as clearly as you want. And you have to articulate it back to us, how we can help you do that before we even discuss your work at One Pipe. Like what's important to you? Do you see us helping? Is there a line that we can find some kind of synergy? If yes, let's continue this interview. If not, it's been real. We shake hands, we move.
Yes, that's very interesting. Okay, so let's talk about, you've started this company, finding the right staff of people, because I know like the tech space, they poach your people like this. Somebody is dangling money somewhere. Somebody is, so you've gone through this process. This person has, pledged their loyalty and everything to you. But look, somebody's promising me ×5 of my salary. They'll move me abroad. They'll do all of that.
GB.
How do you, you've talked about getting the right staff, but how do you now keep this good talent that you have for your business?
If I tell you I know the answer, I am lying, because if I know the answer, I shouldn't be running one pipe. I should be running some kind of talent thing. But hard facts will be, since we started one pipe, we're roughly 33 now, if I have the number correct. Up until December this year, only one person had ever left us. And
how many years has one pipe existed for?
3 now.
3 years, okay.
Yeah. So while people talk about talent attrition, I think we don't have that problem, at least not yet. What is working, I think only time will tell. But I think part of what our team likes is this sense of openness, transparency. Like, I go to them, I'm a first-time CEO. Like, I don't know this thing. So if you ask me, two of us are looking at each other. So I think people appreciate that sense of candor.
Honesty, yeah.
They appreciate that sense of, I'm supporting this guy. Now, for me, that's like something to even be afraid of. Like, I always tell them, don't look up to me, I beg. Me too, I'm looking for who to look up to. Like, don't look up to me. But I think that kind of candor, this is a real place where all real people helps people. And we even look each other in the eye and say, I know you're in the tech space. I know they are dangling carrots in front of you. My guy, feel free to explore. Just make sure that this our mission that we're pursuing together does not suffer. Like, I belong to several like tech groups where I'm like, this guy is on my team, but look at him in this channel doing this other gig. Like, it's fine. As long as there's a mission we're chasing, our mission is moving, and you need to support yourself with some other way or some other thing, please keep doing that. Let's just keep our mission going. And everyone is an equity holder in the company. So it feels like it's
fantastic.
Our company. So no matter what you do, when you need more money, go find your more money somewhere. We don't have it here. But see, your long-term value is here. So let's just do it together. So a sense of mission, joint ownership, maybe. But time will tell if those are the right formula to.
Well done. I know it's not as easy as I've just made it sound so simple.
It's not simple.
Okay, so let's talk about embedded finance. Break it down to me as a layman, in the simplest of terms. What is embedded finance?
Okay, I'll use a very practical example if you don't mind. I ran into a company in Kenya that says we provide inputs to fish farmers.
Okay.
Now, this input costs a lot of money. The average fish farmer cannot afford the input. But you're looking at the guy's pond. I know that in 9 months, this pond is worth $50,000. You know that. But you need to supply feed of X value. You need to feed them every day of this value. And just doesn't have it. But in the meantime, you need to pay school fees. You need to pay transport, buy petrol. So this company provided those fish farmers that I'll be the one sending you your inputs. I'll be the one paying for the things you need in your life. But when your fish is done, I'm the one who collects it and I'm the one who sells it. Now, effectively, this company became the bank of the farmer. It's like, I will give you money every month. I will pay for all the things you need me to pay for. I'll give you a small bank account that your money is inside. I can use to do the things that matter to you. Be spending on me. But 9 months later, when your fish are ready, I'm going to harvest it and I'm going to go sell it and bring you back your small change. So embedded finance is an approach where non-finance companies can provide finance products to customers that they know in their own value chain usually, and as a way to be the bank of those people. And once you put it that way, it's like, if you put it in practical terms of how we all grew up, it's like cooperative bank when we were all coming up. The cooperative banks were usually small, in small communities, and they were like banks of the people. So the cooperative bank in my mother's area was for all the women in that area. The bank would provide credit to them, they deposit money in there, but it was like our bank. So we think that in the African context, there are so many value chains like that, that there's the room to create banking experiences that are localized to specific value chains like that. So embedded finance makes it possible for such organizers of such value chains to offer banking services without being the bank at the back. Because typically they will do a deal with the bank at the back and then sort of repackage the bank's products and present it to their own customers in their own name.
So is the Nigerian banking space, or should I say financial space, ready to take on this? How has it been, accepting it and, working with this process? How has the process been?
It's hard work, first. Is the environment accepting it? I'll say the environment is not accepting it. So it's hard work. You need to do a lot of evangelizing, part of why we're having this conversation. Yeah. You need to help people to come away from the biases or their understanding of how things are. Like, you need to convince a bank, for example, to say, banking is not people coming into your branch to open an account with your people so that you give them one card that they use somehow. That banking could actually be an arrangement between you and that aggregator of fish farming to go find 50 farmers to work with, and they will all carry the account of your bank. But you won't be able to control the actual last mile experience because that guy is handling it for you. So it's there's some evangelizing required. But so far, we find out that people understand, especially when you look outside Africa. You're already seeing examples of this in other parts of the world. Like on Shopify merchants have a Shopify account, so to speak. On Square, you have your Square account. Walmart gives you a card. So people who have seen some of these things in other parts of the world are wondering, there should be an adaptation for this thing in Africa. So people get it, but typically what you need to do is to push people over the edge to appreciate and move in that direction.
Interesting. Okay, we'll take a short break and then we'll continue this conversation shortly. All right, we'll take a quick break, and when we come back, I'll still be talking to Akpe Adeoye about embedded finance. Stay with us.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Thank you for staying with us. My name is Fumi Onajefe, and you're watching One on One. I have Akpe Adeoye with me. So, what are the now you've talked about the banking institutions or the financial institutions accepting your platforms, but let's talk about the businesses. What challenges will it help the businesses? So we've used this example of the fish farmers, for example, and it's great that you use that example for me, because recently I spoke with a couple of female fish farmers and all the challenges and all. So what is their own benefits? What challenges will embedded financing help them overcome?
Yeah, so imagine that you are the company that is doing this deal with these fish farmers. Mm-hmm. You likely have a larger company, maybe some hotel chain that you need to supply fish to, and it is competitive, and you know it. And you need to be able to supply high quality fish to them to serve to their own guests in whatever way, shape, or form. So you already have your own problem. And you are struggling with getting supply for that. Now, by offering this financial product, so to speak, to those fish farmers, you can, to a large extent, guarantee the type of fish you will get. Okay. To a large extent, buy the loyalty of the farmer where possible. Buy the loyalty of the farmer to say, it will always come to me so that I can go sell. You can always sell for much higher margins. You are the one in Lagos or wherever it is you are. So the benefits to them usually are typically translated in the form of loyalty down the chain. In some cases where it is not, if I'm not using fish farming, for example, maybe retail. In some cases, it is more efficient payment processing. We find cases where maybe retailers are supposed to pay to distributors, and the distributors always have to collect cash from the retailer and then look for how to dispose of that cash in the evening. Things like embedded finance eliminate those kind of problems for them. So it is loyalty, more efficient payment processing, and in some cases, you can increase the basket size of the value between you and your customer because you offer them credits, as an example.
Okay. So now you've talked about evangelizing been? What has been like the greatest challenge for you with, because it's almost like something that has apparently almost like never existed or is not very common in this space. So what particular challenges are you facing right now?
The biggest challenge is the challenge of saying, let's do it this way. That's really the biggest challenge. One of the things we always talk about at One Pipe, for example, is there are two philosophies in this world of embedded finance, or however you craft it. There are two philosophies. One is people already have bank accounts somewhere.
Yeah.
You need some way to reach into that bank account and do all the things you want to do. One philosophy. Another philosophy is, see that place where that money is. The effort required to reach into it, work out the process, create the best experience to see is so hard. Kuku just give them brand new types of accounts that you have this 100% access to upfront, so that you can now create these most seamless experiences possible. Two very divergent views on the same problem, right? We chose this other approach of let's create brand new accounts, let's list them with all the right properties at the beginning, and let's find the right customer set that needs that type of account. The hard part is having the conversation with a business customer who is telling you, I just want to process payment from the account in that other bank. And then you are saying, no, but how about this other way? So the hardest part is evangelizing that this other way has much more long-term value to a customer than what they think they know today. For some of us, it constrains the kind of customers we can have, because like my team will always say, let's talk to a customer, let's paint this long-term vision. If a customer can connect with that long-term vision, that's our ideal customer. Then let's go to how it can work. If a customer cannot and just says, no, I want bank statement or I want a debit, good afternoon, sir. There's one company down the road that looks like what you are looking for. Please go talk to them. So that has been the hardest part. Evangelizing what people think is not a today's need and showing them that actually it could be today's need and carry long-term value for you.
But I think another challenge is, without trying to mention any big names, have you had people compare you and say, oh, so and so already do this?
Not today.
How are you different from this other person?
Yeah, it comes up a lot. It comes up a lot. And the answer we give is the same one I just gave you. So and so and so and so do it this way because they're trying to help you reach into existing accounts, which is what you really came to ask for. But hold on a minute, let me explain to you how it is more valuable to you to actually be the bank of your customer. This. Maybe 60% of the people will fall off when you say that. Like, no, I don't. Call me in 3 years' time when I'm ready for this time. Thank you, sir. Step aside. We'll move to the next person. So that comparison comes up a lot, but the answer is always, hold on a second. Let me walk you through what this world could look like in 5 years' time. Do you like it? Yes, let's move forward. You don't like it? Go to so and so and so. They are nice people.
Yeah. Okay, fantastic. Now let's talk about the tech space. So every time I'm reading, all the tech blogs and everything of how you've raised money here, people have raised money here, and there's a huge amount of money. So is it really that easy for tech companies to, specifically to your own experience, how easy or difficult is it to raise money and get investors to believe in you that, look, I'm not selling moi here, this is a real
This
deal.
is a serious thing. Yeah. I will answer that with a very vivid picture. We've raised funding twice, once in 2020 and 2021. So we raised 950, then we raised 3.5 million. And after each cycle...
$3.5 million or naira?
Dollars,
okay.
After each cycle, I personally felt sick.
Oh, wow.
Like, we finished fundraising. Where's up where he's sick? So, short answer is it's not easy. People fall sick after they raise money. But I think it gets better. So, one of the things I'm learning personally is that in fundraising, you make a commitment. You talk to a lot of people and you make a commitment on what your company will do. Several will buy your promise and you take your first move. Then you come for your next funding round and you need to demonstrate that you see that promise I made the last time. We fulfilled it. Do you want to back us again? What you then find happen is that after your second, third, fourth round, it kind of gets easier as long as you are fulfilling the promise you made. And those who didn't back you at the beginning, when it was still like,
we'll come back.
You now be like, I missed that round. Okay, can we do it now? That's sort of where we are now. So it's not easy, but the way to do it is make a promise. A percentage of people will believe in you, fulfill that promise, go back to those who didn't believe and be like, are you sure you don't want to get on this train? That's sort of the formula.
Okay, so let's look at the tech space in Nigeria. It seems almost like it's just quantity over quality, and we don't have so many like unicorns, in Nigeria. What do we need to do? And the way I said like what does Nigeria and the tech space need to do so that we can grow or have our own unicorns?
While I'm not a finance expert, like I'm just a guy that presses laptop, so I cannot really give the proper answer to that. But I've heard people who know more than me say that this thing is just a timing thing. That Nigeria or Africa in general looks to be 5 years behind Far East Asia. So we are where Far East Asia was 5 years ago. So therefore, this thing is timing based, and some of the things that it takes off based on, like you see momentum now. As the momentum picks up, you start to see, oh, one more unicorn, another unicorn, and even beyond unicorn. Like unicorns, to me, is one of those things you just throw around. But beyond the concept of unicorn, like where's the value being created? Where are the exits, for example? Are people really making money off this thing? When they make that money, do they plow it back into the market so that the thing can keep going? I think you start to see the effects of some of these things in the next 3 to 5 years. You will see founders, I haven't seen some of it now, you see founders who are planning to make some money off their company, backing other founders, right? And then those ones too will somehow push it through another 3 years, they'll back even more. So my view is that it's these things that create the momentum that we would like to see. And about 5 years from now, Nigeria will look like what Far East Asia, or Africa will look like what Far East Asia looks like now.
Okay, so the tech space in Nigeria is really growing and it's fantastic. But some people have said, without trying to mention any big names or anything, is that I've grown this tech company, I've gone to get VCs from out of the company, and they're saying, look, you can't register this company in Nigeria, let the shell be here and just be living large, but you have to come and register in a foreign country and all of that. So how does that work? How does that eventually benefit? Because I almost feel like, does this defeat the whole African-owned, local-grown tech company idea? And how does it still benefit the economy?
Yeah, to be fair, I think it's a give and take. If you cannot plow your own capital into your own society, and you find somebody looking to put in the capital in, you need to meet them in the middle, right? If the person says, well, your company needs to be in Delaware, then your company needs to be in Delaware so that you can get the capital you need. What you gain, that capital is now deployed in your country. You are employing people in your country. You are creating products for the fish farmers in your country, etc., etc. So while you may not be able to create the long-term value, at least from a capital appreciation perspective in your country, from the actual operating performance, it is happening in your country. You are pushing your country along, right? But maybe the long-term value of the company lies in another country. That's fine. It's give and take.
Okay, so on that note, we'll take another short break. I hope you're enjoying this conversation. It's a very, insightful and learning process for me. We'll take a quick break and then we'll be right back. Thank you for staying with us. I still have Okpa Adeoye with me, and yes, we're talking finance, tech space, growing a business, and the entire works. So the African fintech ecosystem has the most attractive investors. That's attracted about 62% of $4.65 billion raised. Wow, interesting. I have to get into the tech space. I know it's work, but I want to make money. But why is this happening up there? How come the African tech space is so attractive to a lot of investors now?
Yeah, my view is Africa has significant infrastructure deficits, step one. Whether you think of infrastructure in terms of people, whether you think of it in terms of road and rail, or you think of it in terms of financial infrastructure or credit infrastructure, we just have problem full everywhere. So where there is problem lies opportunity.
Solutions, yeah.
And then if you look at, say, the Western markets, the return on capital is not as high as it used to be, etc., etc. So if you are somebody who has a lot of money and you're in the US or UK, and you're looking for how to turn this money around, okay, invest it in a place where there's problem. Of course, you lose some of that money. But when you do solve those problems, your money goes like this. So I think that's why the African tech market is attracting funding, because maybe tech companies are trying to solve some of these infrastructure problems, and fintech in general is a bit easier to solve than the more physical infrastructure problems. So capital will naturally follow where it thinks it to get its money back.
Okay, interesting. So what advice do you have for key players in industry, finance space, in fact, the entire tech space? What advice concerning, succeeding? And that's why it was very essential for me that you shared your 2i lab story. People have done, and a lot of people come out for funding and we hear success story, but there are a lot of people at the back end who are still trying to, work off. What advice do you have for these people?
First off, don't take my advice. That's the best advice I can give you. Even me, I'm looking for advice. So I will not say I have advice. I will only say that one of the things that at least I personally believe in is collaboration. Like, what can you do? What can I do? How can my 1 + 1 become 3? How can my 1 + your own 1 become 3? Like, we should always all be looking for ways to do that. I know it's not easy, especially when we all get funded. We think we can do it.
Yeah, but people are worried. Sorry, I have to interrupt you with that. Some people are worried that we should collaborate. What if this Lagbaja goes take my idea and runs off with it and everything?
What are they using it for? Idea is nothing. It's the coming together to actually make the idea executable that actually carries value. Like, what is idea? Come and take idea. It's all over the place. I don't think idea is the problem. I think it's just a willingness to say, I'm good at, I don't know, knitting. You're good at selling knitting. Please, can we come together and create sweater and sell it? Bam. Not, I'm going to learn how to make sweater. I'm going to learn how to sell sweater so that I can keep it all to myself. There's really no point. Don't tie to your chest. Yeah.
Interesting. So what's this writing challenge you just put up?
Okay, so back to like how you mentioned that what are the things we're putting effort into right now around evangelizing this concept in general. So our thought was that with this writing challenge, we will get people who are better at writing, better at research, to do the research around the concept of embedded finance and write openly about it. When the writings get published, we then pay winnings to the best write-ups. We have a panel of judges that's going to review all of the submissions, and then the best published articles get paid good prizes, I believe.
Okay, thank you, Ope, for sharing your story. We hope as you get bigger, you raise more money. I won't have to remember me now. I won't have to be chasing you around.
Save the number.
I'd be like, oh, for me, I'm somewhere in London right now, I'm too busy. But thank you so much for your time. Even I, really, you've just made it, because at first, before I did this interview, it seemed all very gibberish and complex. I was telling my colleague and telling you earlier of how I was really studying like I was reading an exam, because I was like, I want to understand this financial thing. But it really has been a good conversation. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for having me.
All right. And that's all we can take today on this episode for One-on-One. Follow us on all our social media platforms, on Facebook, on Twitter, on Instagram. And I'll see you again very soon. My name is Fumenu Ajepe. Enjoy the rest of your day.
As the primaries of the ruling All Progressive Congress APC set to be held in a few days, the party appears divided on its choice of the party's flag bearer. And an aspirant of the African Democratic Congress ADC for the Lagos State gubernatorial elections joins us to discuss his plans for the state. Now this is Plus Politics. I am Mary Anacon. Now, there are strong indications that the national officials are divided over a plan by President Muhammadu Buhari to pick his preferred candidate for the presidential ticket in the party. Now, the APC National Vice Chairman Northwest, Malam Saliu Lukman, in an open letter to President Buhari, warned that picking a successor would be costly and risky for the president and the party. Now, according to him, a major disadvantage of the succession arrangements with governors choosing their successors is that it negatively affects the relationship between the successor and the predecessor. Also, feelers from a meeting of the All Progressive Congress's governors' meeting on Tuesday night indicated that the governors could not agree on a consensus and the fact that the president should pick the party's presidential candidate. Now, joining us to discuss this are Biodun Shomi and Adewale, I beg your pardon, Ademola Justice. Both are political analysts. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us. Gentlemen, can you hear me? Great. Good evening. I'm going to start with you. Yes, Biodun, I'm going to start with you. A lot of people have made their, deductions from the president's statement as to picking a successor. Now, for the average person, when you hear about picking a successor, what plays in your head is, let's take, for example, the Queen of England and who she anoints to take over from her, which would automatically be Prince Charles. But then we are in a democratic process, and so the average person is wondering, why would the president be talking about a successor in a democracy, especially at a time like this when the party seems to be ridden with that responsibility of picking someone who would be right and ripe for that ticket? Mr. Shomi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead.
Now, in the quest for succession within the major political parties, particularly the PDP and APC, we have seen Atiku Abubakar emerge, as through a process of nomination and elections within the PDP. Now, back to the ruling party APC, we have seen so many moves, either aimed at truncating indirect primaries through the delegates, the ad hoc delegates elected, or in favor of consensus. In reality, there is nothing against the law when you talk about consensus, because it's been enshrined in the Electoral Act. Also in the APC constitution, consensus is provided. But when you take account of what Mr. President is saying, Mr. President is talking about selection, not a consensus candidate. That is, somebody who he preferred, to rule the country, he should be allowed to take and pick the person, and the person adopted as the candidate. That is totally different from consensus arrangement, where all the aspirants will agree on a particular individual, and then they will back that individual. Not for Mr. President to pick that individual. That is selection. It is not consensus. That is not in line with the spirit of the consensus arrangement within the APC constitution, or as envisaged by the Electoral Act. So therefore, what Mr. President is seeking to do through selection is not only anti-democratic, it undermines, internal party democracy, and it is a mark of a leadership suffering from democratic deficit. So there's no way how, in today's democracy, a president can unpick his own successor and ask his party to abandon delegates, voting, and just embrace the person. It's marks of some elements and a reminder of the history of leadership of Mr. President, which is dictatorial military rule. That cannot be done in a democracy. Members of the political party should be allowed to freely choose who should represent the country, who they will present to represent the country in the presidential race. Okay. So any attempt aimed at undermining that process through the governors or any other group of people agreeing to consensus to a selection arrangement is not only illegal, it is ultra-biased. It can never be right, and it undermines internal party democracy.
Let me come to you, Adewale Justice. There are many who have made the analogy that, former President Olusegun Obasanjo at some point was able also to pick his predecessor, rather to pick his successor, I beg your pardon, and that why would it be wrong if President Buhari is also saying, well, this is who I want to succeed me. Also, they're also saying that this is something that has been happening even at the state level, where governors impose their candidates on the party, and then the party plays along. So why should we be criticizing Mr. President if this has been the modus operandi?
Hello, thank you very much. Hello, are we together?
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead.
Hello. Yeah.
Mr. Justice, I think that we're having a connection problem with you, so I'm going to let you go, and we'll try to see if we can get you on another line so that you can be clearer for us. But let me come back to you, Mr. Shomi. I'm tossing that question to you because this is a follow-up to what you just said. There are those who are on the other divide supporting Mr. President. And like you also mentioned, it's been happening in states. Nobody has criticized that. Why should we be criticizing Mr. President? And if, for example, the party at some point had come together and said, well, Mr. President, we want you to be our flag bearer, even though it was not an all-out consensus, but this is what happened in his time for him to have emerged as the flag bearer of the All Progressive Congress. Now, people are saying, well, give us a chance to do the same and pick somebody and say, well, this is who we want. And that will be by a delegate system. But what is really wrong with those who are supporting Mr. President and saying, well, let him pick his own? Obasanjo did the same thing.
Well, you see, the fact that somebody stole is not a justification for another person to go and steal. Those who are arguing that Obasanjo did by bringing in Jonathan et al. Forget the facts of history. They forget the fact that democracy was at the first transition. We expected going back in history, in times, failing to learn anything from what happened there. When Obasanjo, did that, what eventually happened to the regime that succeeded? Yaradua was a sick man. He was brought in. Is that succession plan? Is that what we want to start emulating now? Not only that, they should go to the states and name, apart from Lagos State, where we've been able to have a smooth succession plan. There is no other state in the country where the incumbent governor, try to influence or impose the successor. And we've never had peace. No. Go and check what happened in Anambra State between Obi and Willie Obiano. Go to Imo State between Oji Uzokalu and Theodore Uzokalu. Theodore Uzokalu was in prison. He was chief of staff. Oji Kalu brought him, make sure he won, from prison. What happened? They fell apart. The same story is everywhere. We remember the last election in Ogun State. Amosun, the governor Amosun backed a particular candidate who eventually, did not make it. Attempts by governors, to impose successor has failed in many states and has succeeded in many states. But at the end of the day, we've never seen any peace beyond Lagos State, which is the only example you have in the whole country. And when it comes to a country as big as Nigeria, with over 200 million people, how can one person decide who would be the candidate of a political party that boasts that it is the biggest in Africa? They're talking about over 50 million membership. And how can one person be allowed to do that? What Buhari is talking about is selection. That is totally unacceptable. It is undemocratic. What we are talking about is if they want to do consensus statement, they must get all the aspirants to agree. All of them. Otherwise, it will be illegal. So there is no room for what Mr. President is trying to do, trying to succeed himself. It reminds me of what Abacha tried to do with the two political parties, NRC and SDP, one to the left, one to the right, and wanting to transmute himself. Why would the serving president want to impose his own successor? What is he hiding? What is the problem about it? Why can't the delegates be allowed to choose? In fact, if you go back to 2015, how did Mr. President do? He contested the primaries against Atiku Abubakar within in the APC. And that was how he emerged. So why can't we build on it? Why do we want to go back in time, to the infancy stage when Obasanjo did it? Why can't we build, on what they did in 2015 when they deepened internal party democracy? And if we can't deepen it, sustain it at that level, rather than going back to an era of imposition. That is what I think Mr. President needs to be mindful of.
You've asked very interesting questions, but I think we have Mr. Justice back on the phone. Mr. Adewale Johnson, I'm sure you can hear me. So let me quickly go to what Mr. President said, and I'd like to quote him. The President explained the qualities of his successor, the qualities that his successor must possess, and also went ahead to sought the backing of APC governors in picking the party's presidential tickets. I quote, "I wish to solicit reciprocity and support of the governors and other stakeholders in picking my successor who would fly the flag of the party for elections into the office of the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria," the President urged the governors. Now, this is not the first time Mr. President is talking about qualities that people who would work with him should possess. Remember, it took the president more than 6 months to pick his ministers at the beginning of his government after the elections in 2015. And he kept saying that these people must possess certain qualities. But then looking at those ministers down the line, which a few of which the EFCC is after right now as we speak, should we really be taking these lines that Mr. President has put down about the qualities of his successor and why he should be allowed to pick, his successor, and that the governors should support him? Should it be anything to go by? Should it be something that we should hold on to, or should it be jettisoned, just as Lukman has admonished the party?
Thank you very much. If I may share in the sympathy of Mr. Abiodun Sowunmi and so many other Nigerians on this issue of choosing a successor, and particularly the interpretation of what Mr. President has said, seeking the support of APC governors and other major stakeholders in onboarding a successor. I want Nigerians to be maybe through the governor or some other stakeholders to adopt whoever the president might want to force on them. I want people to just be patient on something. I am sure of one thing. If the president has gotten a particular person he would love to support or to impose, that will have been disclosed or shown to people. But if I must be so sure of one thing, he is trying to seek to be more democratic, because as the sitting president notwithstanding, he may not be able to single-handedly impose his choice on the system. That was why he is seeking the buy-in and the support, democratic support of governors and other stakeholders. But
why should that be Mr. President's call in the first place? I mean, I'm seeing that, a lot of people are kicking against it. And I mean, the president is also making a case that he wants to hand over to a non-corrupt leader. Really, is the president also assuming that those people who are in the lineup of the APC to run for that office are all corrupt? Is that what he's insinuating? Because, I mean, it calls for concern, doesn't it?
This is syntax, this is grammar, and this is sheer expression, and this can be interpreted in 1,000,001 ways. One thing I will say is what he has said is a generic expression. No right-thinking president will be willing to hand over to a corrupt successor. So the fact that he has said he wouldn't, or maybe if I may ask you, are you insinuating that some persons are corrupt in the lineup? Do you understand? So what he has just said is that people should watch out and choose whoever runs with the qualities he would love to have. As the current holder of that office, he is in best position to appeal for other support in getting whoever succeeds him.
Isn't that too late in the day? And don't get me wrong. The president the president had canvassed for votes from Nigerians in 2014 based on the number one thing, which was fighting corruption. Number two, he was going to fight terrorism. Number three, he was going to give us employment. I do not know any of those things that has been really done. And so if the president is saying he wants to hand over to a person that is not necessarily corrupt, isn't that tad bit late in the day? And how can he, Mr. President, be able to tell who is corrupt and who is not necessarily? And I'm asking because of the people who surround Mr. President.
Yeah. Now, thank you very much. If you have been around the shores of Nigeria since the advent of this regime, you will see, in as much as the president or the executive has desired to fight corruption, you will see our polity and the judiciary has not been very helpful. You will hear of so many options of what a lot of people have seen as corrupt practices. But the court, the judicial system, unfortunately, did not end up killing such persons the way the system would have loved it. So we have a lot of escapees from or through such that may be up to contesting this same position. So that's why the president was saying categorically that if the judiciary has not helped in taking off corrupt persons from the polity, but now there's a democratic means of eschewing such persons from becoming a successor.
Back to you, Mr. Shomolu. What damage do you think that this move that by Mr. President, or supposed move, or this appeal by Mr. President to be allowed to pick a successor of sorts, what kind of damage could it do to the party and, of course, those who are in the running for this office?
It will certainly cause a lasting damage. If Mr. President is allowed to do what he's trying to do, in the sense that, one, we should not forget that we are not in a monarchical system. We are in a democratic system of government, and therefore, the issue of internal party democracy cannot be sacrificed under the wishes of the desire of Mr. President. It will make a mess, a total mess of all the good work being done by INEC to promote internal party democracy. There is no way how only one person can be allowed to choose his own successor. That is no longer democracy. Get to that level. Again, the APC needs to worry about the electorate. Many electorates will view this as totally unacceptable. There is no doubt that many people are disgruntled in Nigeria today as a result of one of the failings of this government, which is on the security issue. I'm not saying Buhari's government failed totally. You know, there's no government that failed totally. They did well in some areas. But the most important thing, which the Constitution actually prescribed as the sole essence of anybody being in government, which is the protection of lives and security of lives and properties of the people, the government has woefully failed. I'm afraid I need to say it as it is. You know, in that area, to the extent that the country is more divided than ever. You know, the schism is so deep, you know, and it has led to ethnic distrust, you know, and disharmony. So therefore, why should Mr. President be allowed to choose his own successor in that situation? If you talk about corruption, yes, I don't have any evidence to accuse Mr. President of corruption, but I have enough, I've seen enough to know that many people in government chosen by Mr. President were found wanting one way or the other. You won't forget about the multi-million naira gas scandal that involves Babachir Lawal. We had so many other scandals, including the current one at the Accountant General of the Federation, 170 billion naira. Only for the next person acting in his capacity is also facing EFCC. So therefore, I'm not sure Mr. President alone can be trusted, you know, to select a candidate which, you know, will be free of corruption. I think that should be left for Nigerians. Nigerians should be left to decide who they will prefer. It's like what is in the Bible, you know, when Jesus Christ and Barnabas were presented to the people Pilate, you know, the people were allowed, Pontius Pilate allowed the people to decide. Do you want Barnabas or do you want Jesus? They chose the thief. So let the people decide what they want. It shouldn't be the exclusive reserve of Mr. President. What he's trying to do is not a consensus.
Okay.
As emphasized in the Constitution and also the APC Constitution, what he's trying to do is selection, to select a candidate and get others to back it. I don't think that is right. That will have a huge ramifications, and I'm afraid that maybe, voters backlash at the end of it.
Okay, finally, Mr. Justice, quickly, what do you see happening on the weekend? Because it's just around the corner. There have been so many, people have made all kinds of assumptions as to who the president wants to give, his vote or support to. I mean, this obviously came to a lot of people as a surprise when the president decided that he was going to pick someone to succeed him. But what do you see playing out over the weekend as we get ready for it?
Thank you very much. The weekend is so close, and one of two things will definitely happen. Either a complete dispersal of the APC or a stronger party emerging from the activity of the weekend. Because it is sure, the emergence of a flag bearer for the party definitely will result from one of many processes. If the process that will produce the flag bearer is as desired by the stakeholders of the party and the electorate presently at the convention, then there's success. But of an assurance, if any other thing comes to fore without the buy-in of the stakeholders, with what Nigeria and Nigerians are presently, I can assure you that will be an early obituary of the party. And like my brother just said that, you see, Nigerians have graduated beyond the level of imposition. Nobody can impose anybody on any party again. Gone are those days.
Okay.
Do you understand?
Okay.
So the weekend is close by, and very many things would unfold. But at the end of which, only one will be visible to everybody. Thank you.
The weekend is pregnant with a lot of surprises that may come to light. Well, I want to say thank you, Biodun and Adewale Ademola Justice. Thank you, gentlemen. Both are political analysts. Thank you for being part of the conversation.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for staying with us. When we come back, we will be talking with the gubernatorial aspirants for the ADC right here in Lagos State. Stay with us.
So what are the tough decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
On the 11th of March 2023, residents of Lagos will troop out to vote for their governor. That's one of their choice. As the date of this election inches nearer, candidates from several parties, including the ruling All Progressive Congress and the People's Democratic Party, as they prepare for a showdown. Now, another party that is gearing up for the contest for the highest seat in the state is the African Democratic Congress, ADC. Now, an aspirant for the Lagos State gubernatorial election, Akin Braithwaite, joins us to discuss his plans for the state. It's good to have you join us, Mr. Braithwaite.
Thank you very much.
Great. We had a little chit-chat before we came on air, and I asked you a few questions, but I think the question that every person who meets with you would ask is, why do you want to be governor of Lagos State? And what made you decide? I mean, because it had to take a lot of things for you to say, well, I want to run this very chaotic state.
Because I'd like to stop it from being chaotic. I'd love for this state to be the kind of place that I grew up in, a nice, wonderful city of Lagos, my Lagos. But the real push came as a result of what happened in October 2020, which anybody who was in Lagos then, that was an experience and a half. And I just, at that point, that was a watershed moment for my life. Because everybody around me, in my household, friends, neighbors, were all similarly affected and traumatized. And the question now was, so what are we going to do about it? WhatsApp, as usual, had lots of different comments and people saying one thing or the other. Lots of opinions flying up and down the place. Then it just came down to, is this what we're going to do? Just talk, no action. And I just decided at that point that things had to change. Things just can't remain the way they are. And with people like me, I thought, look, we just got to get involved in the political scene. I hadn't really decided at that time that I wanted to run. That was a recent decision. But right then I decided I needed to get into politics. So it was a choice, either revolution or the ballot box. And I opted for the ballot box.
Now, I mean, you do know that the political scene in Nigeria is not as friendly as, it should be. It's not necessarily come on. It's something that a lot of people are apprehensive of getting involved in, but great position. But why do you think that Lagos got to where it got to? I mean, of course, it didn't. NSAS was a ripple effect of something. That's why we had the NSAS. But like you said, it's your Lagos. How have you contributed to either the positive parts of Lagos or the roles what roles have you played in making Lagos either better or where it is? I don't want to say worse, but where we find it right now.
Certainly, I would count myself as one of the persons who has played a positive role. If you're either using an Airtel line or an MTN line.
We're going to send you an invoice for mentioning those brands on our show.
Point of fact. A fun fact. You would definitely have benefited from my involvement. I was one of the pioneer people that was involved in bringing telecoms, into the Nigerian space. It was a very, very interesting period. And certainly, I would like to think that by ensuring that we had modern telecommunications, very, very great customer services, that we were able to do something that brought Nigeria and Lagos into the modern age. From that point onward, you would definitely expect that we would now just be moving on a forward trajectory. Today, I'm one of the co-founders of a cloud telephony organization called Kasuku. And I continue to contribute. In terms of the grassroots, I also had an involvement. I do write children's books, incidentally, yes. So I don't know if when you were growing up, whether you came across the tortoise stories. You didn't?
I'm a bit too old. I don't remember.
Well, we used to, be taught stories about the wise tortoise.
Yes,
Ajakba, the tortoise. And so I've written some kind of nostalgic storybooks. But I now use that as a leverage to get into poverty alleviation for children. and we had a program that was running with the approval of SUBEB, which is the State Universal Basic Education Board, and UNICEF, where we went through all the local governments of the state, picking some champion schools, public schools for that matter, and just really helping children to make sense of their world and to understand how they can really get into self-development and help themselves to avoid the poverty trap by learning how to earn, doing various things, even simple things that can earn. And through that process, we were able to get children to start saving money in the bank. We took children on experiences to banks, and it's been a very, very worthwhile experience.
So I see this is very interesting. But if you were to be given the opportunity to be governor of Lagos, there's always that blueprint. People have 10 points, 20-point agenda, being rolled out. What would be your core? What would be at the core of your strategy for turning around, Lagos and making it what you call my Lagos?
Okay, there are a number of key critical aspects, and they're multifaceted. Certainly at the core layer would be the civil service. If I had my way, I'd call it the civil partnership, because the concept of civil servant, I think, is an old, archaic one. We really need these guys in the civil service to become our partners. If you've ever had to do anything, in government circles, it can be a real pain. Sometimes you might leave there crying. What can be done in a day, they might take you around the circles, and 6 months later, you still haven't achieved. You try to get the title to land and property and all that kind of stuff, horrendous. So we need a civil service that really is for the people. And clearly, one of the things that they need badly is a change and a review of their remuneration structure. Because I can just imagine that if somebody is earning a wage when the bag of rice was at 3,000 naira and is still earning the same wage with bag of rice now at 30 or something, do you go to the market at all?
I do.
Right. So I think you can bear witness that rice has gone up like 10 times or whatever since some years back.
But then when you talk about wages, you're looking also at the wage bill. Don't forget that maybe states like Lagos might be comfortable with raising that. But then there are also states across the Federation that cannot. I mean, we've been here before with the Labour, asking for an increase in their wages, and that's been a drag. But there are also people who are saying the civil service is bloated. It needs to be reduced, and there has to be some re-strategizing for it to not be gulping as much money as it is gulping. So that's also a whole kettle of fish to deal with on the other hand.
I think we have to be careful how we compare Lagos to other places. In the UK, there's such a thing as London waiting, which means that if you live in London and you work in London, you would have an increased package because it takes account of the high cost of living in London as compared to maybe Manchester. So we would look at Lagos waiting, and make this thing very realistic. I mean, Lee Kuan Yew in Singapore really did something wonderful when he decided that, look, in order to move the country forward, which rests a lot on what the civil service does, they actually were able to get people into the civil service who were your A-grade people, and they paid them at the private commercial rates.
Okay.
So that what you then get is that you get people who are energized, motivated, and who are going to be doing things, the way they should. If you don't pay the civil service properly, what you're creating is an environment for graft, all right? Because they will have to make up that difference. You can imagine the civil servant, his wife at home is saying, he gives her the allowance and she says, look, this is not going to do, this won't cut it. So the poor chap has nothing else, no other option but to kind of fleece any and everybody, that he can. So whatever it is that we want to achieve in the state, if we don't have the civil service partnering with us, we're just going to be spinning wheels. So that would be a major and a core thing. Security would definitely be another core plank and pillar. And it so happens that I've had some police training. Yes, I've had 3 months.
Scotland Yard or here?
Where?
In Scotland Yard or here?
You'd be surprised that the Nigerian Police College is actually very, very sound. I mean, the people there
I didn't say it wasn't. I was just
Nigerian Police College and not Scotland Yard. But of course, it's a vestige of Scotland, Yard and the British colonial, hand down. So that training really kind of gave one and prepared one to understand, the issues around security, around policing, and whatever. And there's a combination of things that we will do, in our government, which essentially will be about, it's a multi-layered approach. You have your neighborhood watch scheme, which will plug into
So you're advocating for state police?
Let me put it this way. I'm advocating for local policing, okay? So local policing, which will definitely incorporate the neighborhood. For the life of me, it's sad that the police are not using walkie-talkies, something as basic as walkie-talkies and communication gadgets. That certainly would have to, be introduced when you have your police carrying the walkie-talkie. So communication is key. Down to the neighborhood, layer. Mm-hmm. The neighborhood watch would be taught about intelligence gathering and proactive intelligence, which is going to now help because you can then identify where the different spots are that are creating nuisances. And then you layer that with these lovely things called drones, because given the size of Lagos, there is no way that you're going to police it with lots of boots on the ground. So you need that kind of cover from the sky, okay? And the drones we can have a blanket of kind of what I would call a security blanket of drones, which will be able to pinpoint the action where it's happening in real time and then help the security guys to get to the spot and deal with things and nip the situation in the bud.
These are very interesting points, but I want to bring you back into the party politics. Two-pronged question. Why the ADC and not the bigger parties? Again, how do you intend...
I'm glad you didn't mention those names because they give me nightmares.
And how do you intend to defeat or upstage the opposition, knowing that there is a certain party that has a stronghold on Lagos State? And of course, 2023 is a year where lots of people are expecting that the game will change. But how hopeful are you? And do you really stand a chance?
Absolutely, my dear, absolutely. The power lies in this simple anatomy called the thumb. Just by getting people to believe that the power lies in the thumb. Okay?
And how do you intend to get the people to believe? Because we hear this all the time, that the power lies with us, the voter and his cards, get your PVC. But how do you plan to defeat these parties who tell you they have more structures, they've been in power for so long, and they know the politics of Lagos? How do you intend to break through? And why did you, again, choose the ADC?
Okay, simple. Give people what they want, and they'll do what they need to.
Which is, what do you think that Lagosians want?
People say, look, I don't have, who am I going to vote for? That's a very, very simple question that we've not been able to answer, that we have refused to answer, up to now, because the voter isn't dumb. All right, the voter has already shown that they do not like what is on offer. You don't go to a restaurant and they shove something. They only tell you that there's 2 items on the menu. You walk out of there, right? So, but if you go into the restaurant and then they wise up and they realize that they need to give you a very nice entree, then you choose what fits you. Lagosians have not had the opportunity to really look at what they want. So I'm presenting myself as that nice, caring guy next door who really wants to see Lagosians get what they truly deserve and what they want.
Well, on that note, I want to say thank you. Unfortunately, time is not on our side.
Right.
I want to say thank you, Mr. Braithwaite, for being part of the conversation. You are the ADC governorship aspirant for Lagos. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you for having me. And we will upstage them.
Okay. Well, that's all for tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for being part of the conversation. Plus Politics returns tomorrow evening, same time. And have a great evening. We'll be back tomorrow talking for development. I am Mary Anacon. Have a good evening.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Oshukeye.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely. By no question. He's a living legend.
Oh, God forbid, Holy Ghost fire, no.
I just want to be blown away. I want to be wild. This is 11 years of doing it.
I'm surrounded by so much positivity.
No, it's okay.
Yo, what's up, my people? It's your boy Starboy Terry. You're watching
Plus Event on Plus TV.
Stay glued to Plus TV Africa every Saturday and Sunday, 4:30 p.m. West African time.
Lagos, the commercial capital of Nigeria with 351,861 hectares of land, is the authentic home of every tribe and tongue in Nigeria. The state, though small in landmass, is controversially the most populous state in the country. One of the neighborhoods in the state is Obalende, located in a Tiosa local government area. The area is strategically a historic site because before the relocation of administrative capital from Lagos to Abuja, it was the seat of power of the military head of state, the Dodon Barrack. Historically, a Royal West African Frontier Force, predominantly Hausa men, were initially camped on the land where the famous King's College is situated. Then there was a need for the use of the land, and the Oba of Lagos was said to have pressured the governor of Lagos to resettle the Hausa men and sold the land in what is now Obalende to the British colonial masters. After resettlement in the purchased land, the Royal West Africa Frontier Forcemen named the place Ibiti Obalewade, which translates to the place where the king drove us to. Obalende, though crowded, is famous for its nightlife and for its suya sport, with a junction popularly called Suya Junction. For ease of administration, former governor of Lagos State, Asiwaju Bola Tinubu, created additional 37 local council development areas from the existing 20 local council areas. So the current Obalende is carved out under Ikoyi Obalende Local Council Development Area. Ikorodu town is another historic location in Lagos, located in the northeast area of the state along the Lagos Lagoon and shares a boundary with Ogun State. Currently, the town houses Ikorodu local government area and 5 local council development areas. Kabiru Shotobi is the king of Ikorodu, traditionally known as Ayogbunre of Ikorodu, who ascended the throne from October 24, 2015.
The name Ikorodu came about from people whose ancestors descended from the Remo stock of Yoruba tribe who came to settle on a plateau and named it Ikorodu, a shortened word from Oko Odu, which literally means Odu, farm. The current metro area population of Ikorodu in 2021 is 989,000, a 5.44% increase from 2020. Trading, farming, and manufacturing are some of the things Ikorodu is known for. Ikeja is the capital of Lagos State, formerly called Akeja. It was named after a deity of the Awori people of Ota, who originally settled there. The area was invaded for slaves until the mid-19th century. Ikeja, an abbreviation meaning of Ikorodu and Ekpe joint administration, was coined by colonial administrators for ease of administration. It is the official seat of the governor of the state, where the state secretariat is also located. It is also where the domestic and international airports are located. Its population as of 2006 census is 330,196. Ikeja is home to one of West Africa's largest gadget markets, popularly known as Computer Village, and home to a shopping mall known as Ikeja City Mall, which is the biggest mall in Lagos mainland and also has a cinema. These are some interesting places that make Lagos a world-class destination.
Urinary tract infection is simply infection of the urinary tract. So the body is divided into systems. And of course, you have, just like you have the digestive system, neurologic system, you have the urinary tract or urinary system, which is made up of the kidneys, the ureter, the bladder, and the urethra. Okay, these four parts form the urinary system. Any infection in any part of the system is what we simply call the urinary tract infection. Basically, every infective organism can cause urinary tract infection. The most common ones are your bacteria, your fungi, and viruses. You have virus infections that can cause urinary tract infection. You have fungi that can cause, especially in immunocompromised individuals. For example, people on high levels of suppressants, immunosuppressants, or high levels of chemotherapies, or patients who have come down with retroviral infections. Then, in very common cases, are bacterial infections that cause urinary tract infection, which are the common ones that we see. So you have things like streptococcus, you have things like H. influenza, you have things like E. coli. In worst cases, you have Klebsiella, and of course, all of these bacteria can actually cause urinary tract infection. When they affect the different levels of the body, they have their different symptoms. So some of them get as far as the kidneys, cause things like pyelonephritis, and it further goes down to damaging symptoms. Okay, so it can be caused by bacteria, fungi, viruses are the commonest one. Protozoas can also cause it, and sometimes worms infections. 5 major steps actually preventing urinary tract infections. Number 1 is maintaining a good hygiene. Hygiene has been seen to be implicated in urinary tract infections, and if you are not very careful with, especially with the underwears, you can recurrently cause urinary tract infection. And then, of course, with the areas of sanitation, the restrooms are very implicative. And even in, partners, sexual partners, sometimes you may need to be very cautious. Okay, so basically hygiene. Oftentimes you see ladies not properly, use their underwears, or sometimes they don't even use it or properly wash. So it's usually recommended that they wash recurrently with maybe a hypo, a sanitizer, as it were, or a jig, a detergent, and sometimes even iron. Okay, the reason for iron is to give the heat if you don't want to discard completely. All right. Other prevention mechanisms includes proper dieting. Okay. When we eat right, we prevent a lot of things. Sometimes when we do a lot of sugar, you provide a habitable environment for these microbes to grow. All right. A lot of sugar. Yeah. Sometimes people even think that high protein diets are very effective, but no, you further even provide, because you see, in improper dieting, you alter the pH of the body. This pH of the body is what is responsible for the maintaining a proper environment that organisms does not grow. When you distort it, certain organisms now begin to thrive in places where they're not supposed to thrive. The third thing is water, hydration, good level of hydration, okay, keeps us consistently cleansed out. The fourth one is, it's been said that especially in women, they ought to clean from front to back. Rather, yes, from front to back, not from back to front. Okay, that's the proper way of cleaning. And then there's been some drinks that have been used in, especially berry drinks, cranberry drinks, have been very effective in the GI. So if you have drinks that have the cranberry or berry nectar, you have a good chance of preventing it. Some other ways of preventing: regular testing, you can prevent your urinary tract infections. Yeah. The symptoms of urinary tract infections include a recurrent urge to want to use the restroom. You have that recurrent, and sometimes it could be very little amount of urine that could come out. You could have burning sensation in the process of urinating. You could have, itchiness. You could have cloudy urine. Sometimes discolored urine that could either be red or dark coke colored and all that. And then one other thing, pain, especially lower abdominal pain. One of the classical symptoms, lower abdominal pain. For men, you could see, of course, some burning sensations on trying to urinate. Usually not so much. And they could also have discharge, but that happens more with sexually transmitted infections. Now, the point about improper treatment, especially in females, is that it's responsible for high levels of infertility when it's not properly treated. The bad part of urinary tract infection is that it takes a quiet stage and right there in the body, and many people walk away, especially guys, especially men. They feel that they're good, and so it takes a quiet stage, and then over time, it's the cause of, or they become transmitters. Then the women eventually are the ones who come down with the symptoms, but they or never come down with the symptoms at all, and then life is good. The treatment plan for urinary tract infections can last for more than 2 weeks. It's important that you do not prescribe or you do not recommend yourself many of these roadside drugs that people do, especially when you hear things like staph aureus and stuff. No, none of that is just very unacceptable. In the treatment of urinary tract infections, you get tested first and you get drugs that are sensitive to these infections. Now, for some reasons, when adequate doses of these drugs are not taken, especially to completion, like I said to you, many times the treatment could last for as much as 2 weeks because of the level for where they are. The urinary tract infection is one of the lowest parts of the body. All right. So you have to do that long. If you don't do that, you begin to grow resistant strains of these microbes, and then you have to do it again and again. But the next time you're coming back to heat it, you don't get the same response like you got the first time. So it's important that whenever you're going to get treated, you treat for a very long time, as much as 2 weeks. Sometimes injections first, and then you complete the dosage with a couple of tablets that are sensitive to the organism. Whenever there is recurrence of urinary tract infection, it's important that you pay attention to hygiene. Check hygiene levels very importantly, and that simply means that you may want to discard all underwears and replace them. Have proper baths. Just pay more attention. Number one, you never treat urinary tract infections without trying to treat your partner. It's important that you check out your partner, especially when it is one partner. Okay, there's multiple partners. You just have to do something about that. All right. Okay. But then you want to also pay attention to your partner. The second and the third important thing is to check your fluid balance and all the other exogenous things you take. Now, when you're treating with the drugs, I recommend that you do injections first and then you do orals. Many times orals don't get as deep and as far as what injections will do. So even when you see sensitivity for certain drugs, you want to try the injections first. For me, I practice for 5 days minimum. And then subsequently, the books sometimes say up to 7 days. All right. And you do, subsequently you do the injections. When you do that, you get a better result because of the penetrating capacity of injections compared to tablets.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Good evening, I am Adebanke Odunui, and this is the news update. Former National Chairman of the All Progressives Grand Alliance, APGA, Senator Victor Ume, has defected to the Labour Party LP. This was after being denied the tickets of APGA to vie for the Anambra Central Senatorial seat for the 2023 general elections. There is ongoing primary of LP in Oka, where Ume is to be nominated as the candidate of the party for Anambra Central. Ume will slug it out with Senator Uche Ekunife of PDP, Dozie Nwankwo of APGA, and Chief Kodile Chukwu Okelekwe of APC in the main election next year. In Anambra State, 5 APC senatorial aspirants have rejected the results of the Southern Zone primaries in which Adamu Ismaila was declared winner. Addressing a press conference in Yola, the aggrieved aspirants distanced themselves from the exercise, accusing the Electoral Committee of allocating votes to their names. They said results of vote buying by the agent of one of the aspirants with overwhelming evidences forced the Electoral Committee to postpone the election to address the anomalies.
The Electoral Committee postponed the exercise and assured all of us that the exercise will continue after the issue of criminality had been resolved. The Electoral Committee also made clear to everybody that at that point it was no longer an allegation, but that they had substantiated, in view of the promissory notes found on the body of the agent, that they had substantiated the allegation And because of the gravity, it was necessary to suspend the exercise. And when the issues were resolved, we would take it on from there. We dispersed. Some of us barely escaped the premises alive because all sorts of seedy characters and thoughts had found their way into the premises.
But the Nigerian electoral law is very, very clear on this. You don't do this to the full glare of the people and openly compromising the process of the election. And what happened was that the pattern was established that day in favor of a particular aspirant who had the promissory notes in his pocket.
It has been made clearly written, that that act is unlawful, is unaccepted, and is not part and parcel of the party. For that reason, it is a very, very serious offense.
Contrary to media reports, Abdulhamid Olorunfemi Mustafa has not withdrawn his petition challenging the conduct of the May 26 All Progressives Congress governorship primary in Lagos State. The governorship aspirant has equally disclosed that the appeal panel of the party sought his cooperation to drop the challenge he mounted against the exercise to avoid the repeat of the Zamfara and River State scenarios of 2019 when the party ended up without lawful governorship candidates in the two states. Speaking through his counsel, Barrister Abdulmojid Oloyede, the governorship aspirant requested the party's leadership to make public the outcome of the screening exercise conducted for all aspirants in the state, which necessitated his alleged disqualification. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has launched the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of the general elections in the country. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu announced this during a meeting of the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security, ICCES, at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja. According to the INEC chief, the electoral umpire has virtually concluded the planning processes for the 2023 polls 9 months ahead of the elections, with the release of the regulations and guidelines and earlier publication of the Strategic Plan 2022 to 2026 and Election Project Plan of 2023. The Lagos State government has insisted that there is no going back on its decision to rid 6 local government areas and 9 local council development areas of Okada. In a bid to actualize its objective, the government says it is already crushing 2,228 impounded motorcycles in an undisclosed location. The enforcement will continue until the affected local government areas and local council development areas are rid of commercial motorcycles. The affected local government areas include Ikeja, Surulere, Etiosa, Lagos Mainland, Lagos Island, and Apapa. Meanwhile, Lagos State Environmental and Special Offences Unit, codenamed Task Force, says it has recorded more than 85% compliance by Okada riders since the June 1st enforcement commenced. The State Commissioner for Transportation, Frederick Oladende, urged Lagos residents to remain calm and go about their normal businesses without fear of molestation. The Commissioner urged the Riders Union to form cooperative societies in order to get buses which will be used as a source of livelihood and alternative to Okada income. Gas explosion at a liquefied petroleum gas LPG refilling shop has burnt down shops and injured 20 people at a busy area of Shika Quarters, Kashen Quarter in Kano State. The public relations officer of the Kano State Fire Service, Saminu Yusuf, who confirmed the incident, said that 20 people were involved but had been rescued alive and now are receiving treatment in hospitals. Yusuf said that the incident was allegedly caused by fire from a man frying and selling fish near the gas shop. Justice Inyang Eko of the Federal High Court Abuja has fixed August 29th for the judgment in a suit seeking to extradite a suspended Deputy Commissioner of Police DCP Abba Kyari to the United States of America for trial on alleged internet fraud. The judge fixed the date after taking arguments for and against the suit by the parties involved. Kyari, whose arguments were presented by a senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN Noreni Jimo, asked the court to refuse the extradition request on the ground that he committed no offense to warrant the federal government taking him to the United States of America. The Federal Capital Territory High Court in Wuse area of Abuja has remanded Peter Nwachukwu, husband of the late gospel singer Osinachi, in the Kuje Correctional Facility. Nwachukwu will be in prison pending the hearing and determination of the homicide-related suit instituted against him by the Attorney General of the Federation. The presiding judge, Justice Njideka Nwosu Iheme, gave the order after he pleaded not guilty to 23 charges bordering on domestic violence and homicide, among others, and adjourned the trial to the 16th and 17th of June. And as the 2023 elections draw near, Nigerians have been speaking on the role of the justice system before, during, and after the polls. That's on Street Views. Let's take a listen.
The electoral act once passed becomes the law. And the duty of the court is to interpret the law the way it is, irrespective of who the interpretation will go against or not. Now, coming to 2023 election, you know, before any election, the judiciary has a duty to put in election petition in place based on the Electoral Act. And when that is in place, the judiciary will be ready to take any case because the election petition will have been in place because it's special courts.
The judiciary really doesn't have any preparation to make with respect to election. The judiciary is supposed to be a continuous process, and the only role of the judiciary is to interpret laws. So whatever laws become current or becomes extant, that is what the judiciary will do. The judiciary doesn't have to have a new preparation. They're supposed to be constant at every time. So the judiciary is good to go with respect to the 2023 elections.
The judiciary this time around should look beyond the technical justice and do substantial justice. You know, because it's on record that there was a time when a matter was called at the Supreme Court, and then the Supreme Court, in its wisdom, left number 1 and went for number 4. It would be against common sense to leave the person that scored second highest vote, the third highest vote, to go and pick the 4th highest vote. So it's what we call technical justice. So we're hoping and trusting that the judiciary this time around would look at substantial justice to ensure that politicians don't use the courtroom and the instruments of the law to achieve a selfish gain.
The only thing judiciary ought to do at this stage is to be very, very careful, because the politicians are at their game now. This is the time for frivolous application. This is the time for expert application. They'll come through the back to get any relief to stop the election or to stop the process. So the judiciary should be watchful to shun all expert applications. What the judiciary can do, they can, what they call accelerated hearing. You know, they can accelerate hearing, but let the other party be aware.
And in other parts of Africa, 4 Kenyans have been killed after police opened fire on a crowd of protesters in Kajiado County, the eastern part of the country. Mashuru Police Commander Charles Chepkonga said 7 others were injured and admitted to a local hospital following the fracas in the Masimba area. Chepkonga said the group was protesting against a persistent invasion by wildlife animals in the area, as an elephant had apparently killed a teacher in the area, and locals were angered by a lack of action from authorities. And outside Africa, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said today that his country's military would fend off the Russian invasion in a video marking 100 days of Moscow's all-out
assault on its pro-democracy neighbor. Victory will be ours, Zelensky said in the video. It included Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal and Presidential Advisor Mikhailo Podolyak, calling an impromptu message they posted outside government buildings at the onset of the war, vowing to remain in the country. On the 100th day of Russia's invasion, fighting is raging across the east, where Moscow's forces are tightening their grip on Ukraine's Donbas region. Kyiv earlier had announced Moscow was in control of a fifth of Ukrainian territories, including Crimea and parts of Donbas seized in 2014. And in business news, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, has raised Nigeria's crude oil quota from 1.772 million barrels per day for June 2022 to 1.799 million barrels per day in July 2022. It was upped by 27,000 barrels, resulting in 3.4% increase in the month of July. The cartel broke the news in its press statement on its 29th OPEC and non-OPEC ministerial meeting, which was held via video conference, stating that the organization approved the highest production volume of 10.833 million barrels per day for Saudi Arabia and Russia. In entertainment, Nigerian rapper Ikechukwu has expressed shock after his 14-year-old in-law was mysteriously found dead in boarding school. The rapper took to his Instagram page where he shared the shocking details of the child's death. The rapper said there are many discrepancies in the story surrounding the death. Moving on to sports news, American teenager Coco Gauff has the chance to win 2 French Open trophies this weekend after reaching the women's doubles final as well as the singles. Gauff, who plays Iga Swiatek in the singles final on Saturday, advanced to the doubles showpiece with compatriot Jessica Pegula on Friday. The pair beat fellow Americans Madison Keys and Taylor Townsend 6-4, 7-6, 7-4. Gauff is in her first Grand Slam singles final, but was runner-up in the U.S. Open doubles final in 2021. Last year, Czech Barbora Krejcikova became the first woman since 2000 and the 7th ever to win the singles and doubles titles at Roland Garros. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Adebanke Odunoyi. Thank you for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
My leg represents my hand, you know. God is a miracle worker, and nobody's useless. It's only when you want to make yourself a useless person. God sees that I cannot make use of the hand, so He gave me the opportunity to be making use of the leg. My name is Shomolu. I'm an artist, a landscape painter. I'm from the other state. I love colors a lot. I love playing with colors. My painting mostly based on landscape painting. So since I love colors, I will just think how to mix the colors together to bring out the stuff that I have in mind.
Oftentimes in Nigeria, people with any form of disability are most of the time treated with a certain level of compassion, maybe love, and sometimes pity. Today, I meet Toma, differently abled person, and she shares her story of strength, of courage and resilience with me.
My leg represents my hand, you know. This thing that I believe that God do. God is a miracle worker, and nobody's useless. It's only when you want to make yourself a useless person. God sees that I cannot make use of the hand, so He gave me the opportunity to be making use of the leg. So I use the leg to feed myself. I use it to operate my phone. I use it to do so many things that I can do.
Toma is not defined by her situation, but fiercely and graciously uses her gift to express herself.
Painting is just like my voice. Majority of my painting is just expressing yourself through colors, just appreciating the nature. So.
This is her work. She used this leg to paint, but she didn't use the hand. I'm telling mo dúpẹ́ lọ́wọ́ Ọlọ́run gidi gan pé ọ̀pọ̀lọpọ̀ mi gan tó ń lo ọwọ́ gan. Tó máa bẹ́ tàwọn times 100 kò kí ń ṣọ̀lẹ bó dẹ̀ ṣe kò kí ń ṣọ̀lẹ kò dẹ̀ kí ń ṣọmọ tó yẹ pé bó ṣe wọ́n máa ń rí iṣẹ́ ó máa ń sá sẹ́yìn kò kí ń fi iṣẹ́ ṣeré bó ṣe wà yìí iṣẹ́ kò kí ń fi ṣeré ó tẹ́ lọ́rùn kó ná last kọ́bọ̀ lórí iṣẹ́ yẹn tó bá ná last kọ́bọ̀ lórí iṣẹ́ yẹn á fi iṣẹ́ yẹn á fi pè owó jáde.
God has given her a kind of knowledge that is beyond human understanding. Despite that, you cannot make use of hand to write and paint, but you can use her leg to paint very well. And by the time she has finished the painting, you will just be looking at her that you see the one that has done it. Even majority normally argue, especially the visitor, that they don't normally believe that she's the one until when she started doing it in their presence. That's the time they go to do. And people that used to come here, they normally appreciate her by trying as much as possible to buy some of her painting.
If you look at so many of my paintings, it's based on nature. Why I say so is that, you know, God is the greatest artist, and everything He did is perfect. And if you look at the sky day by day, you think there's so many beauty.
But just how did Toma discover this giftedness of hers?
Actually, it was a friend of mine that bring out the gift in me. She saw me feeding the children with my leg. So she said, we can do something better than feeding the children with my leg. So she was the one that God used for me.
With the help of an assistant assembling her painting tools, Toma demonstrates her painting skills while sharing the emotions and relief painting brings to her.
Sometimes I don't believe that I was the one that did it. It's a little bit difficult for me to believe that the works are done by me. My own painting gets me an assurance that I can still give back to society. Why I say so is that, you know, when I was still much younger, I thought I'm not useful. Let me use it, because I could not use the art and every other thing. So I was just like thinking that, how are you going to do this?
Toma shares her challenges, not focusing on it as a stumbling block, but She sets the tone on the positive as she reveals the hurdles of her life's journey.
According to a proverb that said, no pain, no gain about life. Life is full of challenges, and the more we live, the more we see them around. Talking about the challenges, the first time in school, I will never forget it. At the first time in school, I went to Akoka Junior High School, or junior school. But the first time I went to that school, when I went to go meet the principal, that I went with some of the staff here, and when we got there, the principal does not know that I understand Yoruba. He said something that, why do they bring someone like her to school? And that she's not supposed to be in school. All she needs is just for you to put her somewhere to be eating until God says. I have to say something that, sir, may the good Lord have mercy on you. He was shocked. He could not believe that I heard what he said. I just thank God for the owner of the challenges, because he owns the key to every challenge. And he makes a way when there seems to be no way. I give glory to God, because if not for him, I don't know what could have happened to me. So many challenges. And, you know, there's this thing that keeps me going that said, if there's no challenges, there will not be testimony. I faced a lot.
In spite of Toma's visible challenges, Toma has a positive outlook towards life and the people she comes in contact with. Her caregiver and one of her teachers reveal the other aspects of Toma.
Toma jẹ́ ọmọ kan tó jẹ́ pé ọ̀rá mọ́yàn, ó dẹ̀ kó gbogbo ìyànjú, kò kọ́ra, ó ń bọ́mọdé ṣe, ó ń bá gbà ṣe, gbogbo àwọn òṣìṣẹ́ gan, ó ní ibi kọ̀ọ̀kan tó ti máa ń dùn wọ́n nú. Òye ó jẹ́ pé èèyàn tó jẹ́ pé bó ṣe wà yẹn kò mọ bó ṣe hide the feelings ẹ̀ tí nǹkan bá ti ń dùn bá wọ́n máa sọ ń pé alágbádá bá dẹ̀ ṣẹ̀ mí o, ó dẹ̀ ti tán nínú ẹ̀, kò mọ bó ṣe ń bá yàn yàn jì. Ó jẹ́ ọmọ alálùbáríkà, mo gbàdúrà kó lọ bá mi pèsè ọkọ alálùbáríkà fún kó iṣẹ́ kó má di ṣẹ̀wọ̀n lọ́wọ́.
She's the type that wants us to move closer because of behavior, attitude, characters, and the kind of love that she used to show to people. The way God has created her, we thank God because it's unquestionable God. I just thank God for her life because despite the fact that her disability, she can prove to the whole world that she can still do certain things as far as her condition is being concerned. She loves everybody because I recollect that yearly as a staff of this school, especially we men, I don't know, maybe it's doing it with the women too, she used to present us a gift as men in this school, no matter how token it is.
She tells me the place of God in her life, making her achieve more than she can imagine.
God is my strength. You know, God is a wonderful God that despite what you are going through, you will surely find a way to make you smile. You will surely find. Though the world may tell you that you are not this, you are not that. But as long as you have this God, you will surely find a way to make you happy. My strength is from God. My joy is from God. Everything is from God. Despite everything that you're going through, everybody goes through a lot in this country, Nigeria. All you just need to tell yourself is that I can make it. I can do it. And just keep on smiling. By the time God works, you won't know. You will just be asking yourself, is it me? Am I the one? Just put your trust in God and try to do the little things that you know how to do. Don't give up on yourself. Don't give up on God, especially if you give up on yourself, people will give up on you.
And what's more, this 28-year-old lady challenged once again the thought of entertaining self-pity.
I used to feel pity for myself, but not anymore, because God has given me the strength. God has shown me that despite my challenges, I can still go places. by giving me the opportunity to paint with my leg, by giving me the opportunity to show that there is ability in disability.
Well, not much is known about the condition data-wise, and so according to a 2018 article from The Guardian, there are more than 100,000 cases of cerebral palsy in Nigeria, with most affected individuals in need of care due to cerebral palsy effect on functional abilities. But more alarming is a recent data according to Benola Initiative, an initiative aimed at creating awareness on cerebral palsy in Nigeria. The condition affects 17 million persons worldwide and over 700,000 in Nigeria alone. Whereas that data claims a huge number of people live with cerebral palsy, what is more unnerving is that half that number may likely wallow in self-pity. Toma has proven to be an exception, full of life, deep in thoughts and full of cheers.
Wow!
Emotional, she recalls her journey to education and how having a degree remained her most joyful day.
Every day whenever I wake up, I always ask for something that God should give me joy. That's what all the challenges. The day that I finished my IC program, even before that day, I will just sit in the hostel, start screaming, start shouting, start singing. But on the day that I finished my IC, I was just like, are you sure that I finished? You finished? Are you sure that I finished? And when I always say, oh, what to marry girl? I said, are you sure that it is Toma? She said it is you. So the day that I finished, I did my last paper. I said, do I have another paper? I was just asking myself, that do I have another paper? They said no. And since from the exam up to my hostel, I was just shouting. I can't believe it that it was me.
Thank you very much.
Thank you too.
That was great.
High five.
Thank you. Oh, high five! Woo! This is beautiful. Let me again. Thank you so very much for having us. Thank you so very much. Thank you so very much.
Hello and welcome to Plus Events, your #1 diary show that brings the best and biggest events to your screen. I am Antonia Oshili, and on today's show, we have 3 interesting events that you would absolutely enjoy. First is Mr. and Mrs. Ladainde's children dedication, which took place at the Citadel Global Community Church. Plus TV Africa was there to cover the joyous event.
The Lagride family dedicated the triplets at the Citadel Global Community Church with singing and dancing. The triplets, Ilerioluwa, Erioluwa, and Irioluwa, are the first set of children of Temidola and Kayode Lagride after 12 years of marriage.
I want to thank God for everybody. I mean, the church in the house. 12 years.
The officiating pastor prayed for the family as the church rejoiced with them.
This is a testimony from the Lord, and it is just the tip of the iceberg. The testimony has become an encouragement for so many people, trusting God for the fruit of the womb and every other thing. God who did it for you, will do it for them in Jesus' most precious name. Amen.
The church dedication was followed by a reception where the family continued celebration with friends and family. The couple shared their 12-year journey of waiting to have their children.
Many people are counting 12 years, but for us, it is actually 12 times 12. Because for every month, we were aiming to be pregnant. Do you know what that means? So on our cost, we were flying from Port Harcourt to Lagos. This woman was flying from Port Harcourt to Lagos just to achieve pregnancy. So you know what 12 times 12, 144 months of saying, let it happen, let it happen, let it happen, and finally it happened. One unique thing about how it happened, because everything I'm telling you, there are enough clues. If you get to our bedroom, you will see 3 teddy bears. Those teddy bears were bought almost 7 years ago. 7 years ago. 3 lovely teddy bears. So every day we know that this day is going to come to pass. The rooms were built for 2 boys, 1 girl.
Yes, we held on to the word of God several times, but it was not easy. You know, someone said it the other time that they waited for 3 years. And every month, when Yoruba said it is Ibanuje Oshoshi, as in it's a monthly sorrow, it is. Young ladies that are indulging in and enjoying sexual relationship. I mean, you're happy when your period comes as in, this month, okay, as in the pill worked or whatever it worked. And it didn't, you know. But when you get married, that's when you know the value of menstrual period. So many suggestions. Someone even said to me, if I sleep with you, you will get pregnant. So many. The first time that somebody mentioned to me that what if God gives you triplets, it was in the office. Then I was working with MTN. And I told him, no, 2 is just okay.
Pastor Itua Igodalo shared his own story as he prayed for the triplets.
I understand what it means to be begging God for a child. My late wife and I, we begged God for over 11 years for a physical child of our own, and the children didn't come. The children didn't come because God had a plan, and God knew what he was doing. I want to tell somebody here, number one, that God has a plan for your life, and it is a good plan. I don't know somebody here today, your own may not be physical, your own might be financial or even mental, but I want to tell you that God has a plan for your life.
What I need to tell the people, anyone trusting God for the fruit of the womb is, this is a sign that God is alive and that He is willing. He's a good Father. Whatever anyone wants, He's willing to make it happen, even for them. The scripture tells us that He said there is hope for a tree that is cut down. At the scent of water, say it will begin to bud again. Don't lose hope. Don't give up. Once there is life, there is hope. Look at their own story. For every 4 years that they lived, they waited for. God gave them one. God is very humorous. And when He will come, look at the way He did it. Boy, girl, boy. There is hope. Look at their own story. For every 4 years that they lived, they waited for. God gave them one. God is very humorous.
The next event is on Walk for Mental Health, which was themed Inner Peace is Priority in commemoration of Mental Health Awareness Month. This walk event was organized by Gordon Barrett to create awareness about mental health.
People are taking advantage, public bodies are taking advantage of what's available within the mental health improvement state. Like we always say, every day should be a mental health day, and I'm happy to see this happening. But you can see from all indications, a very good demographic was represented. We had the younger ones, we have the older ones coming together. It means people are beginning to understand that mental health affects us all, irrespective of our age and gender. But one thing we've learned here today is that mental health is not discriminatory. Mental health is not respect of anyone. Anybody can have it any time in his or her lifetime. But this has been a very good program and it turned out very important.
Actually, the walk is very supportive for the mental health because people that ignore mental health, it's very important in each house. You can see your partner, your wife, your kids, maybe they need help, but they will not show it to you. You have to ask them always, are you okay? Do you need any help? So mental health, it's really important for each one of us.
And finally, on this episode of Plus Events is the double celebration of life of Pa and Ma Davis, who died weeks apart. They passed away at the age of 93 and 84, respectively.
About my mother and my father, if I start now, I probably will not end till 2 days, but I will make it very, very short. My mother, she is a great woman. I have been on that for over 60 years myself, and I've never seen a mother like her. When I was growing, my mother suffered a lot for me and my siblings. When she looks, if she doesn't eat, she will make sure that we eat. My mother surprises me so much that when I grew up, I said I was going to do whatever I can for her. My mother cannot be replaced. There is no way anything can replace my mother. There is no way.
My dad is he's into real estate, and I learned real estate from him. And every time we visited a place where he's got a brick making factory, and we go there and I help out in making bricks and stuff. So that actually set me up for my career in real estate and in engineering. And for my mom, she's a God-fearing woman, and because of her, I learned how to read in Yoruba and to pray in Yoruba. So I thank God for both of them and for what they've contributed to my life.
For me, I think I would say one of my fondest memories is when we were actually in England, and I had a T-shirt. It was a Simmons, the Simpsons or the Simmons, I can't even remember the band. And my dad left England to come back to Nigeria, and we were supposed to follow on. Unknown to my dad, he had packed that T-shirt in his luggage. And my mom was like, she had no rest because I raised hell. She had to wake up very early the following morning to go to the store to get me another T-shirt, because otherwise I wasn't willing to go to school. I wasn't willing to do anything, or I was just bawling my eyes out.
I want to say that the couple has been very, very kind to me when I was young. I remember when I was in secondary school and I had difficulty about schooling, about financing and all that. I always run to this family, especially during holidays, for help. And indeed, they helped me at critical times.
I'll miss them so much, the way my grandmom jokes about some certain things and the way she talks to me. I'll really miss her so much. And my granddad, getting to know him at his old age was good, because he's a man of discipline. I learned a lot of things from him, learning to respect the elders. I learned that from him.
I know them quite well because when my friend got married to Ola, we used to visit them before they traveled abroad. I still visited Mama last year, and we had a time together. She was a very pleasant, very amiable person. We sat down together and sang songs. You know, Papa was also somebody who was very strong. The Lord gave him very good health. Up until when he died, you know, he was very active. He used to take long walks, you know, around the Keja axis where he lived. We thank God for their lives. Sang songs. You know, Papa was also somebody who was very strong. Gave him very good health. You know, he was very active. He used to take long walks, you know, around the Keja axis where he lived. We thank God for their lives. Sang songs. You know, Papa was also...
Scripture reading from 1 Thessalonians 4:13-18. But I would not have you to be ignorant, brethren, concerning them which are asleep, that ye sorrow not, even as others which have no hope. For if we believe that Jesus died and rose again, even so them also which sleep in Jesus will God bring with him. For this we say unto you by the word of the Lord, that we which are alive and remain unto the coming of the Lord shall not prevent them which are asleep. For the Lord himself shall descend from heaven with a shout, with the voice of the archangel, and with the trump of God. And the dead in Christ shall rise first. Then we which are alive and remain shall be caught up together with them in the clouds to meet the Lord in the air. And so shall we ever be with the Lord. Wherefore, comfort one another with these words.
church torí pé church náà ti pàdé ẹ bá mi fún wọn ní. màmá ti náwó ẹ lọ bí ara bá dìde pé ẹ má má dá ilé lóhùn ẹ bá mi ṣí.
ìbọn tolúkọ wọn bó ṣe ti wọn.
ẹ má bínú mọ́ mi.
Well, that's a wrap for today. I hope you enjoyed the events on the show today. Remember, if you want to showcase your events to the world, Plus Events is the place for you. Subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Antonia Oshili. Remain blessed and stay safe.
My name is Ola Awoshemo, and here is my good old days story. I was born and raised in the ancient city of Ile-Ife. My father was a civil servant, and my mother had a fairly large provision store which made her popular as a Iyalate. It's a common feature in those good old days to have other children from the extended family coming to live with their uncles or relatives. Our home was not an exception, as we had about 4 other cousins living with us. Life was good and we all lived together, slept on the same mat and ate from the same pot. But this was not without the usual competition of ensuring you are not lagging behind in any way. It was a decent academic competition that was much focused on hard work. And I tell you, there was no preferential treatment for us the biological children. Those were the days when communities raised children. I attended St. John's Catholic Primary School, Ukeaten, Ile-Ife, where I did my first 3 years primary education before I was moved to All Saints Primary School, Mefoworade, Ile-Ife, courtesy of an itinerant uncle who I lived the better part of my early life with. He was actually my potter's wheel. Our early life in the primary school was filled with lessons in morals, respect for elders, endurance, hard work, and honest lifestyle. So much lessons of life were taken from the JF Odunjo's Alawiye series, Igbo Olodumare and Ogboju Ode Ninu Igbo Irunmale by G.O. Fagunwa. The descriptive and writing prowess of those great writers was so apt that you could see in your inner mind the imagery of Ojola Iberu, Yemoja, Egbere, Sokoti Alagbede Orun, and other characters who, if we had met them physically, there would have been no challenge of identification. Those were days when we not only read to pass, but also read to understand and imbibe the morals in every story. My secondary education was equally a very interesting period at Oshogbo Grammar School, Oshogbo. It was an opportunity for a real native boy like me to meet with stylish Lagos boys and girls in those days, who would always come and tell us about the exploits of the great Thunder Balogun. Remember the story? Thunder, don't forget your left. Those were the days when our heroes were duly celebrated. In my secondary school, there were also people from the northern states and Midwest who also came in search of the golden fleece. We had great moments as students of Oshograms. Oshogram was another convergence of talents and focused minds. It was a period of decent competition and uncompromising determination for success. That was the training and the ethos we lived for in our days. My days at the University of Ife in the early 80s was equally an exciting period. Great Ife was fun all through. It was a period for sheer determination for success, and it was a period when students' politics was at its best. Only the highly cerebral with the gift of eloquence threw their ass into the rings of student politics. They were driven solely by their convictions and a passion to better the lots of students. I do not know if the same can be said of this present-day student unionism. Then life was easy. Government's feeding system was fantastic. It was a period where you have academic exchange programs with foreign students, Zimbabweans in particular, and lecturers from all over the world. It was a period of real quality education where certificates were never for sale. Hard work and honesty of purpose was a virtue. Oh, those good old days. It is, however, most disheartening and rather unfortunate that all the dictum about hard work and honesty is lacking among our youths today. It's now a race to get rich quick. It is equally a generation of it is those who know the way that will pass. It is a generation of money answereth all things. Values have been thrown to the dogs, and the upcoming ones no longer have an iota of respect for elders and culture. It is never too late to stop this fast leap to the precipice among our youths. We can have a cultural rebirth and a sound ethical orientation that will give our youths a better vision of a new day and a promising tomorrow that will outshine the good old days. We can make the giant leaps that will make the great differences in the lives of our youths. We can do it. We can change the narrative. When there is a will, there is always a way. I therefore join Sir Shomolu APC in this determined drive towards a greater and more promising future for our youths. After all, the beautiful ones are not yet born. Thank you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Welcome to another episode of Ladies Talking Business, a business lifestyle show where we break down the concept of business to its simplest form. I am Moremi Akon. On today's episode, we will be discussing closing the milk consumption gap in Nigeria with our guest Omolara Olayinka Lawrence. Omolara is a social entrepreneur passionate about building sustainable growth in the lives of women and youth. She is a co-founder at Impact Resource and Incubation Center, an impact-driven academy which reaches out, trains, mentors, and empowers various categories of women and youth, both online and offline, with a view to bringing out the best in them. She is an economist by profession and a serial entrepreneur with over 15 years' experience across roles and industries. She is the founder and CEO of Disney Foods Nigeria, a yogurt manufacturing company. She is a Providus Bank SME ambassador, a Whitefield Foundation and Vast2Net grant awardee, a member of the Borderless Trade Network. She leads Africa and AWP Network. She is an alumnus of the Olabisi Onabanjo University, Philanthropy University, Enterprise Development Center, and Academy for Women Entrepreneur. Welcome to Ladies Talking Business, Omolara.
Thank you for having me.
Great. So, milk consumption gap in Nigeria. What are some of the reasons why there's a huge gap?
Nigeria is a country that is largely dependent on importation.
Okay.
And we don't have enough supply.
Okay.
So that is the major reason. And the second reason is what I would really want to talk about, which is the lactose intolerance part of it.
Okay.
Because a lot of people would also actually want to consume milk, but some of them are not tolerant. The third reason, which is also something we should give attention to, is low per capita income. The global milk consumption, as recommended by WHO, which is the World Health Organization, is 210 liters per person per annum. But in Africa, the average we have is just 40 liters. And the alarming part of it is 8 liters in Nigeria per person per annum. So these three reasons are the major reasons we can really pinpoint for this consumption gap.
Let's talk about the per capita bit. That's quite interesting. How is it a factor?
It is. It's just, it has to do with affordability.
Okay.
How many Nigerians can afford to buy a tin of milk? As in, I mean daily, weekly. Not to talk of consuming it daily. Because if you have to break down the 210 liters in 2 days, we are talking about you are supposed to take at least 500 ml per day, minimum. But the affordability is the issue.
Okay.
Yeah. The standard of living.
I mean, isn't that why there are like sachet milks, which are supposed to be cheaper?
Yeah, a lot of
more
people.
Affordable,
yeah, a lot of people are consuming sachet milk, but they are still not meeting up to the quantity that is recommended.
Okay, I get it now. Okay, so how can we bridge this gap in Nigeria?
It has to go back to government policies. We need to, across the dairy value chain, starting from the inputs, supply value chain, to the production, which is the on-farm, to the processing value chain, distribution, and the likes. We need government intervention.
To intervene how?
Yeah, I'll pick like the first three value chain. Okay. The input supply, I believe we need subsidy. We need government to come in. Yeah, there's subsidy presently, but we don't have as much as we should. So we need government policy in such a way that there will be affordability for the herdsmen to buy the input. We are talking about vaccination for the cattle, talking about veterinary services, the feeds these cattle will eat. You know, we need government to intervene and substitute some of these products and services needed at that value chain. If we come to the on-farm, we encourage herdsmen to go into artificial insemination. This helps the quality of the cattle and the milk that is produced eventually. Some of these farmers need capacity building. Some of them need funding to do all of this. And if you come to the processing value chain, which is where Disney Foods plays, you know, we need cold chain storage. We need funding. We need everything has to come back to government intervention in terms of policies that will create an enabling environment for the dairy sector.
Okay, so there seem to be a lot of funding opportunities available for small businesses in the agro sector. Yes. But how easy has it been for you to access these so-called funds?
Yeah, I believe accessing funding has to do with capacity building for small business owners. Okay. Yeah, the fundings are there, but they are not just going to give it to anyhow, to just anybody. You know, so we encourage small business owners to build capacity, put structures into their business. Your bookkeeping, your record keeping is very important, because before anybody releases funding to you, they want to see how far you have gone. What are your plans? Do you have a growth plan? Do you have a 5-year vision? So accessing funding, I can really pin it to building capacity from the business owner side. So the fundings are there.
So do you think once you can build capacity, you have a greater chance of accessing
and put
these
structures
funds?
in your business.
Okay, okay. So earlier on, you spoke about lactose intolerance as one of the factors. Let's talk about it. What does it really mean? What are the symptoms?
Okay, lactose is the sugar that is derived from milk. And the enzyme that is responsible for breaking down the sugar is called lactase.
Okay.
I know it's produced by the small intestine. But there are times people's metabolism is just, you see that there's a kind of deficiency from the small intestine. And, you know, that lactase is not just strong enough to break down the sugar in the lactose. Don't forget, lactose is the milk you derive from milk.
Okay.
And just like you say, fructose is the sugar you derive from fruits.
Okay.
Fructose is the sugar you derive from fruits, as lactose is derived from milk. So you need that enzyme called lactase to break it down. So when there is a deficiency from the small intestine, there will be a malabsorption from the body. And of course, you start having symptoms like heartburn, because the body has not absorbed the milk. Symptoms like bloating, indigestion generally, and it can actually lead to diarrhea and a more serious ailment. So it is when the body cannot break down the sugar found in milk.
Okay.
Yeah.
Interesting. We'll talk more about this shortly. We will be back for more conversations with our guest after the break.
This medal has been directed to empower 1,000 persons with disabilities in each state in the next 12 months.
We now start hearing the shoot of gun.
Every public policy has winners and losers, and some will not be very happy with you, while others, usually the silent majority, will be quite happy.
I'm still here with Omolara Olayinka Lawrence, CEO, Disney Foods Nigeria. So before we went on break, we were talking about lactose intolerance, the dairy industry, and all of that. So I am lactose intolerant, yeah?
Wow.
So what are some healthy non-dairy options?
Yeah, we have plant-based milk and we have animal-based milk. A lot of people that are lactose intolerant, they are just intolerant to animal milk. Any milk produced from mammals, goat milk, sheep milk, cow milk. So, but the good part of it, and that's why we are coming in as a company to provide solutions to lactose intolerance. You know, we have dairy products and we have non-dairy products. Okay. We have yogurt produced from almond, from soya milk, from tiger nut milk, from rice milk. These are alternatives to dairy milk. So they're actually non-dairy products.
Okay, so yeah. On this in this industry, the dairy industry and all that, what are the potential profitable business opportunities that you think a lot of Nigerians should know about or can go into? So it could be for dairy, it could be for non-dairy products.
Yeah, like I said, there's so much to do on the value chain in the Nigerian dairy sector. We can look at backward integration. You don't have to be a processor. In the dairy sector, you can just be selling inputs. There's so much money in it.
Selling inputs? What do you mean by inputs?
Yeah, okay. The headers, they need feeds.
Okay.
You can just be a supplier of feeds. Okay. And veterinary services. Some people are into artificial insemination. In the processing value chain, you can make available cold chain storage services and logistics, distribution. You know, so there's so much we can do. And when you come to the processing value chain, you can produce milk, cheese, yogurt, like I'm doing, butter, and a whole lot that can be done to make money. Some are into just trainings, training people on how to do these things. You know, raw material sales and There's a whole lot. It's a booming industry. Yeah.
But I always find that it's difficult to find non-dairy options in Nigeria.
That's why we are here.
And even well, yes, and even when you find, they are extremely expensive.
Yes, plant-based dairy yogurts from my end is like ×3 of the
Why is that?
dairy. Because it's simply the cost of production.
Okay.
How much it takes to produce 1 liter of non-dairy products can actually produce up to 5 liters. Because if you are trying to extract milk from, let's say, almond, everybody knows how expensive almond is in the market, especially because it is an imported product, basically. You know, so the cost of production of non-dairy products is the main reason why it is expensive. Then the expertise. Producing non-dairy yogurts is not a child's play. It requires a lot of training and expertise, like I just said.
Interesting. Okay, so how can this sector, the dairy industry, how can it help to further boost the Nigerian economy? What are the things we need to do right, or things that we've not started doing that we need to do that can help?
Yeah, I believe we should look inwards. The capital flights we are experiencing in Nigeria based on importation of milk, we can save the money here. The money can just be moving around here. You know, when we look inwards too, we have large.
So you think we have what it takes?
Yes, we have large expanse of land, and we really need to look into technological advancements in the dairy sector. We can't afford to allow our cattle moving around the city. We need to establish ranches. You know, when you look at a particular region where importation of milk is coming into, you know, you need to see how ranches can be established, because it is very expensive to bring in milk from the northern part to the southern parts.
Even within Nigeria,
yes,
difficult.
It's very expensive.
Okay.
And sometimes you don't, the cold chain storage can fail along the line. So by the time they are delivering to you, it's no longer useful to you. So why can't we have ranches in the southwest? Why can't we have more cattle also here?
So when you say southwest, where are the places you think are good incubations or good places where?
Of course, Lagos is largely populated. So we are looking at maybe any other southwest states aside from Lagos. Okay. But at least for proximity, logistics, and ease of doing business. So I feel we should establish ranches across the country.
So you were giving us some points on how you think we can further boost the Nigerian economy. So we should look inwards.
Yes, we should look inwards.
So as someone that's been in business and is interested in business for a while, what are some key lessons doing business in Nigeria has taught you?
Wow. Resilience and resilience and resilience. You know, you come into business and you are like, oh, you've been to a business school, you've been taught everything that you need to know to make a business run successfully. You have passion, you have vision, you know, and you come into business and, you know, it's just like a different ballgame. You know, you have issues with hiring the right staff. And you just feel like, but because you are passionate about building something, anybody can just wake up and say, I want to relocate abroad. But I'm so passionate about building something here in Nigeria. Can we have Coca-Cola here in Nigeria? You know, businesses that will transcend generations. Can we build, can small businesses, you know, build something of lasting value? You know, so it has taught me resilience. Sometimes you have to be your own accountant, because somebody wakes up one morning without proud notice and is just resigning. And, you know, it has taught me resilience. It has taught me resilience.
So you just have to keep going.
Keep going.
Okay, so I know you're in the dairy business, producing yogurt and all of that. Tell us some interesting facts about yogurt production or about yogurts.
The list is actually so long, but I'll pick like the best three, I think you should know, and the public out there. Yogurt is a probiotic. Yogurt is not just popular because it is tasty, it's fashionable because of people. Once I'm carrying yogurt, I think I'm in another class. It's not like, but yogurt is a probiotic.
Okay.
A lot of people that understand this part of yogurt, they take it so that they don't have to take antibiotics. Because a probiotic fortifies your body against sickness rather than falling ill and taking antibiotics.
So we should hop on yogurt?
Yes, you,
Okay.
need to consume more of it because it builds your immune system. And, it's very good for bone formation in children and also in elderly people. It contains calcium and protein, which is very, very good for semen production.
Okay.
So people that are actually looking at fertility should also consume it.
Both male and female?
Both male and female. It's very good.
Okay.
The list is actually in
please, I want to hear more because I'm learning.
You are learning. No, it aids digestion also. Okay. It aids digestion. So sometimes when you have constipation and you are not lactose intolerant, just consume it. It aids digestion.
So for those who are lactose intolerant, if they take the other
non-dairy,
substitute, will that help in
in
digestion as well?
Yes.
So what's the production process like? How long does it take you to, finish?
It depends on what the taste you want to achieve.
Okay.
Averagely, between 8 to 10 hours. If you want a very creamy yogurt, you are good to go. But if you want the tangy, the sour taste, you could go as long as 12 to 15 hours, for the fermentation process. But the bottling and other parts of it, give or take 10 to 12 hours, for me, it's okay.
Okay, so with the high, with the inflation rate in Nigeria now, how have you been able to stay in business, especially having to get milk for your production? How have you been able to navigate this waters?
It's so crazy that the price of milk has doubled in the past 6 months. I'll take a carton of milk. It used to be 8,600. Now it is 14,600. So it's almost double, like let's say 80% increment, and the price keeps going up. So what we have been able to do is to cut down a bit on our profits.
Wow.
And also increase our price, in such a way that, and we didn't increase price at once. It took us like a month. We're increasing it like every 2 weeks. So we increased twice, but we didn't bring the price increase in just so that our customers would be able to, and we made sure we didn't drop our standard, So once the standard is still there, people will be willing to pay more.
Amazing. But just before I let you go, what business advice would you have for other small businesses doing business in Nigeria?
I usually say it's, I can caption it into 3 Ds. Determination, dedication, and discipline. You need to be determined because business is not a bed of roses. That's why tenacity, of course, I mentioned resilience the other time. You have to be determined. I'm going into this and, I'm not going to be bothered. I'm not going to be deterred by whatever challenges you have to keep innovating. That is still part of the determination part. You have to be able to navigate your way around. And, I mentioned dedication. You have to be dedicated. Don't say because you are the boss, you resume anytime. You take money from the business anyhow. You have to be dedicated, and you have to live by example. Your staff has to see that dedication in you so that they can follow suit. And discipline. And discipline, I think that's what I just mentioned, which is you have to be strict with how the companies, you don't mix family with business. You don't put companies' funds in personal accounts. You need to be disciplined in the way you do things. And of course, it still comes back to you being a good example to your staff. Because once you are dedicated, once you are determined, and they are seeing that you are disciplined, because they are your first customer. your staff is actually your first customer. So once you live by these examples, as a business owner, the sky is not even the limit, it's the starting point.
Amazing. Thank you so much for joining us on this episode.
Thank you so much for having me.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Thanks for watching this episode of Ladies Talking Business. Do join us this same time next week for another episode. And don't forget to follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube to catch up with our programs. I am Moremi Akon. See you next week.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
Hepatitis is a major global health issue affecting millions of people around the world. According to the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, hepatitis affects more than 354 million people worldwide.
Hepatitis means inflammation of the liver. Inflammation means when the liver has suffered an injury or has been exposed to some toxic agent, then it results in injury of the liver. And it can be caused by infectious or non-infectious agents. So when I say infectious agent, it can be caused by hepatitis viruses, like hepatitis A, hepatitis B virus, hepatitis C, hepatitis E, hepatitis D viruses. So those are the infectious causes. Then talking about the infectious agents, you may want to ask, how are we exposed to these infectious agents? Some of them, it is through ingestion of certain foods or water. For example, hepatitis A virus is contacted through foods that are infected by feces of infected people, people who carry the virus. So when the food you eat is contaminated or the water you drink is contaminated by hepatitis A or E, then one can be infected with that.
The theme for this year's World Hepatitis Day is Hepatitis Can't Wait. This theme asserts that people should not wait to act on a disease as deadly as hepatitis and conveying the urgency of efforts needed to eliminate the disease. According to the World Health Organization, dying of viral hepatitis in Africa is a bigger threat than dying of AIDS, malaria, or tuberculosis.
Talking about symptoms of hepatitis, well, it also depends on the cause, because some people are just carriers, they may not exhibit symptoms, especially people who have had infection, for example, the ones that cause long-term infections, we say chronic infections like hepatitis B and C. So some people may not exhibit anything, they may live like other people, or maybe just experience subtle symptoms like maybe body pain once in a while, muscle pain, joint pains, just subtle, something you can attribute to another illness. And if it's an acute infection, meaning that it happened, just started suddenly, for example, hepatitis A, even B can come acutely when the person will just be very ill. So for such a person, they can come with jaundice, that's the yellowness of the eyes. Some can present with non-specific symptoms like body weakness, joint pains, flu-like illnesses. Some can even come with poor appetite, vomiting. Some can be very ill when they have acute illness.
The World Hepatitis Day calls for global attention on the strengths of the virus, their mode of transmission, how to prevent it, and the treatments available.
Treatment also depends on the cost. So, for example, some of them are self-limiting. What I mean is that because they are caused by viruses like hepatitis A and E, the body may fight it. So we can treat with just say supportive treatment. So for those who are dehydrated, who are vomiting, we try to stop the vomiting. But the first thing is, you feel sick, you go to the hospital where a doctor attends to you, take your history, examines you, run some investigations, then the treatment. Some of them, you can give antiviral agents, that's in the hospital. Some of them, if, for example, I've mentioned that hepatitis can be caused by non-infectious agents like exposure to some toxins. So if someone consumes alcohol, you may need to limit alcohol use. If someone has an unhealthy lifestyle, for example, taking too much of alcohol, engaging in unprotected intercourse, you try and educate them. Those who require to be on maybe some drugs to suppress their immunity, autoimmune hepatitis, we do that.
Nigeria is among the African nations that signed to a global health strategy sector target set by the World Health Organization in 2016 to eliminate viral hepatitis as a major public health threat by 2030. This strategy has been adopted and endorsed by 194 countries. The aim is to reduce new hepatitis infections by 90% and death by 65% between 2016 and 2030.
Now, the Monetary Policy Committee, MPC, could bite the bullet next week when it reconvenes and adjusts the policy rate for the first time since September 2020, as resurgent inflation concerns and interest rate hike across the world put Nigeria in a difficult position. According to the Consumer Price Index for April released by the National Bureau of Statistics, the headline inflation rate has climbed to 16.8%, the highest in 8 months. Now, the soaring inflation rate, driven by fuel price increases and accelerating costs for food, including bread and cereals, rose to 18.4% from 17.2% in March. The jump in fuel and food items is driven by global supply disruptions following Russia's invasion of Ukraine, analysts have equally pointed out. Now, the state of the economy in the wake of high inflation and aviation fuel hike is our focus for today. Welcome to Business Insights on Plus TV Africa. I am Justin Akadonye. Welcome back. Now, food inflation rose to 18.37% in the review month, an increase compared to 17.2% recorded in the preceding month. Now, this rise in the food index was caused by increases in the price of bread and cereals, food products, potatoes, yam and other tubers, wine, fish, meat and oils. Also, domestic airlines under the aegis of the Airline Operators of Nigeria are saying that the rise in operational costs occasioned by aviation fuel price hikes, foreign exchange shortage, among others, may push the base economy flight ticket to 100,000 naira. Now, financial analyst Segun Shogbito joins us now to make some sense out of all of this. Thank you, Segun, for joining us on the show.
Thank you for having me, Justin. Always a pleasure.
All right, Shago, what do we have in our hands, this increase in inflation rate, the highest in 8 months? What do we see happening in the next coming weeks and months?
Unfortunately, for the foreseeable future and going into the next few months, probably heading towards the end of the year, the direction of inflation is likely to be upwards. And this is because there are a number of factors that will be driving inflation. Cost push side, as well as money supply side. So for what has happened, what has driven us to this point so far, has almost singularly been, I say almost because it's not just that, but that's a major part of it. It's the crisis, between Russia and Ukraine. And as you have already said, and the disruption to the supply chain, supply and logistic chain across the world, the delays in supply that this, and therefore which creates supply gaps that will drive prices upwards. This is not going to go away anytime soon. If we're to read from what has been happening, between Russia and Ukraine, and the direction that crisis seems to be heading. If anything, it looks as if we're in this for the long haul. So now, bearing in mind that Russia and Ukraine are two of the largest suppliers of some of the basic grains that a lot of the world depends on, it is not surprising that you've seen food prices really, really escalating. And it's also important to say that this is not just a Nigeria thing. Inflation is at the highest level in 40 years in the UK, and the highest in a very long time, even in the US, because the entire world relies on that axis for a lot of the components of our food basket. And then when you combine that with the fact that in Nigeria, we're currently heading into the political electioneering campaign season, where we're going to see a lot of money flowing around, in the system, where there's going to be a lot of services being purchased by these politicians, and a lot of demand for some basic services, printing services, food, logistics services will be in high demand. Prices will also go up. So it looks as if, this is when May now, this inflation report is for the month of April. By the time you get the inflation report for the month of May, and June and July, the impact of Ukraine and Russia will still be there. And then as you head towards the end of the year, regardless of what happens with Russia and Ukraine, the political electioneering issue factor will then kick in. So the bad news is prices are going to keep going up, unfortunately.
All right, Shago, the Monetary Policy Committee should be meeting sometime next week. What do you see happening in terms of the MPR? Do you think it will actually be increased just like interest rates?
Unfortunately, I don't think they will increase. I don't think they have the courage. I don't think they have the courage to take that decision. It's a difficult decision because, the fundamentals behind the NPR is if you increase the NPR, you are going to stifle money supply, which will stifle access to credit, which will stifle growth. Now, we have gotten to a point since we emerged from the most recent recession where we can say that the economy is beginning to grow, where, so we had some very high, relatively high levels of growth last quarter. I think the Q2, Q3 last year and Q4. But by Q4, what we were seeing in the growth numbers were, in my view, more reflective of the reality, which is that yes, the economy is growing, but it hasn't been growing as fast as the Q2 and Q3 numbers would have indicated. So now, that growth that we're beginning to see, that is still modest, the fear of the central bank and the monetary policy committee will be that if they increase the NPR, that growth might be killed off. And we may either slip back into recession or that the growth will be stifled significantly. So I don't think they're going to do anything. I think they're going to hold. But, for me, I think that if you want to strike a good balance between growth and inflation, knowing that the damage that inflation itself can also do, even to the prospect of growth, right now I would advise, the Monetary Policy Committee to actually increase NPR maybe slightly, just to try and temper the effect of inflation in the system. But if you don't, then you continue to see a situation where the disposable income of Nigerians is going to keep getting eroded. And of course, where disposable income is getting eroded, then capacity to spend is reducing, which will then affect the manufacturing and productive sector. And therefore, you will still push them into a lack of growth anyway. So it's almost a catch-22. If you increase NPR, you stifle growth. If you don't increase NPR, inflation will help you stifle growth. So it's a difficult decision, but I would say increase it.
All right, it is actually a dicey one for the MPC, that is. But let's talk about the implication of all of this now, the volatility of price on essential commodities. What would it really tell or translate to the household real income and, of course, expenditure at this particular time?
Sorry, I didn't get your question.
Looking at the price volatility of essential commodities over time with all that is going on in Russia and indeed the world, what would it really translate to the household real income and expenditure?
Yes, so the way to the average man on the street, to the average Nigerian, when you talk about inflation, it's a statistical, it's a monetary policy statistic. Let me call it a policy statistic. You're just trying to track what is happening with prices and all that, and then that will guide decision making of the policy makers and what have you. But to the average man on the street, inflation is simply about how much the money in his pocket can buy per time. And what we have experienced in the last year has been nothing short of catastrophic, to the average man on the street. So when you talk about their disposable income, family income, expenditure, capacity to spend money, majority of the items that the average family survives on, majority, if not all, have either doubled in price or are approaching double the price that they were a year ago. I mean, so you can pick any item. Is it bread you want to talk about? These are basic things that people eat every day. Is it bread? Is it gari? Is it rice? Milk? Eggs? Just a year ago, you were buying one single egg at 30 naira, 40 naira. Then it became 50. Now it's 100 naira. One egg, 100 naira. So it's getting to a point where we may be approaching a breaking point, where you hit inelasticity, of the consumer and of their capacity, and something might just break. I hope we will not get to a point where you have bread riots. I don't know. Nigerians are not very famous for their ability to riot.
Have bread riots in Nigeria.
Yeah, especially given the recent experiences we have had with protests and all that. But, you never can say. If things get really bad, people might hit the streets because it's getting really difficult for people to survive.
All right, Tiago, before we leave this issue of commodity, let's talk about the energy sector. Internationally now, the price of crude and translate it down to the nation's economy. How do we play in all of this in the next couple of months?
In which aspect?
Energy, oil, yeah.
Good. So that presents another, how would you put it? paradox, because here we are as an oil-producing nation that should be benefiting from the recent increase in the international price of crude. But instead, what we are witnessing is, first of all, because of this increase in the international price of crude, driven by the instability created by Russia and Ukraine again, the price of refined petroleum products have either gone up for the ones that are not regulated, or the subsidy we're paying has increased for the ones that are regulated. That's PMS. Right? So aviation jet fuel has gone up. Diesel has doubled. Aviation jet fuel also doubled. So if you say, oh, aviation jet fuel is used by the rich and all that, but you know what? There's a trickle-down effect, because the people that are using these services also provide services to the people that you make, not all rich. So if they're paying double what they used to pay for airfare now, they're going to transfer those costs somehow to the consumer. And the same for people that use diesel to power their factories and all of that. So meanwhile, the benefits of the increase in the price of crude internationally that should accrue to the country because of our famed monoproduct base for the economy, we're not getting that benefit. Our forex reserves have not increased. The government revenues, we are not seeing any increase. We're not seeing increase in FAC allocation, for example. So you begin to wonder, where is this money? What exactly is going on? On the one hand, we're suffering an increase in prices. We're suffering inflation because oil prices have gone up. On the other hand, revenues are not going up. So there's some sort of very strange economics going on right now in this country that somebody needs to explain to to the average Nigerian. So it's all a very strange situation we find ourselves. And for me, you can only put it down at the doorsteps of a policy failure.
All right.
A failure in governance.
All right, Shegu, just before we just leave off from this conversation, let's talk about one thing that you mentioned in passing, which is the aviation sector. And from what we hear, operators are actually saying that it may get to as well as passengers paying 100,000 naira for domestic flight. How did we get here? What can we do to just swim out of these troubled waters?
Well, very clearly, like a lot of the other sectors of the Nigerian economy, there's a lot of imbalance within the aviation sector. But obviously, the fundamental driving factor for this increase in the cost of airfare is the price of one of their most fundamental inputs, which is to fuel the planes themselves. So with this continued increases, the airlines, who in any case have been a sector that has struggled traditionally in this country, the aviation sector has never really been stable. And you can look at the very checkered history over the last 20, maybe 25 years, and you find that attrition rate is very high. If you take a stock of the airlines we had in let's say 1999, and take a stock of the airlines we have now, very, very few have survived. Very few. Majority of the airlines you have today are new. So I guess because this is a TV show, I don't want to mention specific brands, but you look at those airlines that you had, almost none exist today, with the exception of a few. So this is a sector that has struggled with a lot of internal structural problems within that sector. Lack of transparency, lack of capacity, lack of adequate funding, lack of availability of revenue, the market, because the fundamentals within the economy do not encourage, the flying habit. It's not something that is available to the majority of the people. So this sector is already struggling from these things. They're not making enough money. Most of them run in losses. And then you now add this new variable of the cost of their primary inputs doubling and almost, approaching the point of where it might even triple. The signs are very clear. It's either they go under or they increase their airfare. So the price for now is probably going to go higher and get worse, and only the hyper-rich will probably be able to afford it. Juxtapose that with the current situation in the country, then you begin to wonder what impact this will have on the economy.
All right.
So maybe the only lining in the air might be the fact that, well, the remote work culture has been enhanced significantly as a result of the recent lockdowns, and maybe that will mitigate some of the economic impact of all of this to a certain degree. But, it remains to be seen how severely this is going to affect the economy.
All right, thank you so much, Segun. We've been speaking with Segun Shogbiton, a financial analyst. Thanks for all the thoughts that you have shared on Business Insight for today.
Thank you. Have a great day.
You too, Segun. As we round off, chief executive officers of businesses in Nigeria have been encouraged to engage and commit to growth and sustain innovation in Africa. These came up on the sidelines of CEO's Breakfast Roundtable hosted by the United Nations Global Impact Network Nigeria in Lagos. We'll bring you details in the next report. But that's the size of the show for this week. I am Justin Akadonye. See you again next time. Although it was a breakfast roundtable for the Assistant Secretary General of the United Nations Global Compact, CEOs from the private sector in Lagos converged in this hall to collaborate on the sustainability of the continent. The United Nations Global Africa Strategy 2021 to 2023 is a proposed roadmap to accelerate corporate sustainability and champions the business sector's contribution to sustainable development in the continent. In this panel session, the narrative of the Sustainable Development Goals takes center stage, including gender equity, decent work and economic growth, and climate action, among others.
By adopting sustainability, we were able to bring a very attractive value proposition to the oil and gas sector. Essentially, we halved the cost for logistics support, and we enabled projects which have never been done in Nigeria before to be done in Nigeria.
I think that within the business community, there's a very clear understanding that this is not just perhaps the right thing to do, but it is the absolutely commercial thing to do.
I believe that empowering women is pivotal to the shared success that we all strive to achieve, because the role women play in the empowerment of the family, the homes, and even the individuals cannot be wished away.
Resident Coordinator of the United Nations, as well as other top echelon of the Global Compact, throw more light on the essence of the sessions as they affect the private sector and even young people.
Opportunities for young people to have to work with companies. So the idea is by giving them exposure to working in the private sector, they become more attractive as part of a future labor force.
It's more about how can private sector speak as one voice, and bring all the businesses together, partnerships. It's going to be very important what the brilliant organizations and bodies here that are already delivering on the SDG.
We want to unite the Africa and indeed Nigeria private sector to be able to help to work with governments in ensuring that the Sustainable Development Goals have impact.
The take-home message is sustainable business is the future. It's no longer business as usual. CEOs now understand that they need to operate responsibly, embed the 10 principles of the UN Global Compact, take actions to promote human rights in their business, ensure decent work in their operations, protect the environment where they live in.
The discussion also focused on identifying prevalent barriers and key actions to achieve the ambitions of the Africa Strategy.
When Zimbabwean Tinashe Nyamudoka left his homeland for South Africa, he had never tasted wine. Now, 11 years later, he's a renowned sommelier. and the star of a documentary that premiered at New York's Tribeca Film Festival 3 weeks ago. Blind Ambition follows Zimbabwe's first 4 sommeliers to take part in the prestigious Blind Wine Tasting Championships in France in 2017 and 2018.
It's like the Olympics of wine tasting.
The 4 men had left Zimbabwe at the height of the country's economic crisis in search of work, and have gone on to become among the best wine tasters in South Africa.
Obviously, the first year we didn't do well, but the following year, having to beat the great wine nations like the US, the UK, I think that's one of the best moments. And I think that traveling into the wine world with guys you are so acquainted with and drinking good wines, I mean, it's just...
Warwick Ross, one of the Australian producers of Blind Ambition, said the 4 sommeliers have disrupted the prevailing wisdom that people with wine knowledge are predominantly white.
That fascinated us, and we really wanted to see what happened and wanted to follow these guys as they challenged that white wine world.
Blind Ambition clinched the Audience Award for Best Documentary at Tribeca.
The best palates in the world.
As for Nyamudoka, he launched his own wine label at the end of 2017.
It took a while to get traction, but once people really got into wine, man, it's been doing phenomenally well. I have to be humble and honest and grateful about it.
The man who was uprooted from his country named his brand Kumusha, meaning home or origin in Shona.
Where I've come from, and
now his wines are spread across the globe.
I think I actually do believe in destiny.
Nyamudoka says they are selling out in the United States, Kenya, Holland and Zimbabwe. And soon he'll start exporting to Nigeria and Britain.
The World Health Organization states that close to 800,000 persons die by suicide yearly. Every 40 seconds, at least one person is likely to commit suicide. Nigeria has Africa's highest caseload of depression and ranks 15th in the world in the frequency of suicide. World Suicide Prevention Day is a global public health day celebrated on September 10th, which is aimed at commitments and actions to prevent suicide all over the world through various activities and to help raise awareness among people to prevent their loved ones from suicide and mental disorders. The theme of this year's World Suicide Prevention Day is Creating Hope Through Action, which reflects the need for collective action to address this public health issue. According to the training coordinator of a non-governmental organization, Suicide Research Prevention Initiative, suicide rate in Nigeria is underreported or miscoded. This is because suicide is a criminal offense. With the shortage of mental health care personnel, cultural and religious beliefs about mental health and suicide stigma. Some have a misconception of suicide. It is important to not blame suicide victims.
Sometimes when people just sit down and just make statements like those that have attempted suicide, those that have killed themselves, that they are worthless, they are sinners. No, you shouldn't say such a thing. We as a society, we should begin to build a culture of compassion where we show empathy to people, listen to people not judgmentally, to understand them from their point of view rather than just to respond to them.
She said with love and support, along with professional help, suicide can be prevented.
Send them to professionals where they can be properly evaluated, assessed, know the root cause of why they are even suicidal. Suicide is an end thing. It's a bigger picture, but you need to know what this person is even suicidal. And of course, if it's depression is treatable. If it is pain, is it the kind of pain that can be managed? There are painkillers, there are even surgeries to even regulate pain, and there are even non-medication treatment for some of these illnesses. Meditation, yoga, some form of exercises and all that. So it's very key that we put all this on board. Let's not demonize people that have completed suicide. Let's not see them as bad people. Let's not see them as evil people, because anybody can be suicidal depending on your challenges, what you face, and of course from your past experiences.
Given the socio-economic situation in the country, many citizens are reaching their breaking points with the conclusion that they are better off dead. There is therefore an urgent need for both governments and society to pay attention to medical challenges and socio-economic constraints that could trigger people to take their own lives.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Good evening, I'm Adebanke Odunuyi, and this is a news update. The All Progressives Congress Presidential Screening Committee has disqualified 10 aspirants from its primaries scheduled for next week. Chairman of the committee, John Oyekun, reviewed this today. Only 13 out of the 23 aspirants screened were cleared by the committee. He added that only youthful aspirants made the list of cleared aspirants.
So the ability to lead, your background, your experience, your understanding of the Nigerian situation, your ideas as to how issues, difficulties, problems, and the rest can be addressed, and how the country can be moved forward, became a critical consideration. It is on that basis, who are you, what have you achieved, what is your understanding of your nation, and what do you think you can contribute to move the nation forward. It was on the basis of that that we made our final shortlist. But we have a shortlist, we brought the number severely down to 13. And there is this cleavage that is gradually becoming center stage in national discourse between the North and the South and the presidency. And we just want to, and we advise strongly that the party should please think of it in making its decision?
I listened with very keen interest the comment that the chairman made in the course of this submission. One thing which I find worthy of very special mention is the fact that the Nigerian youth have responded. They have, from among them, people who braved the spirit of competition and offered themselves to be considered for this very, very important role.
Meanwhile, the committee denied screening former President Goodluck Jonathan. Oyegun confirmed this today when he submitted his report to the APC National Chairman, Abdullahi Adamu, at an ongoing meeting of the National Working Committee. He told journalists that contrary to news-making rounds, Jonathan was not at Transcorp Hilton for the exercise.
Those who sent us have the report, and I think it is their privilege to disclose whatever is in it, not us. They haven't read it yet. We just presented it, so I can't come and disclose the details in the report. The discussion of the party management. What we've done is to tell them that these people are qualified. And then we are not aware we disqualified anybody, but I think most of them were high quality people, and they passed the basic tests.
Cleared aspirants are expected to contest the presidential primary at a scheduled special convention in Abuja between June 6th and 8th. Former national chairman of the All Progressives Grand Alliance, APGA, Senator Victor Ume, has defected to the Labour Party LP. This was after being denied the ticket of APGA to vie for the Anambra Central senatorial seat for the 2023 general elections. There is ongoing primary of LP in Awka, where Ume is to be nominated as candidate of the party for Anambra Central. Ume was slugged out with Senator Uche Ekunife of PDP, Dozie Nwankwo of APGA, and Chief Kodili Chukwu Okelekwe of APC in the main election next year. The Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, has launched the regulations and guidelines for the conduct of general elections in the country. INEC Chairman Professor Mahmoud Yakubu announced this during a meeting of the Interagency Consultative Committee on Election Security, ICES, at the Commission's headquarters in Abuja. According to INEC Chief, the electoral umpire has virtually concluded the planning processes for the 2023 polls 9 months ahead of the elections. With the release of the regulations and guidelines and earlier publication of the strategic plan of 2022 to 2026 and election project plan of 2023. The Lagos State government has insisted that there is no going back on its decision to rid 6 local government areas and 9 local council development areas of Okadas. In the bid to actualize its objectives, the government says it is already crushing 2,228 impounded motorcycles in an undisclosed location. The enforcement would continue until the affected local government areas and local council development areas are rid of commercial motorcycles. The affected local government areas include Ikeja, Surulere, Etiosa, Lagos Mainland, Lagos Island, and Apapa. Meanwhile, Lagos State Environmental and Special Offences Unit, codenamed Task Force, says it has recorded more than 85% compliance by Okada riders since the June 1st enforcement commenced. The State Commissioner for Transportation, Frederick Oladeinde, urged Lagos residents to remain calm and go about their normal businesses without fear of molestation. The Commissioner urged the Riders Union to form cooperative societies in order to get buses which will be used as a source of livelihood and alternative to Okada income. Gas explosion at a liquefied petroleum gas LPG refilling shop has burnt down shops and injured 20 people at a busy area of Shika, Quarters Karshen Quarter in Kano. The public relations officer of the Kano State Fire Service, Saminu Yusuf, who confirmed the incident, said that 20 people were involved but had been rescued alive and are now receiving treatment in hospitals. Yusuf said the incident was allegedly caused by fire from a man frying and selling fish near the gas shop. And Justice Inyang Eko of the Federal High Court, Abuja, has fixed August 29th for judgment in the suit seeking to extradite a suspended Deputy Commissioner of Police, DCP Abba Kyari, to the United States of America for trial on alleged internet fraud. The judge fixed the date after taking arguments for and against the suit by the parties involved. Kyari, whose arguments were presented by a senior advocate of Nigeria, SAN, Nureni Jimo, asked the court to refuse the extradition request on the ground that he committed no offense to warrant the federal government taking him to the United States of America. And moving on to other parts of Africa, 4 Kenyans have been killed after police opened fire on a crowd of protesters in Kajiado County, the eastern part of the country. Mashuru Police Commander Charles Chemponga said 7 others were injured and admitted to a local hospital following the fracas in the Masimba area. Cheponga said the group was protesting against the persistent invasion by wildlife animals in the area, as an elephant had apparently killed a teacher in the area, and locals were angered by a lack of action from authorities. And outside Africa, Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky said today that his country's military would fend off the Russian invasion in a video marking 100 days of Moscow's all-out assault on its pro-democracy neighbor. Victory will be ours, Zelensky said in the video. It included Prime Minister Denis Shmyhal and Presidential Advisor Mikhailo Podolak recalling an impromptu message they posted outside government buildings at the onset of the war, vowing to remain in the country. On the 100th day of Russia's invasion, fighting is raging across the east, where Moscow's forces are tightening their grip on Ukraine's Donbas region. Kyiv earlier had announced Moscow was in control of a fifth of Ukrainian territories, including Crimea and parts of Donbas seized in 2014. Moving on to business news, the Organization of Petroleum Exporting Countries, OPEC, has raised Nigeria's crude oil quota from 1.772 million barrels per day for June 2022 to 1.799 million barrels per day in July 2022. It was upped by 27,000 barrels, resulting in 3.4% increase in the month of July. The cartel broke the news in its press statement on its 29th OPEC and non-OPEC ministerial meeting held via video conference, stating that the organization approved the highest production volume of 10.833 million barrels per day for Saudi Arabia and Russia. In entertainment, Nigerian rapper Ikechukwu has expressed shock after his 14-year-old in-law was mysteriously found dead in boarding school. The rapper took to his Instagram page where he shared the shocking details about the child's death. The rapper said there are many discrepancies in the story surrounding the death. And moving on to sports news, American teenager Coco Gauff has a chance to win 2 French Open trophies this weekend after reaching the women's double finals, as well as the singles. Gauff, who plays Iga Swiatek in the singles final on Saturday, advanced to the double showpiece with compatriot Jessica Pegula on Friday. The pair beat fellow Americans Madison Keys and Taylor Townsend 6-4, 7-6, 7-4. Gauff is in her first Grand Slam singles final, but was runner-up in the U.S. Open doubles final in 2021. Last year, Czech Barbora Krejcikova became the first woman since 2000 and the 7th ever to win the singles and doubles titles at Roland Garros. And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, and also subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Adebanke Odunui. Thank you for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa. There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
The Nigerian film industry has continued to gain popularity across the continent and on the global stage. Even with its popularity and growth, it is still to be criticized on many fronts, one of which is that it is a quantity-driven industry as opposed to a quality one. Stakeholders have given certain factors for churning out substandard movies. Some have said budget restrictions, weak plots, repetitive dialogue, and the overwhelming lack of public-private partnership, not leaving out government participation. Since 2010, some positive developments have changed the nature of Nollywood. They include an influx of professional filmmakers, the rise in international festival and cinema tours, international premieres, collaborations with multinational companies, Pan-Africanism and distribution via multiplexes. In this time, a film's release on VCD, DVD began to happen later in its life, effectively disenfranchising Nollywood's traditional mass-market consumer base. The question I am interested in answering are Nollywood's filmmakers becoming more specialized in their art? And was it gentrifying? I use the word metaphorically to explore whether Nollywood increased in grandeur, appeal and acceptance amongst Nigeria's upper class. Hence, leading to fast rise in features of skit makers, brand influencers, and basically anyone with a little bit of fame. And has this become the domino effect, catapulting skit makers and brand influencers into a whole lot of fame?
Put your account number here.
Oh, really?
Oh, yes, my dear.
Thank you,
yes,
sir.
Let me send something to you.
Oh, I actually think I remember, sir.
Eh?
Opopo Tomungo.
Yeah!
Yes, sir.
You remember the conference?
Yes, I do.
You will go far.
Yes,
you will go far, my dear.
Well, the Nollywood structure has been of concern to many veterans, and one of them is Said Balogun.
I will appeal to the government to give us structure. And the government don't have problem. It is we movie makers. They tend to do riots in the state, carrying placard. It is the National Assembly that should give me a structure. Are they trying to make me powerless? Is it a dictatorship style of ruling? They don't know what to do. The question I ask myself at times is, that honorable that is in charge of culture and code that can give me structure, does he know anything about movies? He's just looking for where to be. He doesn't even know. It is one, we have a lot of us that can bring the revolution. About 5 or 6 of us in the assemblies, we can scream, we tell them, God damn you, you know what I'm suffering, you know what I'm going through now, so speak my language. But if you tend to put one honorable man there who was elected, who was and probably mechanical engineer or an economist or something, who doesn't even know my pain, we can't get it right. It is the structure. After the structure, yeah, the investors can now smile, because if you invest in me, put money on my table, I mean, there, you want me to put food on my table, put in billions and I'll give you back millions or thousands. Will you come back some other time? No. When the government gets it right, the investors, please, if they are coming, I always tell them, please invest in me, in what I can pay back. I am the president of the Golden Movie Ambassadors of Nigeria. We believe in restructuring, repositioning, and getting everything right. An ambassador means you can represent your country everywhere. That is where professionalism comes in. A lot of people are just coming in from everywhere. We have more than 50 associations, 31 performing. What we're looking for, and why can't we be one? A professionalism can come in when you have a strong structure that can guide it.
New talents are essential for growth and encourage new faces into the industry, but proper training is vital for theatre and, of course, film.
Training is critical, but we need to create a platform that gives everybody the opportunity to be trained, and then also we need to look at also some means of internship on productions, take people on and guide them, and show them how to do what you do. If we look at theatre itself, it's a massive training ground for talents that will end up even on screen. I think training is important, but then a lot of people learn on the job, which is good. But I think where we would get it right is if production houses, also attempt to train, give basic training to people that are not necessarily trained, that are venturing into the industry. You have actors, there are people that are good, they are not trained actors, but on their own, like you said, skit makers, they didn't go to anywhere, but their skits are so evolved that they have so many people looking forward to see what next they are going to do, and then you see they can hone their skills and use them, but then again, it is a factor of the industry having that capacity to train, having the infrastructure to train. A lot of these people would want to, if the opportunity is there, gain more knowledge on how to do film, how to be better actors or producers or things like that, but then we need to have that platform that gives them the opportunity. That's one. And two, production companies also should look at ways of, even at times some training do not necessarily have to be formal, they could be informal through internships and things like that. And then skit makers also, at times when they've made so much fame, they are popular, they feel they have arrived. But no, there are certain basics you still need to learn. At times you should learn also to try and hone your skills so you can be better. That you are popular now does not mean you cannot do better things, milking that popularity that you have gained now through the skits you do, which we notice a lot of people don't do. A lot of directors will just allow you to do your thing. I've heard of a set where the director just say, okay, read the line, or yeah, do your thing, but at times you should be able to tell somebody, this is what I want you to do, this is the way I want it to be. That helps with the quality. The next thing I'll look at is casting. People cast for the wrong reason. It is good to cast with the mind that this person is going to draw eyeballs or is popular, hopefully the person will help with publicity. It is good. But when you look at certain characters and you know that you need somebody to deliver top-notch performance, and then that character is unique in that way. It's not something you can just cast anybody because of the numbers. And you overlook that fact and you just put someone that cannot deliver on the character because you think the person has got numbers, then that drags the quality of the production.
It is not acceptable for popular faces to just go on and start filming without necessary kinds of training. For us in Actors Guild of Nigeria, it's something we totally abhor and we condemn. So you find that sometimes before you catch them, they are finished making the film. So we are gradually working with the censors board in Nigeria to see that some of these things are put to a stop. You must have a certain level of qualification. Even if you have graduated from school and you have not done this business before, you still need some kind of elementary approach where you will be given some ideas, instructions on what to do before joining the Nollywood industry. It's not all about I can act, I cannot act. Sometimes you see these popular people, when they come to set to act, they don't know terminologies of the industry. When you tell somebody who is acting and you say the director says cut, he doesn't know or she doesn't know what cut means, you understand? All of these things are the rudiments of the industry that they needed to go through. But because we are in a country where everything goes, people don't seem to follow rules and regulations, but we are gradually closing in on them.
With the advent of internet, social media, and instant entertainment platforms, many reality TV stars and skit makers have risen to fame. In this part of the world, becoming a top celebrity is either by hard work, persistence, or through reality shows. As we know that the road to fame is a tough one around here, a few of our top Nigerian celebrities credit their prominence to reality shows which have given them the opportunity. One of them is Seyi Awolowo, who didn't see it as a challenge for the Nollywood to cast popular faces in movies, as long as the directors have a sense of direction and vision they hope to achieve in the movie.
Well, I don't see why not. Everybody is entitled to be able to do what it is that they want to do. Only thing is when it becomes constant and if there's a regulatory body involved, if it's a constant thing where they've literally become constant film and they need to be registered, okay, then they can go and do that. But I believe that everybody should have, I don't see any reason why I will not put who I want to put in my own production when I want to put them in my production. I mean, I see that person to fit the role accordingly, to fit the character, Bible properly. So why not I'll bring the person on board? So I don't see anything wrong with it, as such. It just depends on who's creating movie and whose movie it is. Sometimes you want a particular kind of thing, but you're not willing to give. Give what you take or take what you give, how to speak. If you're going to be professional to the T. Follow your this thing and not along the line. I want to start using the or there's a sentiment of, now help us to make it known. If you start a kind of particular kind of way, go all the way down to the end. Professionalism in the industry, I can't say varies from companies to companies or from different organizations to organizations, how professional they are, or their motto, or their modus operandum of how they want to handle things. So, that's the thing. For me now, I can just have a laid back working environment where I want everybody wearing shorts and t-shirt and being more laid back as to probably just someone that wants everybody in a tie. And so it just depends on, the modus operandi of that particular organization that is handling the production of whatever movie or, that is handling that particular production for the time being while you are working, if you get what I'm saying.
There are regulatory bodies, but do they really carry out their duties? How do they manage professionalism in the Nollywood industry?
For us, we have a constitution that we're working with, but we're trying to come up with the memorandum of understanding in the industry, whereby even if you are involved in any show or something where you have been elected as maybe highest winner and all of that, you would need to still pass through one or two trainings and then belong to a group, either as a producer or as an actor, before you are practicing in the industry. Yeah, professionalism, without being political here, every industry needs professionalism. For us in Nollywood, we are grappling with that because the Nollywood industry is the industry that started without entry point and without exit point. And it continued to grow without anybody checking it. Now it has grown beyond bounds that wherever you are coming with discipline, it becomes like it's too difficult to instill discipline among practitioners because there were no laid down rules from beginning. There were no laid down rules from beginning. There were a lot of illiterates. There were a lot of people who didn't go to school. There were a lot of people who didn't see the four walls of any school, but because they are talented, they have made it big and they are now in the industry. So it's a Herculean task at this point. So we're calling on people who have been here before in the industry to so come back and say, look, this thing is getting out of hand. We have to come back to the basis. Let's see where we structure. Every actor, every producer, every director, you must belong to where your people are. Let us begin to see places. We need professionalism so I don't just do things out of proportion.
The Nollywood industry is a growing work in progress, and the Nigerian Film Censors Board needs to enforce the parameters that positively influence the creative processes from writing a screen to post-production. Is this body efficiently empowered to ensure professionalism in Nollywood? Well, hope we find answers soon.
For domestic violence.
This is it for upcoming artists to blow in Nigeria.
Welcome to Plus Trending. I am Bookie November, your host, saying thank you for joining us on today's episode.
Welcome back. It's tea time on Plus TV Africa.
Practice makes perfect. I'm not perfect yet, but I'm a lot better than I used to be.
He's a king. He's entitled to marry 100 if he wants to.
Thursday, Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. What a day. Now, Nigeria will hope to end their 4 consecutive games without a win when they play Ecuador in a friendly game at the 25,000 capacity Red Bull Arena in Harrison, New Jersey. It's the first meeting between the West African Giants and the South Americans. Since their last 1-0 win over Egypt in Asaba in March 2019, the 3-time African champions have failed to record a victory in 10 consecutive friendly outings, losing 5 and picking up 5 draws in 3 years. The Super Eagles started their tour of the United States on a losing note as they fell to a 2-1 loss to Mexico at the AT&T Stadium in Arlington, Texas on Sunday. Nigeria have now failed to win any of their last 4 games across all competitions, picking up 2 draws and losing 2 since January's 2-0 victory over Guinea-Bissau in Group D of the African Cup of Nations. I've got Stanley Ikawu on the show this morning. Welcome on the show, Stanley.
Well, good morning. It's a pleasure to be back.
Yeah. Now, Stanley, it's sad to note that Nigeria have not won any match in 3 years. And we failed to win again against Mexico.
Well, first things first. This is as a result of we not having a quality coach. Now, I have never been a fan of friendly games as much as you and I know the importance of it. But then I don't think this is one thing we should worry our head or mother sleep over. Yeah, it's good when you win friendly games, but it's not a guarantee that when you win friendly games, you go to any international competition, you will still go ahead and win. It's games that gives an opportunity to test your players, to know the strength and quality, to know how to fix the loopholes if need be. But then it calls for questioning that in the last 3 years, unarguably, or maybe to an extent, one of the biggest brands as far as football is concerned in Africa, the Super Eagles are yet to record just a victory. We played Brazil, fantastic display. We played Poland. I think Poland was the last game we won. Yeah, I think Poland was the last game we won, 1-0. And from then till now, what has happened? Is it that we don't have a team? Is it that we don't have those pool of talent anymore? I think the answer is no. The point is we need a coach who will get the blend, who will get the bond, who will bring the synergy, and maybe then going forward, when we start winning friendly games, we have this belief that going into any competition, yes, the Super Eagles have got a strong team.
Let me ask you this question, Stanley. Now, I remember vividly when Gernot Rohr first came as coach of Super Eagles. He dazzled us with some friendly matches. We played Ukraine under Andriy Shevchenko, and we drew 1-1. Then we played Brazil. I remember Neymar crying off the field because he wanted revenge, and the match ended 1-1. What has gone wrong between then and now?
Like I said, it's a function of the Super Eagles not having a coach that understands the system.
Gernot Rohr was the coach then.
That's what I'm saying. See, so many things actually dovetailed negatively after Gernot Rohr feels he was the alpha and omega of the Super Eagles then. Now, this is my point. When he came, we saw light at the end of the tunnel back then. We won some couple of games, like rightly highlighted. Ukraine against Nigeria ended 2-2. Brazil, Nigeria ended 1-0. And we won against Poland, like I said. I think that rigid football that we all said Gernot Rohr took our football to is the reason why we struggle to win international friendly games. And like I pointed out earlier on, we need that team synergy. We need that team bond. We need that team chemistry. Because if you don't have a team as it stands right now, while I make bold to say, quote me anywhere, and I want anybody that feels contrary to come and tell me, we don't have a football philosophy anymore. Now, when last did we see beautiful football? We all gave, Osinbajo the nod to take us through the playoffs because of what we were able to do at the Nations Cup. With the number of days, just within 10 days, we were able to assemble these guys together. All of a sudden, the man we had faith in dashed our hopes. Now we have an Jose Parcero. His first game in charge of the Super Eagles. We lost. Now, let's also take our minds back to the fact that the last time we played against the L3 of Mexico, we paraded home-based players. We were walloped by 4 goals. So I think a bit of improvement. Maybe because we had a mix of home-based players and the foreign pros. But then let's see what will happen against Ecuador. I have the strong belief that worst case scenario, the game might just end up in a draw.
I was going to come there. I don't know about Gernot Rohr's contracts. I don't know about Eguavoin's contract, but I know the contract should have a situation where we must have home-based players in our squad at every point in time. That's the only way we can actually give them the experience they need to become good players in future.
Wale, let's be honest with ourselves. If we had our leagues on TV, Wale, you would be able to know that Chiamaka Madu is a fantastic footballer. Yesterday, Toby Adepoju Samuel was almost beaten to death because he was reporting 3SC and, of course, Red Monsters game. And allegedly, the general manager of 3SC, Oladimeji, was said to have instigated that crisis. How do we market our football? Wale, how would you know that Rangers have got players that can fit into the Super Eagles? How would you and I know that Rivers United had a certain Ishak that could take on 3-4 players against the L3 of Mexico? How would you and I know that Chiamaka Madu was that talented that he can always dominate the midfield? You can always dominate the midfield, I beg your pardon. So it is only when we see these games on TV And it's when we realize that football is big business in the world. That's when we can start clamoring for our MPFA players to be part of the Super Eagles. We know the talent in this part of the world can never ever be underestimated. But then the value would not be appreciated if these guys are not seen on TV. The reason why Kevin Bassett was invited to the Super Eagles was as a result of what he was able to do at Glasgow Scotland of Rangers. Wale, Joe Aribo, same thing. Bruce Ekong, same thing. The list is endless. Same cannot be said of our MPFA player. Because if you pick an MPFA player, they will tell you, you want to sell that player. That's why you are forcing him into the Super Eagles. We are not looking at the quality. But once we see these guys play, while it is you and I, Stanley Polikao, Wale Scott, and every other journalist that will say, you invite this guy, we've seen him play, we've seen him do this, and of course we know his quality. So until we do all this, I won't blame any coach that comes and says our MPFA players are just training materials.
Stanley, I don't know where to start from, but I've got a story here about women. Let me leave this football and this issue away from it. I have a story here. When women are fighting for equal pay and saying we deserve to be treated the right way, just like the men are treated, most of us are saying no. They don't get enough brand. They don't get enough branding. They don't get enough adverts. But a woman on this show today said she's actually, her name is Iga Swiatek. She's a tennis player. She says that women go through so much. Some of them even actually go through their menstrual cycle during some sporting events, and they try to do well. Some actually play their sports during pregnancy, while they are pregnant, and that they go through more than men, and they deserve to get more. Iga Swiatek was saying this because somebody stopped the game against her because of her menstrual cycle. She was getting cramps during the game.
Wale, not every country will go the way of the United States of America.
True that.
You understand? You see, let's look at the world of tennis. Roger Federer, Rafael Nadal, Novak Djokovic, none of them have won 23 Grand Slams. One of the most decorated women or female tennis players in the world still remains Serena Williams. But then, I don't think this equal pay or maybe equal rights to an extent, but not equal pay. Now, this is it. Which of the gender commands the biggest branch? It's the men's tennis. Now, this is why I feel organizers. I agree with her to an extent, but this is what I feel should be done. If the men are getting 80%, I think the women should also get 60%. You understand? But saying she wants women to get equal rights, I understand the pain and everything they go through. It's not easy. Even apart from attack tennis now, our normal day-to-day life, big ups to all the women out there across the world. They go through a whole lot. But then, while these things are there for us to see. Iga Swiatek, I understand that, but she should forget it. Equal pay, no. Equal rights, fantastic.
For joining us on the show today. Thank you very much.
Always a pleasure, Wale.
You are always
Thank you so very much for having me.
the helpful brother. Always. Thank you, bro.
You're my brother all day, every day.
Thank you, bro. Now, dealing with periods can be difficult for professional athletes, but the experience and advances in medicine and technology can provide solutions. Now, world number one Iga Swiatek said this yesterday. 21-year-old Paul is the second player to address the issue at the French Open after Chinese teenager Zheng Qiwen said following a fourth-round loss to Swiatek on Monday that she had suffered menstrual cramps. Swiatek, the top seed in Paris, praised Zheng for speaking up about the issue.
I think at the beginning of the careers it's sometimes pretty tricky to manage that properly, but when you get the experience and actually find some solutions that may help you, healthcare and technology the medicine technology went up, the level went up, so it's kind of easier for us to choose the proper solution sometimes than it was like 15 years ago. and it's more healthy. So it happens. I also had, I had more problem with PMS. But I think she has to just find a way to deal with that, so it's not going to influence her performance. But yeah, it's normal, and I think for each of us, it's kind of. They don't have to speak about it, but it's pretty nice that they're doing that because we are facing those problems, and it's cool that she's honest.
If you play good, you have to treat yourself. Even if you are not playing good, it's not bad to treat yourself because you're pushing, you're trying. So it has to be balanced in everything, and it's not easy to find it, but with years and experience, it's coming together.
Today I'm speaking up for the females, all of them. I'm speaking up for them today. Like Paul George and Onoja will do for me. They call me Abigail. I only have girls, so let me speak up for the females today. It can be some people have some serious cramps during their menstrual cycles, serious cramps. And you can imagine what that teenager went through before she actually said, I'm not playing again. These cramps are killing me, really. So I think when women say that they deserve more than men because they go through more than men, I know an Anchi Jene, I can't remember her name right now, I think Paul will remind me, a goalkeeper, a Nigerian goalkeeper, female. She actually played for Nigeria. We won that competition in South Africa that year. She was 3 months pregnant, and we won that competition. And she was in goal, and she caught balls. And I got money, okay, I remember that. Okay, thank you, Paul. Of course, and she was 3 months pregnant. And we won that competition in South Africa then. If a woman plays a competition and wins, 3 months pregnant, ask yourself, doesn't she really deserve more? Just asking this morning. Now, Marin Cilic outlasted Andrei Rublev in 5 grueling sets to reach the French Open semi-finals. Now, Cilic became the first Croatian man to reach the semis at all 4 majors, beating Rublev 10-2 in the 5th set match tiebreak. He'll face Casper Ruud for replacing Sunday's final after the Norwegian overcame Danish teenager Holger Rune in 4 sets. I have the highlights of the French Open, Roland Garros. Stay with us. Plus Sports and Plus TV Africa. That's all we can take on the show today. But of course, I'm leaving you with some basketball. There's going to be a very explosive and experienced Golden State Warriors, and they will look to overcome the suffocating Boston Celtics defense when the teams meet in what is expected to be a highly competitive NBA Finals. Thank you very much, Onoja. Thank you very much, Tony. Thank you very much, David. Thank you very much, my producer, Paul George. You can call him Call him the President General if you want. PG is what we call him. Thank you very much, Osas. Thank you very much, D1 downstairs. Thank you very much,